The guy reports that they've met. Dean Nosferat welcomes Lyle Carmine to his abode and introduces himself. He says, and the man explains that he looks too unsightly to be called a hero, only the sword in his hands is dignified. The man explains that since he had the courage to stand before him, he is obliged to respond accordingly. Dean Nosferat says that the despised cur of the Holy Land Church trembles and yet dares to call himself a hero. The man replies by asking what happened. He says the sword is being held incorrectly and the stance is poor. The man replies that they really think they can defeat the abdicated demon lord, Dean Nosferat, in such a state. Dean Nosferat says that in this case, you need to attack hero Lyle Carmine. He tells you to feel the full power of Dean Nosferat firsthand. The guy says P and squeezes the hilt of the sword. Dean Nosferat says what's going on and whether the other guy is scared, and the guy tries to say something but can't get the words out. The guy screams that everything has gone to hell and expresses this repeatedly. Then he curses, saying, "Damn," and falls to his knees, dropping his sword. He declares that everything has gone to hell. The guy says that this fucking circus has gone to hell. Dean Nosferat tells Farce, "That's enough, my lord." Farce asks why the hell he should kill Dean Nosferat. Dean Nosferat tells him to stop whining, you idiot. He tells Lyle. Lyle tells him to stick to the script and pick up the sword. The man calls Lyle his lord. The woman says they've already made up their minds to convince the Holy Land Church. The man explains that, as the village chief, he will personally kill the root of evil, called the immortal sorcerer. Dean Nosferat reveals that he is the lord of the vampires. The guy says he's never drunk blood in his life and asks where he's the vampire lord, and he explains it's a necessary act to add realism and asks him to keep his voice down, adding that he's never called himself a vampire. Dean Nosferat reports that he has no idea when he was born and did not notice how he was wandering the world already in this form. He explains that his blood contains magical energy hundreds of times greater than human blood and is able to absorb the energy that exists around him, which is why he does not age or get sick. Dean Nosferatus explains that the ritual's witnesses nicknamed him a vampire because they experimented with their own blood, which was imbued with magical energy. A man, a woman, and a child argue with another man. Two boys peer out from behind a door. A group of people report that it is doing something with blood, express horror, and suggest that it must be a vampire, after which they talk about the need to drive the monster out of the village. Dean Nosferat reports that he spent nearly 50 years on the run, hunted everywhere as a monster. Men with torches and pitchforks scream and run, while Dean Nosferat looks down from the roof of a house. He reports that during his wanderings he does not remember a single moment of peace. Dean Nosferat explains what's next. He says the castle is in a place like this and asks if anyone lives inside. Dean Nosferat explains that he can settle here, but wonders what the nearby villagers will say. The woman reports that the old castle has been empty for quite some time without an owner. The man asks Dean Nosferat if he wants to live there, to which he replies, yes, he's welcome. Dean Nosferat explains to the man that this is a castle. Dean Nosferat says the carefree villagers have easily accepted him. Dean Nosferat stands at the table and looks at the children looking out the window. Dean Nosferat teaches children in the Great Hall. The boy announces that the king's throne is empty and explains that the king has died and an heir has not yet been found. He says that he is ready to take the throne and asks everyone to follow him. Dean Nosferat reports that he has spent 150 years in peace and tranquility since then, and at one point even became something of a guardian angel for the village. The man says that Dean Nosferat is their guardian angel, an eternally ageless parent, a family member, their lord and teacher. He says he didn't do anything wrong and asks why the hell they should kill him. Dean Nosferat says they need to stop whining and getting hysterical, and he clarifies that the man he's talking to is the village elder and the child's father. Dean Nosferat explains that if the epidemic hadn't started, they wouldn't have gotten to this point. The man says that if it weren't for this disease, which he calls, he says that there is no fear in listening to them, and that all that is needed is faith in the Church of the Holy Land. The crowd turns to the saint with a request to guide them on the true path and says that unwavering faith is necessary for healing from the illness, calling for repentance of sins so that the darkness from Dean Nosferat says to drink holy water and the affliction will immediately disappear. A man holds a bottle of holy water. The man reports that, according to reports, the disease's infection rate isn't decreasing. On the contrary, more and more people in various countries are experiencing high temperatures. The death toll has exceeded 1,000, and there's nowhere left to bury the bodies. He asks what's happening, why nothing's helping, and what caused this disease to emerge. Then, the boy reports another report. Dean Nosferat explains that only the village of Feira, located in the remote mountainous lands, has reported no fatalities. He says that this is indeed the deathmark disease that has engulfed the capital. The man and the girl exclaim, "How can this be?" The woman replies, "Hmm." The boy reports that he's heard that a huge number of people have already died from this disease in the capital and asks if it's really in their village too. Dean Nosferat says not to worry, as he's encountered epidemics several times in the past and knows how to combat them. Dean Nosferat explains. He orders that all those suspected of being infected be brought to his castle, explaining that since his body is immune to disease, he will personally look after them, to which the man replies that he understands. He explains that such epidemics often spread. The woman reports that she created a respirator from Lanamala herbs that has air-purifying properties and should be worn at all times. The man explains that the respirator needs to be replaced with a new one once a day. The woman says it's her lord. The girl says it's Lyle. The man says it's his daughter, Alice. The image shows a castle with several towers and a fence. Dean Nosferat asks Alice how she's feeling. Alice breathes heavily and says she feels ill, addressing Dean as her lord. He says everything is fine and she won't die, explaining that her condition is much worse than that of other infected people, and if nothing is done, the girl laughs and says, "Uh-huh." Dean Nosferat tells Alice that he considers her and all the villagers of Feyre precious to him and his family. The girl says that this is her Laura. He explains that every time he faces the death of someone in his long life of 200 years, it becomes unbearable, and when it threatens a member of his family, it becomes especially difficult. Dean Nosferat explains that he injects someone with his blood. He explains that this is how he saved a village from the plague of death marks. Dean Nosferat reveals that the mystic blood can be used as a catalyst for magic and contains the power of purification. He reports that a monster called the Vampire Lord is lurking in this village. He explains that there are records dating back a couple of hundred years of repeated sightings. The man asks if this is really the Vampire Lord monster itself, to which Dean responds. Dean Nosferat reports that the Vampire Lord, or detached being, the Demon Lord, sucking human blood and skillfully manipulating magic, is a terrifying monster, but they are lucky to have discovered it at this particular moment. The man asks what exactly this means, and he reports that the source of the disease terrorizing humanity has been revealed, and that it is all the result of the machinations of the Demon Lord. The man punches the surface and declares that this is complete nonsense. The guy reports that those bastards from the Holy Land Church are spreading the word that the death-marked disease is the work of their lord. The man explains that the entire village of Feyre is under the influence of dark magic, which is why she was able to avoid the deadly plague. The man says that this will prove the innocence of the entire village, such is the royal decree. The man looks on with concern. The boy asks the Lord to tell him something, and Dean Nosferatu asks if the boy has any idea what the solution to the problem is and what happened to the sickening death mark. Then the boy addresses Dean Nosferatu, whose name is Lyle, and asks him to kill him. The guy says he doesn't understand. Dean Nosferat reports that, judging by the decree, they can be considered to have taken the entire village hostage, and he wants to protect it no less than the other man. He asks to defeat the Vampire Lord and earn the church's trust. The guy in armor asks not to pump up, calling himself an old man. The girl says that she continues to insist that she will become his bride. Dean Nosferat says that this child is still very young, and when she grows up, he will personally select a human spouse for her. The man begs the Lord to escape from here. The other man says that they will somehow fool the church themselves, and even if that doesn't work and they try to follow the Lord, they are ready with. The voiceover states that they have completely monopolized powerful artifacts and knowledge of ancient magic, which has made them an extremely powerful military organization, and with this power they have subjugated even the nobility and royal families of various kingdoms to their will. He says that they are no match for them either. Dorg reports that time is running out. Dean Nosferat tells Lia Carmine to relent and finish him off if she has no retort. The man calls Dean Nosferat a detached demon lord. Two paladins of the Holy Land Church report that they have come to punish. He laughs and calls the church people stupid, and then says that they seriously think they can defeat the great Dean Nosferatu. The guy says right now and expresses dissatisfaction. Then the guy with the sword looks ahead with concentration. Heavy breathing can be heard. The man looks on in fear, sweat beading on his face, and his nose is bleeding. Two men approach in the background, one of them saying they need to leave. The guy says the Lord is injured. Dean Nosferat reports that, surprisingly, he's in pain. It is reported that life was not so bad. There were no children of their own, but a semblance of a family was created. The girl says that this is enough. Dean Nosferat says he's gone to great lengths for them and asks him not to let his efforts go to waste, asking if he understands. The man replies that he does. Dean grabs the man by the robes. The man calls Dean a true hero. The man reports that it hurts. It hurts like hell. Dean Nosferatus reports that he likely only didn't age, but wasn't truly immortal. The man tells Lyle he's not finished yet, urging him to stop standing there and say something, then calls on him to take action. He says he's an evil sorcerer. The sound of a sword strike can be heard nearby. A boy reports a battle with the village chief, Lyle Carmine, and another boy exclaims and calls him Sir Lyle. Dean Nosferat falls to his knees and says that his role is over, then explains that the next step is what needs to be done. The man calls Lyle. He reveals that his familiar is a bat and asks if it is still here. He then says that he knew it would all end and took action by transferring his soul from his body into the bat. He explains that he didn't think his powers would leave. The man reveals that he can't transfer the soul and that his plan has failed. He explains that he failed to hide properly, which is why he became the target of a huge organization, and explains that there was no other way to do it, and this is how it all ended. Dean Nosferat says that they should have studied people better before they ended up like this. He explains that then they wouldn't have gotten Lyle and the others involved, but would have peacefully. He tells you whether you want to go through the process of reincarnation. The man asks if it is a voice. Dean Nosferat says he heard a voice. The man says his voice meets the conditions for reincarnation, and that reincarnation as a worm is possible. The man asks if he wishes to be reborn as a worm in this world. He says that if possible. Dean Nosferat informs him that the agreement is confirmed and that he will be reborn as a human. The man explains that the voice is gradually fading and asks if his consciousness is fading. The boy says he can't fight anymore. He explains that he doesn't want to die because he wants to live. Dean Nosferat reports surprise. The man asks whether he managed to utter the last words out loud or not. The man cries. It seemed that Lyle nodded at them, but what really happened was destined to never be known. This is what he suddenly remembered on his 10th birthday. A voice asks if Dean Nosferat wishes to undergo the process of transformation. Dean Nosferat says that's interesting and asks what the voice is and if he was there then. He reports that 3 years have passed since his memory returned, and he has become accustomed to the difference between his past and present memories. Dean Nosferat reports that he has lived in his body for 13 years and in the past for about 200, and that he has already accepted this fact. He reveals that he is the Lord of the Vampires. Yuki Grossaria reveals that he is also the second son of a baronial family. Dean Nosferatu reveals that after his death at Kyle's hands, he was required to transfer his soul into a familiar, a bat. He explains that to do this, he imbued it with his blood, infused it with magical energy, and prepared a special spell. He says it was his first attempt and he's never died before. He says failure was inevitable and confirms it. Then he jumps up and suffers a monumental failure. Dean Nosferat reports that after he failed to transfer his soul, more importantly, a mysterious voice was heard asking if he wished to undergo the process of reincarnation, after which his consciousness was switched off. The hand opens the window and tells him that he has now been reborn as a human. He asks who reborn him and then tells him that he wonders how much time has passed since then. It is reported that these are baronial estates that are located quite far from the capital, the so-called Outback. The man explains that the Grossaria baronial family consists of himself, the current head's bastard, and Georg Grossaria, the father who adopted him into the family. The young man explains that there are only 4 members in the family, the heir apparent, Zeros' older brother, his younger sister Rumia, and himself. The guy is silent, looking out the window. The text says he can enroll in one of the educational institutions or become an adventurer. Dean Nosferat says that before that, he needs to better understand humanity. He explains that in a past life, he failed to skillfully integrate into human society. At first, he was persecuted by everyone as a monster, and only then did he transform into the village's guardian angel. It is reported that a certain outcome was prepared. The boy explains that he's not quite human right now, and when that happens, he'll be forced to pretend to be an ordinary person. He explains that his abilities from his past life have been preserved, and mystical blood flows through his veins, so sooner or later his time will stop again. The boy explains that while he was a child, he carefully studied. Dean Nosferat says he will use magic for this purpose. Dean Nosferat then asks if it is a bat, and notices that it came from the mountains, and the bat makes key sounds. He says that for some reason, bats always became attached to him, which is why he was nicknamed the Lord of Vampires. The man remains silent. Dean Nosferat says that it's just in time and offers to help him with a magical experiment. He then explains that it's his blood, which he calls mystic blood because it's brimming with magical energy. He tells the creature that if he drinks it, he will become his servant, gaining strength and intelligence, and asks what he will do. He raises his hand to the creature. The creature makes a sound and licks Dean Nosferat's finger. The bat greets Hoshin and thanks him for the blood that now allows him to speak, promising him continued service. Hoshin explains that he himself only recently awakened this power, so he relies on the bat, after which she confirms that everything worked. Dean Nosferat reports that by infusing someone with his mystical blood, he can turn them into a servant, but he cannot do so without their consent, and thus does not gain complete control over them. This relationship sounds more like an exchange of magical energy for the fulfillment of a request. Dean Nosferat explains that one can then immediately serve. The girl says they'll be heading to the mountains tonight and hopes they'll see them off. She says she'll be the one giving the handover. The girl says the food is ready and came to call for Martha instead. Rumia turns to Yuki, calling him her dear brother. The girl asks if the mansion has come running from the main building again. The girl says her brother should be more understanding of girls' feelings. Dean Nosferat says he's not angry and asks why he's angry. The girl asks him to accompany her to the cafeteria. Dean Nosferat replies, "Okay then." The girl says, "Of course, dear brother," and the man takes something with his hand. The draft is very strong, the girl mentions it, and the man explains that this part was there before the priest built the main mansion and asks if it can be fixed somehow with magic. The man explains that it would be wonderful if there was something in the Lindell Magic Guild, It is reported that the guild is a huge organization that includes a magic academy and a research institute, which includes members of the royal family and high nobility, so pushing one's offspring into it is a demonstration of high status in noble society. The top right text states that those who join the guild are taught powerful ancient magic. In the top right, Dean Nosferat says that ancient magic reminds him of the Church of the Holy Land, and therefore he doesn't really want to get involved with it. In the bottom right, a girl addresses Dean Nosferat. He tells her to take a deep breath, and the girl says that she has been helping Rumia with her training in retelling a passage of a poem for quite some time now. Dean Nosferat explains that this is a special lesson for practicing the pronunciation needed to activate magic, and the poem hasn't changed since his previous life, so he can keep an eye on Rumia. Dean Nosferat explains that he taught the village children the same way. He reports that the throne room in which he died was not a throne room at all, but a classroom for study. A resident of the capital city says he worked as a teacher for 120 years and didn't notice how literacy in the village had reached 100%. The girl tells her brother to continue, and he calls her Rumia. Dean Nosferat says the time is up, goes to the dining hall of the far building, and asks Rumia to stay. The guy says that he can't eat here and asks Rumia herself not to be so selfish. Kahaho Megan says that knowing one's place is crucial for those involved with magic. The man says the man's name is Kahaho Megan. The boy explains that he's a tutor hired by the priest so that his older brother, Zeros, could join the magic guild. The girl says, Dean Nosferat says that humanity is at the top. Other humanoid races like elves are below, and at the very bottom are intelligent monsters like liches or vampires. He says that if we look at the Grossari family, the head of the family, the father holds the most power, followed by the legal wife, the mother. The man asks, in that case, what is the balance of power in a noble family? He says, The boy says he's the older brother, Xenos, and the girl says she's Lady Rumia. Yuki Grossaria explains he's the lowest of the bastards and made a mistake. Dean Nosferat says bastards like Yuki have no right to bear the noble Grossaria family name. He says he offers his deepest apologies. The girl tells Master Kahel not to dare speak like that, calling Yuki Rumia's older brother and part of the Grossaria family, his dear brother. The man asks if that's true, Master Zeros. Dean Nosferat explains not to blame his brother, he's an adult too. He says that he has already instructed his interlocutor on what the heir of a noble family should be like, and asks whether he has managed to forget. The girl says that a bastard is like a servant. The man says that it is not proper for a nobleman to share the dinner table with servants, as a person standing above others. The man explains that he must maintain the pride of an aristocrat. The girl calls him little brother. The man says with a smile that, a man touches a girl's clothes with his hand. Dean Nosferat tells Rumia to go eat, explaining that he'll be too nervous to sit at the table with the others anyway, and so it's better to dine quietly with Martoy in a remote building, as differences in social status are always important to people. Rumia is embarrassed. He says he can't go with them because he has important things to do and asks them not to wait. The girl explains that they understand and wish him luck. The guy says they will wait for his return. Dean Nosferat asks Mentor Kahel if he can ask him something. Mentor Kahel explains that much time has passed since the discovery of the capital of the ancient magical civilization of Elysium, overflowing with ancient magic and artifacts regarding the Church of the Holy Land. The guy silently looks forward. Dean Nosferat says he will answer the question, then breathes heavily. The man explains that this year marks 220 years since the discovery of the capital of the ancient magical civilization, Elysium. He then explains that he answered out of kindness so the boy wouldn't start asking someone else an offensive question. Dean Nosferat informs the Church of Elysium, and the boy speaks of taboo. The text then explains that the world in which their newly minted traveler awakened still holds many secrets. The guy says the food was delicious, but he'd like a bigger portion, and the girl points out that it's leftovers from the main building's table. The guy thanks her for the meal. The man says fine. The girl says she'll clear the table, and the man can rest a bit after the meal. The man explains that the maid's name is Marta, and she lives in a remote part of the mansion and looks after him. The guy says about. The man asks if this is Rumia and the priest. The girl casts a spell, calling upon the light of manifestation and asking for an answer to her call, then utters the word, flash. The man claps his hands and says, it's impressive. He explains that the girl managed to pronounce the spell correctly and reveals that it is their father, George. The man says that the girl's diligence deserves praise, and the girl says that she trained a lot. Then the girl says that there is someone who deserves even more praise. The boy announces that he will now demonstrate everything properly and that Rumi's efforts are bearing fruit. Dean Nosferat shouts the flash spell. The man explains that the spell's verse and effect have not changed since his past life, and the spells haven't evolved, but they haven't declined either. The top right man says that this year will mark 220 years since the discovery of the capital of the ancient magical civilization, Elysium. He asks if it's really been 200 years since he died. The bottom right man explains that it's been 220 years since the Church of Saint Anicaps. Dean Nosferatu reports that 200 years have passed since his death. He reports that Lyle and Alice have already departed this world. He explains that the name of the country has changed, but the grammar of magic and the social system remain the same. He explains that ancient magic remains an art for the elite, accessible only to the upper classes. Dean Nosferat says he's curious about what happened in the last 200 years, and that it needs to be investigated. He reports that the Elysium Temple Church has disappeared from the scene and is now branded taboo, and he wants to know how this happened. Dean Nosferat explains that there's a library in the main building of the mansion. He says that to do this, he first needs to experiment with his skills. He says that he also wants to eat meat. It is reported that there was nothing meat on the dinner table today, as usual, and therefore they are taking turns experimenting with magic. Yuki Nosferat says he usually disguises his status with the same stats as Yuki Grosseria, age 13, human race, D stamina, E strength, D agility, C magic, D dexterity, no skills. Yuki Nosferat explains that these stats need to be verified first. The guy says he's about to fly, then jumps out of the window and says, oops. He explains that it's a skill that temporarily nullifies his body weight using magic. The man reports that the guards didn't notice and explains that the presence blocker is also working properly, after which he says that he needs to return by morning. The flying man informs him that he was mistaken. The man thanks the flying man and asks to take him to a place where he can practice magic and hunt animals. The animal says there are no problems, but before that asks not to fake his name. The man says there is no name. The animal says his name is Yuki and asks what the man's name is. Dean Nosferat says to call him Messiah, then suggests the name Dick. Dean Nosferat explains that it was the name of an old acquaintance's father. The man thanks him and calls it a wonderful name, and Dean Nosferat calls the man my lord. The guy says that thanks to Dean, Nosferatu lived a happy life and asks to listen to his last request. He asks what it is. The boy asks us to take care of his son, Lyle. Dean Nosferat tells us not to sweat the small stuff and asks what we'll be hunting, explaining that large rabbits are very cautious creatures. He targets the large rabbit as our target. The guy says that if he remembers correctly, the horns and kicks with the hind legs are something to be wary of, and says, how wise, sir. The man explains that anyone would know such a thing. The bat states that she doesn't intend to fight in close combat, but the flames and wind will alert her. Dean Nosferat says he intends to conduct experiments with magic. He explains that he specializes in ice magic. Dean Nosferat casts a spell. The top right shows a fragile trap breaking an animal's bones, accompanied by crunching and popping sounds. Next to it, he explains that his magic is ideal for trap making and stealth activities, as it makes no noise or glow when used, so with its, Dean Nosferat says he'll leave it like that, let the blood drain from his body. Bat admires Dean's magic and says he'll never leave such magic. Bat shouts that there's no better way to drain blood in the forest. He tells her that she has seen the priests use the girl, but she still doesn't understand ancient magic. The man begs for mercy and promises that they will never steal again. The priest casts a spell, after which explosions are heard and a man tries to continue. The man reports that this happened in an unacceptable manner. It is not fitting for us, the servants of the Temple of Elysium, to turn a blind eye to the atrocities of those who violate the peace. So the priest burned the entire gang of robbers to the ground with one blow. The man explains that magic is typically manifested by casting a spell, using the magical energy within a person as fuel, and shows a diagram of the spell, the magical energy, and the manifestation of the magic. The man reports that he has simplified his ice magic, but still cannot use it continuously. Dean Nosferat reports that the ancients are devoid of all the limitations of simple magic, calling them a truly ruthless group, honed to fight with force. He explains that he immediately realized the futility of fighting the church. Dean Nosferat says that if he possessed the power. In the current generation, ancient magic is in the hands of magic guilds. Dean Nosferat says that one only has to look at the Cockell to understand that he does not want to get involved with these organizations, and the man says that nobles should know their place. The bat reports that her mouse friends have discovered another large rabbit. He tells Hossein that when he told them about them, there was no shortage of people willing to serve them. Hossein asks if Dean has friends. Dean Nosferat reports hearing rustling sounds. Dean Nosferat reports the rustling sounds are getting louder. The guy looks at a flock of bats soaring in the sky and says it's amazing. The bat says he also wanted everyone to know how big Master is. The bat reports that his comrades know everything about this mountain and orders that this land be considered their property. Bat reports that it is a privilege to receive praise from Vass, Dean Nosferat, thanks, and says that Dick is an excellent servant. He reports that he has obtained all the information about this mountain and explains that he is using it as his base. Dean Nosferat tells Dick to choose a few of his comrades to act as messengers to communicate with him. He informs them that if they are too strong for the monsters to handle, or if they are suddenly attacked, they should immediately notify him, and he will immediately gallop to their aid. The little creature thanks them for their concern. He says that they have decided, and now they must escort him to the next big. Dean Nosferat reports that he has been able to utilize mystical blood, flight, presence blocking, ice magic, contract formation, and seamless communication with servants. He explains that, using these, he will continue to pretend to be human with all his might. The man says that after they catch a few more individuals, they will return back. Dean Nosferatu informs him that this loot will be key to his plan to infiltrate the main building of the mansion, and asks if the plans are outlined. First, the sound of a gate opening and birds chirping is heard. Then he asks if he'd like to explain what he's doing. Dean grabs the boy's shoulder abruptly and asks if it's Yuki Dono. The boy explains that Master Kahahal has been following him. Dean Nosferat reports that, as you can see, he went hunting. Then Dean Nosferat says that everything went as planned. He reports that he set traps in the forest, and one of them caught the prey he brought home, and plans to have the maid in the outer building butcher it. The man asks why, to which Dean explains that it's very rare to get a taste of meat there, and decided to share a little. Yuki says he wants to butcher the meat quickly, and therefore has to leave. Mentor Kahal asks Yuki to wait. Yuki addresses the man, calling him father. The man with the sword explains that the wills have reached him and joyfully asks Yuki where he's coming from. The boy says he was hunting in the mountains. Dean Nosferat says Yuki Dono plans to claim the boy's spoils for himself and asks Yorg-sama to just listen. The man asks what nonsense this is. If Yuki was hunting, then the catch must be his, right? He praises Yuki for catching a large rabbit carcass. The man says that catching such a cautious prey is worthy of praise and pats Yuki on the head, calling him a gifted child. They say the priest received a noble title for his military service, still continues his training, and is generous in praising the achievements of others. They say he had no one to call his father in his past life, so he likes this man very much. Dean Nosferat speaks to the master. The man informs him that there are many dangerous monsters in the mountains, but that it's not worth taking unnecessary risks. Dean Nosferat explains that such a condescending attitude is unacceptable and addresses the man as Baron Georg-sama. The man asks his master to be less strict. He states that he will make every effort to place the heir of Zeruz-sama into the Lindable Magic Guild, and in exchange, his lordship will not contradict his teachings, asking if that wasn't the agreement. The man replies that it was, however. A man and a woman stand next to each other. Dean Nosferat places an animal carcass on the table and asks to accept this offering from himself. He says that in exchange, they couldn't give him permission to visit the library. Dean Nosferat says that Mentor Kahel is absolutely right. He must deepen his understanding of his situation and, to do so, wants to fill his knowledge gap. The man asks if he should go to the library, to which Dean Nosferat replies affirmatively. He says that this whole farce was set up by him and asks for forgiveness, father. The man says it's incredible that Dean is taking this so seriously. Dean Nosferat says that's how it is and admires the Hossein. The man says that he knew perfectly well that if he returned to the mansion through the central gate, Cahal would cling to him and would probably throw a tantrum so that his voice would reach the priest, who in. The man says that of course he will allow it and asks Cahal's mentor if he has any objections, to which Cahal replies that he does not. Dean Nosferat reports that there are none at all. He explains that the plan was a success. Dean Nosferat asks mentor Cahal. He says that there's only a library in this direction and asks what he's doing. The man orders him to take a bite. The butler, Neil, reports that he was waiting on his lordship's orders and that he's been serving in this house for a long time. The man reports that the priest said that he fought side by side with him in his youth. The guy asks what mentor Cahill was doing there. The man replies that he wasn't interested in what the tutor was doing and adds that, who knows? The man explains that books are an expensive and rare luxury item. The man asks Yuki what book she's looking for. Yuki explains that she's looking for a book on the history of this country, pointing to the top shelf. The man asks if she's looked at the book on that shelf, and Yuki replies that it's about. A young man knocks on the window glass. The man explains that the kingdom's history is written in small letters in an old calligraphic style. The man reports that the door opens with a bang. Dean Nosferat expresses bewilderment. He says that he opened the bookshelf lock in advance, but the door still won't open, and adds that it doesn't open at all. The man remains silent. A guy opens a locker. A man with a mustache and glasses notices this and reacts with surprise. Dean Nosferat says it's locked with a magical instrument. Dean Nosferat says that, the man laughs and says, bite me. Dean Nosferat makes a sound in response, a. The butler informs that, with your permission, he declines, explains that he swore allegiance to the baronial house, and probably thought that he would put his father at a disadvantage if he did not submit to Cahill. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand these people and doesn't pity them, wasting a valuable magical tool just to prevent him from reading a book. He says that people are complicated, especially the nobility. He says he'll try using spell removal, which he hasn't used in a while. He explains that by soaking the tool in blood, he can interfere with the spell with its power. He explains that it works on the same principle as when he imbued Alice with. It is reported that the analysis of the inner layer of the spell has been completed, the formula for the magic binding spell has been discovered, and the spell's malfunction has begun. Dean Nosferat reports that the spell was deactivated successfully. Dean Nosferat says that it will need to be returned later. The man offers Yuki-sama some tea, but Dean Nosferat declines, explaining that he doesn't want to stain the book. The man says that this is how it is. He speaks questioningly. The guy says he made a mistake by placing the magical instrument upside down and explains that it all happened because he was in a hurry to put it back in place. The man remains silent. The man says that even a tutor can make a mistake, and the guy says that it's true. Dean Nosferat explains that he was once held captive by a similar seal on the battlefield, one so powerful that it required the help of 3 sorcerers to remove it. He explains that removing it alone is impossible, so Master Cahal must have been mistaken. He laughs. A seated man reads a book. Knocking and buzzing sounds can be heard. Dean Nosferat reports that the Church of the Holy Land, calling itself the Temple of Elysium, has discovered the capital of the ancient magical civilization of Elysium and declared it the Holy Land. He explains that, using ancient magic and artifacts, the Church has established an unshakable power. He reports that the Church has been completely and irrevocably destroyed. He says this is nonsense and cannot understand how a church with such terrifying power could collapse, and asks what people are doing. The man explains that this happened due to the church's intervention in a territorial war between the kings. The man reports that they probably thought they would easily win, having ancient magic and artifacts in their hands. The man reports that once the war began, the ancient artifacts proved useless. He explains that it was unclear why they simply wouldn't activate or lost their power entirely, but it was too late to retreat and the kingdoms plunged into a long war. The man explains that the complete destruction of the Temple of Elysium, which had become the enemy of all humanity, did not take much time. It is reported that, in the process, most of the ancient artifacts they possessed were lost. Dean Nosferat lies on the bed with his arms spread out. The woman reports that she turned the tap and hot water flowed, covered herself, and it became warm, for example, by turning the valve to let hot water out of the tap or warming herself with a blanket while sleeping. He says that he thought that by this time humanity had long ago made copies of art. The girl says, my lord, Dean Nosferat says lord. Dean Nosferat says we need to go to the capital to get more information. The man says that in the capital there is a grand library, which is probably full of scholars studying history, and perhaps there he can find out what happened to the village of Farah, Lyle, and the others. The guy says that he can choose 2 paths and explains what his further actions are required for this. The first one must leave home and enter an academy for commoners, because he cannot inherit the family's noble title. So entering the capital's academy as a commoner and gaining the necessary knowledge of this world is a perfectly acceptable option. Dean Nosferatu informs that then his turn will come to become an adventurer and set out on an eternal journey, never staying in one place, so that no one knows where he came from and how long he has been traveling. Thus, not a single soul will suspect his immortality. The woman explains that the war began shortly after her death, and if they can find Alice's descendants, they might be able to gain some information about the village's fate. She explains that the second option is to travel to the lands where Feire's village was located. He thinks he'll do it all together because, upper right, a boy asks what's going on and hears cheers. Lower right, a man announces that Yuki has arrived just in time and invites him to join them. In the upper left, a man explains that the red carriage is a stagecoach. The man announces that Zeros has received extremely honorable news and wants the girl to hear it too. The boy reacts with surprise. The man tells Yukidon that he should be proud of such an outstanding older brother. Laughter and cries of joy are heard. The man says that this is the first time he's seen Cahail in such a good mood. Dean Nosferat asks, "What?" The man informs Yuki that the Lindabell Magic Guild has brought exciting news for Mr. Zeros, and asks if Yuki has heard of the Lindabell Magic Guild. Yuki asks Zeros' older brother if he has been accepted into the guild, to which the boy announces that Her Royal Highness, the 8th Princess of Iris Restia, will be coming to see him in person. The man asks, "Is Her Highness a princess?" The boy replies that she is, and asks if Yuki knew about this. Yuki says, "That's clear," the boy explains. Dean Nosferat explains that it's an organization made up of members of the upper class, and it turns out that Her Highness the Princess is coming as a representative of this guild to witness her older brother's abilities. The boy reports that he quickly figured it out. He informs him that Mr. Zeros will be studying ancient magic at the capital's guild, thanks to his teachings, and that this doesn't concern Yuki. The man explains that Cahail has already managed to saturate everyone's ears with his poisonous sarcasm. The man explains that the result is the fruit of his. The man states that this is an exceptional case and says that it speaks to Mr. Zeros' high abilities within the guild. The man explains that he requests that Yukidono remain indoors during Her Highness the Princess's stay. The man quietly says that this is why. The guy asks if he should go out. Dean Nosferat says it would be impolite to parade the filthy bastard's highness in front of her, asks her not to step out of the back building, to close all the curtains, and to remain quiet without making a sound. The man in the suit is surprised and asks Dean. The man says that only a man who is incapable of showing his younger bastard brother his place can master all the secrets of magic, and offers to introduce Yukidono to Her Highness, introducing her as his younger bastard brother with whom they are equals. Yuki reacts with surprise. The guy says that the royal blood of this state flows in the veins of the noble person and that a bastard like him is not allowed to show himself in front of such a person. Then he makes a sound, "Kach." The man with the cloak says that Zeros should express himself more clearly and asks what he thinks of Yukidono. The man with the beard explains that Zeros is a child his father created on the battlefield, calling him a runt of unknown origin. Dean Nosferat squeezes. He says that you shouldn't dare leave the back building during the princess's visit and asks if the other person understood. The boy says he's happy to speak. The man asks, and the boy replies that he's also happy to speak. The boy explains that he managed to contact this princess, or rather, the royal family. The old man says he's got some change and suggests they go and finish them off, and the two guys rejoice. Dean Nosferat explains that these guys like to hand over change to adventurers with the words, "Destroy the demon lord," and tells them that in a past life, one such person visited his castle. He tells her that he fed her and explained that he was harmless, and she seemed to understand. He explains that after that, for some reason, she settled in the village and joined the militia. The girl says it's cool here. The man explains that this is Grandma Layla and that this is... The man says that if he's still worried, he can spend the whole day at the tavern, and if the priest gives his permission, he's ready to go on a long journey. Yuki says yes, yes. Dean Nosferat says he simply told him not to show up on the day of the exam, and explains that he didn't want to force his child to utter such words, even if it meant joining the ranks of the highest aristocracy. The man asks what's wrong, and Dean Nosferat tugs at the man and... He says that in his past life he dreamed of older relatives, and the guy explains that, on the contrary, he tries to support them in every possible way. Dean Nosferatu states that he has no interest in either the princess or the magic guild, and he doesn't want to be misunderstood, so he speaks frankly. He explains that dealing with someone of such high rank as the princess requires special etiquette skills, which even the bat He says that the collapsed Church of the Holy Land has demonstrated with his own hands that force alone cannot solve anything, and that he doesn't really care about ancient magic. He wishes for his elder brother to accept them into the guild so he can study ancient magic, and asks. The guy says he should be thanking him for even allowing him to live in their mansion, the damn bastard, and at the same time points his finger at him, warning him not to dare to act like a fool. The old man tells Zeros to stop, explaining that Yuki didn't say that to humiliate him. Zeros asks to show Yuki his power and reveals how strong he has become, intending to use the ancient magic taught to him by his mentor, Kahel. Yuki asks if it's his power he wants. Dean Nosferat looks away. The man says, The woman explains that she, too, is asking for the man's son's words to be heeded. He says that Yukidono probably just doesn't understand the value of ancient magic, so to prevent him from saying such nonsense in the presence of nobles in the future, it would be wise to personally demonstrate its power. The man asks for this. He says that he, too, is very. The man orders wooden swords to be brought and announces that he will be practicing with Zeros right now. Yuki replies that he has some and is about to leave, but the man tells him to stay and watch the fight closely. The man forbids the servants from approaching, lest the ancient magic be exposed to any bystanders. Dean Nosferat announces that he will be the referee for this duel and explains that the loser will be the one who drops the sword or admits defeat, asking if there are any objections. The man replies that he has no objections. The boy says he has no objections either, turning to the mentor. The guy says he didn't hear, and that these are some mysterious words he's never heard before. The man shouts for Yasm to manifest. He pronounces the activation. The other man says, Excellent, Zero-sama. He reports physical strength. The boy says he doesn't understand what's happening. The man is stunned. The young man strikes the man with his sword, who makes a pained sound and retreats. The boy says the priest is weaker. He then explains that with ordinary magic, physical strength can only be increased by a certain amount, and Dean Nosferat says this is the result of Zeros' training and praises him. Zeros reports that with ancient magic, he can be on par with his father. He says that this is his power and asks if Yuki saw it. Dean Nosferat says it's a power he can't even comprehend, and a power with which he will elevate House Grossaria to the very top of society. The text then explains that Dean currently surpasses his older brother Zeros in strength and speed, and that his father, thanks to his extensive combat experience, is capable of. The guy is silent, biting his finger, and says that this is what ancient magic is like. The boy says he didn't understand the magic formula at all, or even the words of the spell, and assumes a special ancient language is being used. He explains that all he could remember was the finger movements of his older brother. The boy says it looks like this, then shows the pattern on his palm and adds that it's like that too. Then, Dean Nosferat says his limbs feel like they're on fire, like some kind of force is emanating from deep within his body. He asks what's going on. It was as if he had returned to the body of the immortal sorcerer. Dean Nosferat says it's dangerous to stay here and says, "Oh shit." A man and a boy with swords ask for forgiveness from their father and older brother. The man asks how he's feeling. Yuki says he suddenly started feeling unwell and will be returning to the mansion. He asks Yuki to wait a second. He says Yuki needs to see how strong he is and asks why he chased after him. Dean Nosferat reports that he can't catch up and asks why this is happening, even though he is currently under physical enhancement. The guy notices something and reacts. He yells at you to stop. You stand still. The guy reports that no one is there and asks where someone disappeared to. The top right panel shows a hand with a symbol drawn in blood, from which breathing sounds are heard. In the middle right panel, Dean Nosferat looks at the hand and asks why this is happening. The middle left panel again shows the hand with the symbol, from which a sound is heard. In the bottom left panel, Dean. The man explains that Mr. Zeros has only just mastered physical enhancement magic, and likely hasn't mastered it yet, and also says that with proper use of the enhancement, even lightness could be easily defeated. The boy says that sometimes he feels like he'll never surpass Yuki. Dean Nosferatu informs that a thorough conversation will be necessary, and explains that this bastard is no match for Master Zeros, and that he possesses great power. He says they do it as usual. The man says he almost got caught. The woman says yes, the mentor. The guy reports that he breathed a sigh of relief. In the top right, a guy says he didn't expect that drawing a symbol on his hand was enough to activate ancient magic. In the top left, Dean Nosferat says that in a past life, when he wanted to write something down, he'd cut the tip of his finger and write it directly on his palm or nearby. He reports that before this, the guy says that it seems there is a need to seriously find out about ancient magic. Marta says she understands how scared she was when something flew through the window, but she immediately calmed down when she realized it was Yuki and asked that if that's all he wants to say to her in this situation. Yuki apologizes and says that she shouldn't calm down with him either. Marta explains that she swore. Previously, Marta's mother was the only one of the servants who looked after him. He explains that Marta is Rumia's childhood friend and he simply couldn't abandon her mother to her fate. The woman reports that this was before Cahill arrived at the mansion, and the rules weren't so strictly observed. Dean Nosferat says it's rather the opposite. He worries that everything is a burden for the woman since they took over his care and forced him to live in a remote part of the mansion. Then, he says it's just a coincidence, and after each visit his mother felt better. The man asks if that's really true, and he replies that it is. The girl says her loyalty lies with Mr. Yuki, and he says she's stubborn. The girl says it's not the first time she's heard such words, and explains that she lives with her sick mother. The boy says he's a hindrance to his brother and Cahill, and that. The man says, okay, whatever you want, and the guy says, uh-huh. Dean Nosferat says, by the way, Martha. He then explains that it might be too late to ask, but he doesn't mind that he flew straight to the second floor. He says he's serious, and the girl says she always knew he was an amazing person. Dean Nosferat explains that since childhood, when she was still a crybaby, she was constantly protected, with scary bugs being driven away with magic, her burns cooled when she was burned, and she was always told to keep it a secret. The girl explains that because of this, she grew into a mysterious woman and asks, he says he already knows perfectly well that Marta is very beautiful. Marta remains silent. He thanks her and says he'll wash his hair later. Marta replies that there's no need, she washed her hair recently. The man tells Yuki that it was decided that during the princess's visit. Dean Nosferat says he's completely fine with it, father, and has even suggested a hotel. Father explains that he can't ignore the instructions of a tutor sent directly from the Magic Guild. Dean Nosferat explains that in that case, he could take Martha with him. The man says that he is an ordinary, simple man who received a title and is not at all suitable for aristocrats, and explains that he is sick of forcing his own son to experience such a thing. The girl says she's not watching anything and invites Mr. Yuki to continue as long as he likes. The man says Marta is watching. Yuki says, Grandma, Dad, Mata, yeah. The man explains that he always thought it was his job to comfort the children. Dean Nosferat explains that he didn't have parents in his past life, but now he has a father, a younger sister, Rumia, and an older brother, Zeros, and that's enough to make him feel like he was reincarnated as a human. Dean Nosferat thanks his father and says he'll be fine. The girl says she can leave the care of Mrs. Yuki to her. He says those words are enough for him. The man asks if Yuki Dono still bothers him. The boy replies that yes, he's a mentor. The man explains that this magic is only mastered by a select few. The boy says he understands, but still has doubts. The man sighs and says he can understand why the boy is so wary of Yuki Dono. The man explains that he witnessed his lordship's behavior and how worried he was about Mr. Yuki. Dean Nosferat reports that this is irrefutable proof that Yuki Ono is trying to get rid of you and take his place as heir. The man says it seems the bastard has completely bewitched him. He tells Zeros not to show weakness. Zeros explains that he has something he wants to tell his mentor. He explains that Yuki Dono is gradually implementing his dastardly plan to lure the servants to his side and personally witnessed him trying to foist off one such prize. Dean Nosferat explains that he was trying to win his favor and warns him not to intervene too early, lest he be terrified of what might happen. He explains that such things often happen in aristocratic families. The man reveals that Yuki is indeed trying to get rid of him. The mentor reports that the bastard is gradually being drawn into the trust of the head of the house and is taking the title from a legitimate heir, which is unacceptable despite his talent. He explains that he must demonstrate to everyone that he wields greater power. Cahill Megan says that he is the only one on Zeros' side. Dean Nosferat asks her to repeat his words, clutching the amulet he handed her. He explains that they have a common enemy they must confront, and names that enemy Yuki Grosseria. Yuki Grosseria says he's their enemy and their common enemy. Mr. Zeros says that no matter what Yuki Dono does, he won't defeat him and Mr. Zeros, so he can take the exam without any hesitation. Neil tells Mr. Yuki that he was just looking for him and has a message from. The man informs that the Royal Highness the Princess will arrive in 5 days, so the day before her arrival, he asks to move to a city hotel, and also from tomorrow afternoon it will be forbidden to go to the nearby mountains, since they have been chosen as one of the contenders for the location of the exam. Dean Nosferat says he'll conduct all the experiments possible in the room for now. Dean Nosferat explains that his brother's ancient magic was activated after he traced a symbol in the air and chanted some spell, and he memorized the symbol's outline from the movements of his fingers. The boy says he doesn't understand why, explaining that he merely drew the symbol without uttering the spell, yet the physical enhancement activated. He then says he'll go back to basics. The man explains that in this world, there exists both ordinary magic and ancient magic discovered by the Holy Land Church. He explains that the difference between them lies in three areas: power, duration, and the required magical force, with ancient magic being incomparably superior to ordinary magic in every way. Dean Nosferat reports that his older brother, using his physical enhancement, was able to fight on par with his father, a skilled and experienced warrior. After he drew the same symbol as his brother, his body also began to overflow with power. Dean Nosferat says the question is, why does he have it? He says he'll try, holding a piece of parchment. Dean Nosferat first draws with ink, but nothing happens, then says that he will try to use his mystical blood like then, and is going to wet the tip of the pen with his blood and draw. He reports that something has activated, and his body has become so light that even lifts and squats have become very fast. He thinks about jumping and decides that he probably won't jump since the outcome is obvious: he will crash. He explains that he will continue. Dean Nosferat explains that once the magical energy runs out, the symbol on the hand disappears, making it convenient for checking the duration. He reports that when he drew the symbol on parchment, nothing happened. Dean Nosferat explains that one can use physical enhancement on the parchment. He then says that. He says that Yuki Nosferatu is 13 years old, his race is unknown, his endurance, strength, and dexterity are at level B, agility is A, magic is S. He reports that Yuki has the skills of flight, mystic blood, presence blocking, ice magic, creating servants. The boy says he never had any affinity for ancient magic before and asks if he's developed a new skill. Dean Nosferat explains that in his past life, he never had to use ancient magic, only being pierced once by an ancient artifact called a holy sword at the end. He says that maybe it's because of the holy sword. Its blood is like an extension of his limbs. He explains that when he died, the holy sword was all stained with it, so at that moment they were connected. He explains that having been reborn and connected to the ancient arte, Dean Nosferat says he can advance progress on his own and make life much more comfortable. He reveals that in a past life he was a provincial demon lord, and in this one, the Baron's bastard, and that he doesn't intend to overstep his bounds. He explains that his desire is to understand humanity and be able to blend in with human society, nothing more. Then Dean Nosferat reports that he leaves the development of the human world to these very people and hopes that his older brother Zeros will be able to join the Magic Guild and become an important person there. Two girls announce that Yuki's older brother caught a rabbit while hunting and that they will be eating his brother's meat today. One of them says the meat will be very tasty. He thinks it sounds like his meat has gathered and warns that if the ladies don't lower their voices. Dean Nosferat says that no one will curse him as a demon lord anymore, but he only wanted to study magic to make life easier for the villagers and make sure that at least once a week there would be meat on the dinner table. He says, it's time to leave him alone and leave your past life behind. The text speaks of falling into a gentle sleep. Dean Nosferat says he planned to sneak out during the night but overslept. He explains that he had been experimenting with ancient magic and that the mountain was supposed to be closed that afternoon. The girl says it worked out well, explaining that he overate some delicious pancakes with sweet syrup. He tells Kosyarin that everyone was eagerly awaiting his visit and thanks him for coming. Kosyarin shouts his name. The bat announces that the others want to say hello. The man says hello to everyone and asks them to send the others back before they are noticed by strangers, and wishes them a good day. Dean Nosferat says to keep watch around the mountain while he conducts experiments he couldn't do at home, namely dual physical enhancement. He says he can now focus on them with peace of mind. Then Dean Nosferat explains that instead of greeting, he's starting an experiment and intrigue. The man says he'll check now. A guy screams Rome as a massive explosion occurs around him. Dean Nosferat says it's brutal, too fast, and that's the speed. He reports that the landscapes are blurry and all five senses can't keep up, then says that we need to rise above the trees. He explains that this sensation is him jumping up. Dean Nosferat reports that the duration is approximately 10 minutes, which is simply mind-blowing. He explains that the elder brother drew a sign in the air while casting the spell, and that since there's only one mouth, only one spell can be cast, meaning that only one ancient magic can be physically used at a time. He reports that he got angry during the research and then wonders what would happen if he tried to draw 3 symbols at once. He tried, but his muscles hurt. He couldn't even move a finger, and the strain was too much for his 13-year-old body. Bat says he can't handle the triple boost and asks what would happen if he drew it on Dean's body. Dean Nosferat says it sounds interesting and suggests giving it a try. He explains that he's a silly little kid, overflowing with curiosity, and accidentally drew a doodle on the dick. Dean Nosferat asks him to stay still. The man asks if everything is okay and how Dean Nos is. He reports that the powers are simply dissipating and is surprised. He explains that there is no need to shush and says that it is amazing. He warns not to crash into the tree and explains that if you don't concentrate, you won't see his movements at all. Dean knows. Dean Nosferat says that Hoshin has an astonishing sense of hearing. He reports that the ancient magic has worked on other mice, not his servants. Dean Nosferat explains that members of the Magic Guild are masters of such power and calls the ancient magic. He advises against getting involved with the Magic Guild and its affiliates. It's better to strive to become an inconspicuous commoner in a regular educational institution. He explains that magic is a hobby, nothing more, nothing less, and that sticking your nose in further is dangerous. The guy says it's time to go home, otherwise Martha will be angry if he's late for breakfast. Dean Nosferat announces that breakfast should include some leftover syrup from yesterday, which goes perfectly with black bread, and he'd be remiss not to sample such a delicacy at the baronial family's dinner table. He then recounts that his comrades discovered a man being attacked by a monster, and the character says it's probably some reckless traveler, and he has nothing to do with it, and then asks if that's true. The man asks why Hoshian is feeling sick. The boy explains that the mountain is one of the potential locations for his brother's exam and asks them to prevent the corpses from surfacing, lest the exam be postponed. He also explains that they need to run as fast as a dick under stress. The boy says he's terrified to imagine Ka going berserk. The man tells them to escape immediately and then says that Black Bear is still within their power. The man declares that he won't even think of running away without the girl. The girl explains that he's a fool, and how dare he report that the mountain is completely safe and without a single monster, and then slipped her. The woman says she will distract the monster, and asks him to prepare a spell. The man replies that it will be fine. The man shouts that they will not pass because he is their enemy. The man strikes. The woman casts a spell, addressing the heat source. The girl announces that she is ready and orders her grandfather to step aside, then leaps forward with an axe and asks him to do as he commands. She explains that the spell is like the magma of Mother Earth and commands him to manifest a breath of furious flame. The girl accompanies the spell with the melody of the fire god. The man says that the monster is on the edge and orders to finish it off. The girl says that she understands and continues to attack. The woman says they were on the brink of death, and the man explains that it all happened because of the information from this guy. The girl says the letter refers to a security level of A zone, which is ideal for the exam, but upon arriving here, they immediately encountered a black bear, which is a risk level of C, and asks what this means. The girl reports hearing a monster scream. The man screams at the lady. The girl. The girl reports the appearance of 2 more bears and expresses surprise. She makes a pained sound as she crashes into a tree. The girl says, "Gah," and coughs. The man says, "Ah." The girl reports that she has lost her voice and cannot cast a spell. The man shouts, "Mistress." The bear growls and makes a sound. The girl says she can't. The animal makes a loud noise. The girl says she still has a lot of work to do. A sharp sound is heard. The man reports that there are many ferocious monsters in these mountains. The man expresses surprise. Dean Nosferat says it's dangerous to wander through them without proper training. The girl says, Dean Nosferat picks the girl up. The man asks in surprise if it was the boy who saved him that moment and if this is a physical enhancement. Dean Nosferat explains. He says there's no need to worry about him and it's better to help the old people over there. The man says that, having become so angry, it's too late to try to escape. The bats attack in unison, matching the man's attacks. The girl says she can't believe that ordinary people. The guy says he'll do the second one and asks if he's able to use magic again. The woman says she has some magical powers left. Dean Nosferat says he needs to use fire magic again, since he couldn't see it clearly the first time. The girl says she'll use it when I give the signal and is surprised by its disappearance. She explains that now isn't the time for that, he needs to focus on the spell, and explains that it's 2. He jumps with his sword, preparing to strike the beast. He then dodges the beast's attack, which strikes with its paws. The girl reports that the monster is frozen in place. Dean Nosferat explains that he uses flash freezing. He strikes and pierces the monster. Dean Nosferat explains that the black bear's hide is very tough and can protect against both fire and... The guy says no, and the girl says that then her magic is not needed at all. Dean Nosferat reports that the black bear is a very resilient monster. He then asks for a finishing blow just in case, so he can get a good look at the ancient magic in action, and the girl agrees. The wolves make sounds and growl. The girl casts the Ifrit strike spell and fires a series of shots. The boy announces that fire magic is about to arrive and orders Grandpa, Dick, and the others to stand back. The man replies that he understands. The scene depicts a forested area with smoke and rustling sounds, but there is no speech or text. The girl reports that they somehow got away with it. The man says, "Whew." The girl expresses immense gratitude for saving her from mortal danger and admits that she didn't expect to meet such a skilled craftsman in such a remote place, someone who looks the same age as her. Dean Nosferat says he also saw something extremely valuable. The girl says that he really will be the one taking the exam. Dean Nosferat says, "Hossein." The girl remains silent. Dean Nosferat says it's too similar to be a simple coincidence and explains that it wasn't just an illusion. The woman reports that this girl, Dean Nosferat, says he looks a lot like Alice. The guy says the locals would never venture into Black Bear territory and that he knew they weren't local. The man asks why they were both wandering so deep. The man explains that they were told these areas are safe and asks them not to be angry with the mistress. The girl says they understand the situation. The man remains silent. Dean Nosferat asks if they will tell him who exactly. Dean Nosferat says he is a tutor in the employ of a bar. He says it's clear. The girl apologizes and asks if he belongs to the Grossari family. He says that the idiot could have at least thought a little before doing something, then the exam could have been ruined. Dean Nosferat touches his ear and makes a rumbling sound. He says it's an ordinary hunter and asks if an ordinary hunter used magic. The girl says it's an ordinary hunter mage. He explains that this is what it means, and the girl asks, "So, that's how it is?" The girl tells him he's a skilled hunter, and that with such skills, he'll be welcomed into a magic guild with open arms, then asks if he's involved with the guild. The guy explains that he simply assumed something based on what she said. The girl asks for permission to introduce herself, and the man looks at them. Clara announces that she's here to assist with the Magic Guild exam and gives her name. Bands, the mistress's bodyguard, receives orders. Clara explains that the Magic Guild entrance exam is scheduled to be held here in a few days, and they've arrived early to inspect everything to avoid any mishaps. The man asks the boy if he will tell his name, and the boy says that he cannot remain an ordinary nameless hunter mage. The woman says that if this is their satyr's wish, he should accept this gift as a token of gratitude. Dean Nosferat says there's no need for that. The woman explains that hunters are doing their job to sell their catch for money. Dean Nosferat reacts with displeasure. He says the entire black bear carcass is charred and offers to let her at least make up for it with this good. The girl asks if that's bad luck, and he replies, "What a bummer." Then he thanks her, squeezing her hand, which she says. The girl reports that she breathed a sigh of relief. The girl thanks them for saving her and says that if they hadn't helped them in time, they wouldn't be alive anymore, and the boy says that they burst in like the wind. The girl starts to speak, but stops. Dean Nosferat says she remembered her daughter's foolish son, so the man says he doesn't understand what that means. The girl says she can't believe the man already has grandchildren. The man explains he doesn't pay attention and takes her to the foot of the mountain. The man explains they left the carriage there. The girl says her bats have already found out. The man explains that the boy ended up. Dean Nosferat says that the skill and courage to defeat a monster with a single blow to a critical point are also admirable. The girl says how she wishes such a man were by her side. The man explains that he accompanies his mistress everywhere as a knight. The girl explains. The girl says she regrets not being able to tell him her real name. The man says they treated the savior well and is confident that such an opportunity will arise soon. The man explains that the young man seeking to join the Magic Guild is most likely Zeros Grossaria. The girl asks. It is reported that the tutor Cahel's report says that he is an intelligent young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The man says they haven't learned from experience today that there's no trust in that fool's words. The girl says Cahel's father was a worthy man. The girl explains that, in any case, she thinks the boy is Zeros Grossaria, and even if she's wrong, it's Cahel. The guy speaks up. The girl says she knows someone very similar to her and that she needs to find out more about the baronial family. Then there are cheers and laughter, after which the guy says it's boring. Dean Nosferat says the sounds of the commotion outside are only tempting him and asks if he could open the curtains a bit. Martha brings tea and says she brought it for Mr. Yuki, then suggests they drink together, explaining that they're not home and there's no point in adhering to the stuffy rules. Dean. It is reported that the whole city is now on its ears in honor of the biggest event, the visit of the princess, and the crowd is shouting hooray. Dean Nosferatu informs that he will have to stay at this hotel until Her Highness leaves for home. The guy reveals that he ended up not telling anyone about his encounter with the hooded girl, Clara, and asks if she has already reported Cahel to the guild. Dean Nosferat reports that Clara used ancient fire magic. He memorized her finger movements and therefore can probably use the same magic by reproducing the symbol. Bat wonders what would happen if he traced this symbol on the dick. He says he's incorrigible and explains that maybe it's for the best that he was locked in the hotel because once outside, his hands immediately started itching to experiment with magic. He explains that for those who study magic, it's like a drug. Then he explains that by immersing himself in knowledge, the girl informs them that the exam will be held in the Kittrall forest and asks if they knew about it. The man replies that it was clear. The girl explains that they put a cross on the mountain and abandoned the swamp because of its unpredictability. The man explains that this decision was made by a girl, Clara, and an elderly man. The woman says that if you meet a girl a little older, very similar to her mother, you will not begin to suspect a blood relationship with her. The woman says this is a subtle hint about the problems with decency in their family, turning to Mr. Yuki. Dean Nosferat says that the conversation is about his acquaintances. The woman reflects on her acquaintances. Dean Nosferat explains that in this world there are 3 people who look like humans. He explains, the girl says that her mother can bake delicious apple pies, and he says that he simply adores Melissa's pies. Dean Nosferat says his mother said she learned to bake from her grandmother, and his grandmother, in turn, learned to bake from her great-grandmother. He then explains that the entire family, through generations, has a fondness for apple pies. In other words, they judge by their favorite food. Marta says that this trait won't be passed on unless you live in the same house, but he says that's enough and thanks Marta. Dean Nosferat reports that it's unknown whether Alice's favorite dish, venison steak with thin skin and spicy sauce, still exists. The girl explains that she doubts she'll ever have another chance to meet Clara to ask her about her favorite dish. The girl says it's nice to know she was able to help. He says he's grateful, so much so that he'd like to take her with him when he leaves home. The girl explains that if this is how he expresses his passion, she's willing to consider his proposal. He says that's when he reaches. The woman reports that a package was delivered to her home while she was away. The girl asks if it was a package. The woman explains that they were black bear claws, which were slightly charred but still sold for a good price. The woman explains that the mother just laughed, clutching the lady's handkerchief. D. Nosferat says he doesn't understand. Sitting in the living room is tiring, but spending time with Martha brightens up his leisure time. D. Nosferat asks Martha to bring a medic and says he wants to add a little to his tea. Martha warns Mr. Yuki not to overindulge and asks if. The girl says it's not the time for jokes. He says he's a good boy and a clever girl. The woman explains that Martha's very existence prevents Mrs. Yuki from escaping and believes she deserves praise. The girl reports that a messenger has arrived with orders from Her Highness the Princess to greet her arrival with her entire family, without exception, and to return immediately to the mansion, Mr. Yuki. Yuki says he doesn't understand. D-rank mage Kahel Migan says that a major error in his report about the potential location of the exam has resulted in the injuries of those who came to inspect him, and asks why on earth he should be recalled back to the guild. The man is indignant, calling it nonsense, then throws up his hands. Dean Nosferat says he simply chose a place where Zeros Grossaria can best demonstrate his abilities, and asks him to tell him what he did wrong. The man explains that it is a place where a simple child like Yuki can hunt safely, and that allowing Zeros to demonstrate his abilities. The man reports that if Zeros Grossaria successfully passes the exam, then the person who arrived for the examination was attacked by a monster. It's reported that those who enroll in the Magic Guild are allowed to choose their own instructor, and that if they can persuade Zeros to be their instructor, they can maintain a high position in the guild. Dean Nosferat says that if Zeros fails the exam, he will have to resort to drastic measures. A guy knocks on the door and asks his mentor if he has a minute. The boy says he'd like to discuss something. The man explains the door is unlocked, Mr. Zeros. The boy says he's not sure he can pass the exam. The man says, mentor. The guy says something has come over them again. The man says he told her not to give in and informs her that Her Highness has already arrived in these lands. He explains that his interlocutor is the heir to the baronial house of Grossaria and that such pessimism only opens the way for the vile bastard to attack. The boy replies that, but the guy says he's asking if the other guy is talking about Yuki. The man reports that something similar happened to his family, with a bastard with a greater predisposition to magic plunging the entire house of Migan into chaos. Dean Nosferat says this is absolutely true, and that he is tired of repeating that a bastard is a true harmful parasite in any nobility. He reports that Yuki Dono is trying to get rid of Lord Zeros and is spreading bad rumors among the servants. The woman explains that even young Miss Rumia has sided with Yuki Dono, there's no doubt about that, and adds that there's more to come. The guy says that's how it is. That's how it is. Master Kahel announces that he has opened his eyes and is his only ally. Dean Nosferat explains that Her Highness the Princess has ordered that the entire family, without exception, greet her today, and explains that she had no way of knowing about Yuki Dono's existence, emphasizing that this means a great deal. The guy reports that Yuki spread rumors about himself to get rid of him. Dean Nosferat reports that Zeros has realized the perilous situation he's in. He explains that Zeros is a gifted man and encourages him to believe in himself and use his powerful magic. The man informs that the force is so powerful that Her Highness will have no choice but to acknowledge you. Dean Nosferatu says that defeat is unacceptable for the bright future of House Grossaria and that he expects outstanding results. The boy replies to Dean Nosferatu, "Yes, master." The man claims his worthy protege is the heir to the baronial house, Lord Zeros Grossaria. The text reveals that dark clouds of conspiracy are gathering over the elder brother. The man says he's glad to see Yuki's brother back. The girl says she can now proudly tell His Highness that her brother is part of the Grossaria family. Dean Nosferat says he would like to stand behind Martha with the rest of the servants. The girl grabs his hand and calls him dear brother. The man quietly announces that it appears the carriage carrying Her Highness the Princess has arrived. A man with an axe signals the horses. The man explains to Yuki that it's still early, and he asks her to forgive him and allow him to hide. Dean Nosferat says that he knew that Bunce and Clara were the princess's escort, which is why he didn't want to show up at the mansion. The man says he is honored to host Princess Iris Ristia. He expresses the entire family's deep gratitude for the opportunity Zeros Grossari was given to be examined by the princess. A woman expresses her gratitude for the warm welcome, while the sounds of creaking and clattering footsteps can be heard. Dean Nosferatu informs that he has come here not as a princess, but as an examiner for the Magic Guild, and explains that they are not in the palace. Iris Ristia informs him that there is no need to bow so low when addressing the esteemed Zeros Grossaria. He notices a voice similar to that of the Clara. Iris Ristia introduces herself and says that she has heard that Zeros is an extremely skilled sorcerer and is impatient. The man announces that his heir, his eldest son, Zeros, will be taking the exam. The girl says she is honored to have the opportunity to appear before Zeros Grossari and is pleased to meet him. Zeros apologizes. Dean Nosferat says it was awkward. The man and the boy look tense. He says he wants to run away right now and how hard it is to pretend to be a simple person. The man and the girl explain that it was the princess and the knight protecting her who will hide their identities to avoid causing a stir, and the man explains that he too didn't give his name and was mistaken for. Kahal says he'll take them to Catral Forest, the site of the exam, and asks them to be kind to him. The girl replies that she'll be kind to Kahamigan. The man says that if her brother passes the exam and gets into the guild, he'll be able to establish connections with influential people in high places. The girl informs them that they will need an assistant to conduct the exam for the esteemed Zeros. The man explains that in-depth knowledge is not necessary. The exam will require the ability to manipulate one's magical power, the ability to adapt to the situation, and the ability to cope with threatening danger. The girl says that. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand. The man says that's perfectly understandable then and asks how Koki is. The woman explains that Yuki was very skilled at improvisation and could hunt and bring home his prey on his own, which she takes pride in. The man says that's incredible. Dean. The girl says Yuki Grossaria could help them with Zeros Grossaria's exam, and Yuki replies that she's not very good either. The man shouts that he's a bastard, addressing someone as Your Highness. The girl says that if commoner blood is unacceptable, then she too must immediately resign her powers, and says that her grandmother is also commoner. The man explains that he wants to speak about everyone's situation. Dean Nosferat says that Kahel Megan, this exam is beyond the scope of. The man announces that the work of finding a place to conduct the test is complete and orders everyone to know their place. The man explains that, by order of Her Majesty, he is instructing Zeros to assist with the exam and asks if he understands. Zeros replies that Her Highness is right, mentor. The man replies that he, Dean Nosferat, tells Yuki not to run away this time. The man asks what they have there, Zeros or Yuki. He explains that he knows full well that he's turning the servants against him and will one day change the entire baronial house in his favor, making them feel the difference in their origins. He explains that he and no one else is the next head of the family. Dean Nosferat says he just made a minor request of Yuki, and Yuki says nothing. The man explains to the boy that this is the forest where the exam will be held and says he's already sent bands there in advance. The boy remains silent. The man with long hair says, "Hee hee." The girl announces that the goal is to reach the other side of the forest, explaining that Bunce will be in the way along the way and that they must break through the forest, overcoming all obstacles and reaching their goal. The man listens. Dean Nosferat asks her to wear the items he gave her. He explains that they are replicas of ancient artifacts created by a magic guild, which grant a physical enhancement effect to the wearer, and advises her to use them during the exam. The man expresses admiration, explaining that. He says, "Honestly, honor." And the guy says that it's a great honor for him, Your Highness. The girl explains that the relics are much weaker than genuine ancient artifacts, and their effect disappears completely after one use. However, they are the embodiment of all the Magic Guild's technologies. The boy explains that they are copies of ancient artifacts. The girl explains that in her time, there were holy swords. The girl says that to see the difference between the respected Zeros, who wields ancient magic, and a commoner, it can be considered this way. The boy says he doesn't quite understand the reason why he should participate in this race, and confirms this with the word yes. The girl explains that running through the forest at the speed of physical enhancement can be terrifying even for someone accustomed to it, and asks if they talk about the difference. Dean Nosferat reports that tree branches and trunks, slippery ground, and wet grass must be overcome at a much greater speed than. He says that sending the respected Zeros on such a run would not fully grasp his talent, but comparing him to someone unaccustomed to enhancement would clearly show how skilled he was in magic. The girl laughs. The guy says he wanted to talk to his brother where Kahahal wouldn't see them. The guy speaks clearly. Dean Nosferat says that if he is hated so much, he is not at all against leaving the house. But the main thing is that if he leaves, leaving everything as it is, and something happens to Rumia or Martha, then some of his words remain unclear, and it will be disgusting if you do not figure it out. He says he will be forced to hate his older brother Zeros. The girl asks if they are ready and says that in that case, let's get going. Then she calls attention. Dean Nosferat and the boy are running. The boy shouts, "March." The man asks why the bastard was allowed to participate in the exam. The woman asks if she can inquire, Your Highness. He says that Mr. Zeros Grossaria has an amazing amount of magical power and has grown his talent through his teachings, and asks if it would be an insult to compare him to some bastard. Kahel Megan asks what he thinks this exam is. Dean Nosferat explains that it's an opportunity to demonstrate the fruits of his studies to Iris personally. The boy explains that his protege, Zeros, is talented and strong, and even if he encounters a formidable monster along the way, he has a grip. The woman explains that an extremely dangerous mountain was recommended as the location for the exam. The girl explains that these were her henchmen, sent to inspect the area. The man replies, "Who spoke such nonsense? They reported such nonsense because they were weak, and for a mage, strength is everything." Dean Nosferat says that mentioning the Temple of Elysium is taboo, but simply mentioning it won't hurt anyone. The girl reports that the Temple of Elysium was destroyed, and to prevent anyone from repeating the stupidities of that organization, a magic guild was founded. Or, the guy says, of course not. The man explains that he just had a thought about what he would do if he had such enormous power. The man says that the girl hopes that the exam will pass without any incidents. Dean Nosferat runs up and says he wants to talk to his older brother, asking him to just listen to him without even stopping. The older brother yells at him to at least listen sometimes when he's spoken to, and declares that there's no point in being angry with him for no reason. Dean Nosferat asks. He reports that the mentor, Kozhel, told him that he had spoken foul about him in front of the servants, and asks when this happened, and the two women answer that he has nothing to do with it, and that they heard the servants talking about it. He explains that in general, Dean Nosferat reports that he recently sneaked out of the mansion into the mountains where he met the princess and an axe-wielding uncle named Bands, who were attacked by monsters, but he saved them and escaped without naming them. And that's probably when they learned that there was a boy in the baronial family. The man with the axe says that if they think he's a liar, they should ask the old man with the axe. He says he always does what he's incapable of and casts the spell, summon the spirits of the wind. The guy remarks that it's ancient magic and says that Dean Nosferat says he knows how to surprise, since he possesses ancient summoning magic. Then he grabs a sword and delivers a sharp blow. The man dodges the attack. The boy shouts "Ooh" and "Ha" as he runs away, and the man orders him to get lost and calls him a bastard. The man then declares that he can no longer pretend to be a normal person and that his patience has run out. Dean Nosferat announces that family squabbles are now beginning. He explains that he's tired of enduring and holding back, and that he doesn't care about any magic guilds with their exams. He's talking about double physical enhancement. Dean Nosferat says he'll punch his brother in the face, beat the crap out of Kahale at the same time, and then, like a decent monster, disappear from their lives forever. Rin says he's finally broken away. Rin finally speaks. The text says that this little brother will always catch up. He yells, "Listen to what you're told, fucking bro." Rin asks why Yuki and wonders how. Dean Nosferat says, "Bite," then turns sharply and runs forward. The man looks at him with alarm. He says that depending on the application of magical power, the effect of the ancient artifact's copy changes and asks to count it that way. The guy asks why Dean can move at such incredible speed. Dean Nosferatu says he's actually the reincarnation of a magician who lived 200 years ago and has some strange affinity for ancient magic, which allows him to double his physical enhancement and move twice as fast. The guy says that back then, he announces that he's finally stopped running away like a coward and asks if it's brother Zeros. Zero says he'll shut Yuki's lying mouth right now. The top shot shows Zero suddenly bursting out from behind a tree and Yuki preparing to attack. Dean Nosferatu says he knows the other guy can't stand bastards. The other guy says Dean always irritated him. He says he's looking at his interlocutor and starts to squirm inside. The guy says no. He explains that he started trying to get into the magic guild to wipe his interlocutor's nose. The boy says he's sick of both ancient magic and all the studying. He explains that if it weren't for the other boy, none of this would have happened. The guy tells the other guy not to make him the scapegoat, and the other guy recites an ancient magic spell and calls upon the spirits of wind and fire. The boy summons the wind spirit Sylph and the fire spirit Salamander, ordering Yuki to kneel before him. Dean Nosferatu announces that they are supposed to be punching each other here and yells for the little guys to get lost. He strikes the fire creature. Dean Nosferatu warns. The guy says key, and at the same time a flash with a loud sound comes out of his hands. Dean Nosferatu reports that he's facing not a mere man, but a monster. He explains that the ancient magic is as powerful as ever, and the summoning is swift and uninterrupted. Dean Nosferatu explains that he no longer intends to return to his family, so he can give Brother Zeros the full treatment. The sound of dripping liquid conveys an atmosphere of silence and anticipation. Dean Nosferatu says he finally realizes he's facing a monster and calls the other little brother. Yuki tells him Dean has a hand. Dean Nosferatu explains that's not true and denies it, then removes a chain from his belt. The man and the boy say the boy is part of their family. The boy smiles when the man strokes his head. The boy with blonde hair says he is. Dean Nosferatu runs towards a guy who is standing with his face covered by his hand. The guy says that the older brother is Zeros. Dean Nosferatu says that the family squabble must be resolved like normal people and that they must say goodbye forever. He then tells them to clench their teeth, not bite their tongue, and stand properly on their feet. The man makes a sound that represents a blow, and Dean Nosferatu delivers a powerful blow to the man's chest. The boy says, B. The man says, K, and falls, dropping the pendant on the ground. The man is silent. The man says, Bay, gay, fa, ka. The guy is breathing heavily. Blood is dripping from his hand. Dean Nosferatu says he didn't mean to hurt his brother, but he did hurt Yuki, and his hand is bleeding. Dean Nosferatu explains that their relationship is over. He says it hurts. The man calls Dean Nosferatu older brother Zeros. He says that he does whatever he wants with the Baron's family, and that he has no interest in the title, and that when the monster gets his way, he will simply disappear from their lives. But if they dare do anything to Martha or Rumia, they will know the wrath of Nosferatu. The guy replies that he understands. The husband. The older brother reports that no one allowed the examinees to fight and asks what they were doing there. The boy, kneeling, explains that he wanted to say goodbye to Martha and asks Dick to distract the others, as there's no point in the older brother covering for him. The boy explains that he pestered. Dean Nosferatu says he's sure the other doesn't want to reveal his origins, calling him a fool, saying no one would believe there was a monster in the baronial family's lineage. The other man explains that simply realizing this has made him feel better. Dean Nosferatu says that in this, he says that the younger one is stubborn, and the younger one asks him to shut up. He reveals that the younger one is his younger brother Yuki, and orders him not to disappear without warning. He explains that if the younger one suddenly disappears, Rumia will cry. Dean Nosferatu says, Ma. The man says these people are very problematic. He asks what he intends to do next and whether he wishes to continue the exam. The man explains that as part of the exam, the man must fight him at least once. The man says he gives up and is not worthy of becoming a member of the Magic Guild. The warrior asks if Dean Nosferatu is certain of his decision, to which Dean Nosferatu replies that he is. The warrior informs him that in that case, the process will be launched with the mark disqualified. The man announces that news should reach Her Highness soon. The man with the axe throws a spear into the ground. The boy asks the bearded man if it's true that Yuki saved him. The bearded man answers affirmatively, and the boy says he hoped he'd refuse so easily. The man explains that this is precisely why he and Her Highness mistook Yuki Grossaria for Zero's Grossaria, and that she meant no offense, asking for no ill will, that they in no way intended that. Yuki says he simply reassured himself that he is not Chetayu. Dean Nosferat says he'll rush forward. The man and woman say images from the past keep popping into their heads, and the man explains he knows she's just a lookalike. Dean Nosferat says he has problem children. It is reported that a black arrow was shot into the air a few minutes ago. He says that a black arrow was shot into the air. The boy reports that, despite all the effort he put in, Zero-sama failed the exam. The man explains that Zero-sama most likely gave up on his own. The woman says there may have been some kind of incident, doesn't deny the need to rerun the exam, and suggests waiting for the three to return and question them. The man says he was mistaken. The man, with his eyes closed, explains that he knew it was a mistake. Even after 200 years, people still haven't. The man says there's no point in explaining this to ignorant fools, so Temple of Elysium. The man asks Kahal Migan what kind of disrespectful behavior she's exhibited before Her Highness. The girl, surprised, replies, "That's the same thing." The girl warns them not to go near Ka. Dean Nosferat reports that there are only 12 of them and lists the invocations of the spirits of wind and fire. The girl screams, accompanied by the sounds of gunshots and explosions. Kahal says, "Two." The man says that in that case, he'll switch to the backup plan. The man explains that it was his mistake to rely on the child of an ignoble villager and calls the idea of ascending as a mentor a delusion. The girl tells Kaho Migan to stop immediately, as he is the son of the former minister Longal Migan, and asks why he is doing such a thing. The boy casts a summoning spell, summoning beasts of darkness from the depths of darkness. The girl explains that Kahel didn't have the magical powers for such a high-level summoning. The boy explains that his father didn't choose him as his heir, dared to give the title to another, and the royal family approved. Dean Nosferat says that even though he had to endure a stupid brat and an impudent bastard in order to demonstrate his strength to the royal family, he truly believes that he wasted his precious time in this outback. He informs him that he is a member of the royal family and that it would be better not to invent any opportunity for a grandiose announcement of a revival. He talks about the revival of the great Temple of Elysium. The girl is surprised and says, "The Temple of Elysium? A demon lord from the depths of the forest will reportedly be reborn and become the most powerful mage in the world." The Anime Together manga translation team is inviting new talents to try their hand at scanlation and is looking for applications in the job posting on the website and also inviting them to contact us on Discord. The latest translations are Chapter 12 of Killer Ape Chapter. The man reports that they have studied ancient magic with ancient artifacts and gained their power with wisdom, with the help of which they went to war against the beastmen and monsters and drove them into the corners of the continent, greatly expanding the territory of the human race. And these vast holdings later became the cause of a feud between human kings, which escalated into war. It continued until a wise man intervened and stopped the church's madness. The conflict should not have escalated beyond a minor skirmish, but the church intervened and the small feud turned into a full-blown war. The girl says they're moving too fast for her to hit. Dean Nosferat says she seriously decided that the great church of the Temple of Elysium has been destroyed, and that this will never happen as long as such outstanding people as him inherit the ancient artifacts. In the upper right panel, a man with a spear wounds a black wolf, which growls and falls while a boy lies nearby. In the upper left panel, the wolf growls and makes a noise. In the middle left panel, the wolf makes a shrill noise. In the lower right panel, a man explains that the original plan. The girl reports that he has fulfilled his minimal role and having lured Her Highness here. The man says that now, using a princess, he will make the baronial house the bridgehead of the Temple of Elysium, so that later. Dean Nosferat tells them to shut up. The girl says it's Yuki's bats. Dean Nosferat orders the bats to attack, then the sounds of explosions are heard. The girl reports that this is a physical enhancement and an Ifrit strike. She explains that she has only just mastered this ancient magic and doesn't believe bats use it, let alone a burst. The man screams several times. The bats make sounds and beat their wings. The man announces that this is their chance and orders the knights to attack as soon as the shelling stops to neutralize Kahale. The girl warns them not to get underfoot. Dean Nosferat breathes heavily. Yuki addresses the man with respect. The man laughs and says that a pathetic baron's bastard used ancient magic to become a filthy bastard from a pathetic baron's family. He turns and prepares to fight. The man says that this is some kind of mistake and can't be true. The man asks if they saw him draw his sword, and the girl replies, no. Dean Nosferat screams. The man with the sword strikes. The man addresses Kahel Migan. He says that he misheard something and asks to repeat it again, then asks what they said about his precious family. Dean Nosferat says he's their teacher and demands to know the child's question, then asks why. The wounded man says he'll kill Yuki Grosaraya. The girl asks them to wait and not kill the man, explaining that there's a possibility he's a follower of a forbidden church. The man reports that this bastard insulted his entire family. The boy explains that in a past life, he could protect Lyle, but only by sacrificing his family. In this life, he has gained the power to protect his loved ones. The girl says he doesn't deserve mercy. Dean Nosferat explains that he also tried to harm the girl. He says that brothers can quarrel just like anyone else. The man says that your brother constantly insulted and despised you. The man explains that your older brother despised you, calling you a bastard. He says that he follows your instructions. Dean Nosferat says he has no forgiveness for trying to use his family for nefarious purposes. He states that he accepts no other outcome than death and explains the activation of a copy of the ancient artifact by summoning a catalyst. He then summons a powerful vortex that engulfs the space around him and the other character. The girl says it's ancient summoning magic. Dean Nosferat says this catalyst is someone he knows and asks whose feather it is. He says it's a griffin. The griffin says it's not a basilisk, but something bigger. Dean Nosferat says he spotted the brat. The griffin lets out loud screams. Dean Nosferat reports that the griffin's feather was given to him by a priest of the Temple of Elysium, and a high feeling will take him captive and finish off the brat. The man tells everyone to stand up for the princess and orders them to retreat. Two men are surprised and demand to see their weapons. The girl says she will use Ifrit's attack. Dean Nosferat reports the barrier has been activated. He reports that the attack will not penetrate the shield, and the arrows bounce off it. Dean Nosferat reports that the ancient magic itself is incredibly powerful, but something is clearly wrong, and if Cahile's magic had always been this strong, he could have achieved a high position in the guild. The man tells his familiar to deal with the pathetic nuisances and summons him, and the man says to beware of the beak, front legs, and hind legs, as it has a cockle on its back, and it's unlikely to use its beak to attack. The man says that if you intend to attack, you should do so in the middle of the body, just below the base of the wings. The girl says she doesn't understand how the guy knows this, and Dean Nosferat says he heard it from a friend. He tells the knights to gather in a group and defend with shields, while he will attack with magic. The knights respond that their shields are ready. The man orders them to prepare and hold their shields. The text block mentions that they had to hunt for griffin feathers as material for the experiment. The girl says she's striking Ifrit. The bird makes a clapping sound and flies forward sharply, making a thumping sound. The bird's eye opens wide, emitting a piercing cry. The guy says it's hard to hit a griffin in the sky. Dean Nosferat explains that this is the legacy of the great Temple of Elysium, and banning it as a taboo is the height of stupidity, and suggests shooting it down first if they disagree. He says he will. The man asks Dean Nosferatu what he is doing, and the woman says she will use his back. The guy makes a noise of effort and jumps. Dean Nosferatu changes his flight path to avoid the griffin. The man says the fool is overly arrogant due to his ability to use ancient magic. The man explains that he only needs to change his flight path to prevent the griffin from catching him. He says he orders his servants to gather together. The animals make sounds. The boy jumps and strikes. The man shouts to restrain Dick. The bat screams and announces that it has received physical enhancement. The man receives a kick, accompanied by the sound of a thud and a cut. The man with wings watches the boy, who sits holding a knife. Dean Nosferat says they met, turning to Cahahel. Cahahel screams, asking what the hell this is. The man, surprised, asks how Cahahel managed it. He reports that it is a sorrel of unknown origin and confirms that his observation is correct. He says that he himself said so. Dean Nosferat advises that if you want to reliably strike an enemy, you need to know how to use magic properly. He casts the Ifrit strike. In the top panel, a demon on fire lets out loud screams as it falls. In the middle panel, the demon continues to scream as it falls from a great height. In the bottom panel, the demon slams hard into the ground, making a loud impact and continuing to scream. Dean Nosferat says he's coughing and sneezing. He reports that this is the first time he has had to fight in this body, and that, fortunately, everything went well. The men on the right express surprise and say that he was able to use ancient magic by touching the enemy. He reflects on what a gifted child and rare talent he has in. Dean Nosferatu says he wants to stop. The girl is standing behind Dean. He explains that Cahel was seriously injured and did not initially possess such strong magic, so the forced summoning will not go without consequences, and he will be recalled back to the guild and punished, while there is no need for such a talented sorcerer to get his hands dirty. The girl tells them that if they can't find a way out, they will die here. The woman says she doesn't want to die. Dean Nosferat explains that they must remain calm and find a way out. He says, "Your Highness, I command," and explains that it's not right to say such things to someone's face, not even after a disgruntled T-Sking. The man says, "Eh," and remains silent. The text speaks of ancient magic and the summoning of a spirit. Dean Nosferatu announces that he is the venerated ninth priest of the Temple of Elysium and asks for condescension. The girl expresses surprise. The man explains that he didn't possess any powerful magic, so what if he was just a simple tutor? The man explains that he took measures, and the vessel, as a vessel of energy, is outstanding. The guy reports that something happened and calls for attention to it. The man with the axe reports that the child is in agony, and the boy with black hair is surprised that it's Zeros' older brother. The boy with white hair is breathing heavily and coughing. A boy screams for his older brother, Zeros. The man holds the unconscious Zeros in his arms. Zeros screams and coughs. The guy reports that there's a barrier again. The man is unconscious. Dean Nosferat reports that, judging by the others' reactions, Cahill has no magical powers left for summoning and asks if he intends to summon anything else. The man explains that where does he get them from then? He says he'll keep an eye on his brother and orders him to quickly return to guard Her Highness, to which the man replies that he understands. He notices that Cahill has slipped something to his brother and demands to see it immediately. The man calls for Mr. Bunce, the brother. Dean Nosferat reports that the mentor said this amulet will make it easier to activate ancient magic. He explains that the amulet amplifies magical power. The man says the mentor will gladly share his magical power with him. The guy says that this bastard is sucking energy out of his brother with the help of an amulet, and the girl explains that this trinket is also a copy of an ancient artifact. The woman reports that the attacks aren't working, and the man asks what they are. The man explains that he considered the other man an enemy and started a fight. The man apologizes to Yuki. The boy says he completely deserved this fate and tries to speak, but can't finish his sentence. He explains that he holds no ill will toward his brother, who lies on the ground and tells him he's wrong. The boy says he's always dreamed of having a family showdown like a normal person, at least once. Dean Nosferatu informs him that if a pathetic slug like a Cahill were to take a kin from a Nosferatu monster, it wouldn't be funny, so he won't let him die so easily. Dean Nosferatu casts the Mystic Blood and Erosion, hacking spells, promising. It reports that the spell's outer protection and hacking are complete, and that the spell's analysis is complete. Dean Nosferat reports that 2 commands have been programmed, transferring magical energy from his brother to Cahill and increasing Cahill's psychotic influence on his brother by forcibly sending visual images. Dean Nosferat explains that he will first stop the current energy flow and then fire it all off. The guy says he's already shattered and calls it a fucking relic of the past. The man screams as his arm breaks, making a crunching sound. Dean Nosferatu states that he cannot afford to lose and explains that if he loses, he will die. He reports that the magical power leak has stopped, and now Cahill is breathing heavily and trying to say something. Cahill suddenly starts screaming loudly and twitching on the ground, which frightens the surrounding soldiers, who ask what's happening to him and why he's like this. The sounds of a whirlwind and whistling wind, accompanied by noise and crackling, are heard. The man reports that magical arteries throughout his body have burst, and he has just died as a mage. The girl explains that this is a natural outcome for someone who has attempted to use ancient magic beyond their capabilities. Most likely, all the magical power has completely absorbed whatever he was trying to summon. The man explains that more. Dean Nosferatu reveals he can't swim. The girl says it's no big deal because she can swim. The girl says she sees no reason to get her hands dirty. He says it like this. The man addresses Dean Nosferatu with respect and asks what he is. He starts to say, "I am." The man and the girl look away. The boy reveals that Yuki is his younger brother and explains that even though he's his father's bastard, it doesn't change the fact that he's his younger brother, asking if that bothers anyone. Dean Nosferat says one word, brother. The girl asks why the boy's younger brother is in charge. He says that now there is no need to look at him like that. The guy reacts to this silently. Dean Nosferat says he was planning to disappear right away, but now isn't the right time. He explains that, thinking about his future as a bastard, he learned ancient magic from his older brother Zeros, and his brother gradually taught him the magic he'd learned from his tutor, Ka. The guy says he tried it later and it worked miraculously, that's all. The girl asks if that's true, esteemed Zeros Grossaria. The man and the girl report that he alone proved far more talented than me and instantly mastered magic that was beyond my capabilities. Dean Nosferat says Yuki is right. After finishing his lessons with the mentor, he shared everything he'd learned that day with Yuki to reinforce what he'd learned. The man. He says he knew absolutely nothing about the Temple of Elysium and admits it honestly, and also says that he thinks the same. The man explains that the Church of the Holy Land is one of the main taboos of this time and says that the older brother sought to raise the status of their family, but he doubts. Dean Nosferat says that given that Cahel attacked alone during the exam, it's clear his brother wasn't involved. The man says that if they had been in cahoots, they would have attacked together. He reports that the amulet was sucking all the magical power out of his brother. The boy says he realized it when the amulet itself broke due to excessive stress. The girl says Cahal has an identical amulet. The man explains that there's no doubt that this is Cahal Meekin's crime alone and turns to Bonsu, who replies that he understands. The boy. Upon returning to the capital, Dean Nosferat announces that he will immediately begin investigating the connection with the Temple of Elysium. He asks for kindness and names Zeros Rosaria. Zeros Rosaria asks if this is your highness. The girl informs him that the incident with Cahale invalidated the exam, but he has the right to retake it. She asks if he wants to retake it. He replies that no, he's not worthy and that Yuki should take it instead. Dean Nosferatu says he doesn't understand what's going on. The man explains it doesn't matter. He says Yuki is very talented. Yuki says he is strong and brave, and if he takes learning ancient magic seriously, he will surely become the best mage in the world. Yuki is confident that he can rewrite all of history. The man says there's some truth to the girl's words. He too saw excellent talent in the esteemed Yuki and would like to cross swords with him once. Iris Ristia explains that it would be a sin not to develop one's talent, turning to Yuki Grossaria. Yuki advises that it's better to go. Dean Nosferat says what to do in such a situation and how to do it. The guy says, hooray, and, well. A man announces that a stranger has appeared in the house, causing everyone to be surprised. The girl and man next to him remain silent, watching the scene unfold. The woman announces that the oven is ready and continues baking. The man explains that he plans to attend a training camp at the Magic Guild, and Dean Nosferat says that if you think about it, why not? The boy informs him that at the Magic Guild he can learn more about the history of his death and what happened to the village of Feyre. He explains that by studying ancient magic, he might also be able to discover the reason for his reincarnation. Dean Nosferat says that if he suddenly refuses, shows disrespect to the princess, and the royal family becomes upset with their house because of it, it will not be good. The man reports that Yuki, his son, was accepted into the Magic Guild, and that his father was so happy for him. As part of his study of humanity, he announces that he's heading to the capital. He confirms that this is the case. Martha knocks on the door and asks if she can disturb Mr. Yuki, to which he replies, asking what happened. Dean Nosferat reports that Her Highness is waiting in the drawing room of the remote building of the mansion. He asks if they didn't throw her a reception banquet, basically. The man explains that it looks like she slipped out. The woman says they seem to get along well. The man says, why bother? He already has her. The girl says her name is Clara and introduces herself. The guy says he doesn't understand. The girl says that sometimes it starts to seem like he's trying to stop her heart. Dean Nosferat says he wouldn't do that to his partner, whom he trusts more than himself. The girl thanks him and says she's decided to follow him to reciprocate his trust. The girl asks if he plans to go anywhere else, to which Dean Nosferat replies he's not sure, because. The girl explains that those who receive a recommendation from the royal family are allowed to bring an escort to the guild's training facility, and the Baron personally asked her to accompany him. The man informs him that he entrusts Yuki into his care. Dean Nosferat says that sitting and worrying about him here is much more comfortable than standing, and asks to be forgiven for his unreliability. Dean Nosferat apologizes and says he doesn't know what to say. Dean Nosferat explains that he relies on the girl as a partner, and the girl. The girl says that if she can't get married, it will be Mr. Yuki's fault. Yuki says that he will take responsibility for it if she doesn't succeed in her life wandering the world. The girl laughs and thanks him for giving her both hope and despair, asking him not to do it again. Dean Nosferat asks if he was invited. Thank you for your time. The girl says she would like to have a little chat in private. Dean Nosferat says thank you for saving his life today, then explains that it's more accurate to say today again rather than today. The guy says that back then in the forest he saved the girl named Clara, and the girl explains that this is her pseudonym when she wants to act freely on behalf of the Magic Guild. The princess explains that she has little freedom and no one will let her leave the palace without permission. Dean Nosferat says he understands and asks what they wanted to talk about. The princess apologizes for announcing Dean's guild internship without permission. He says that a member of the royal family is indeed closely connected to magic, despite the mortal danger, and that it's a little strange. The girl reports that this is true. The girl says that she is different from other princes and princesses. The woman says her grandmother was a simple woman with whom one of the marquises of the previous generation fell in love at first sight and took him as his wife. However, her grandmother was a very wise and beautiful woman with an incredible talent for magic and also had one unusual physiological feature, the woman reports. The girl says that for some reason, it seems that the man reports that he listens and speaks well. The girl explains that her grandmother was different from others in two ways. One possessed much greater magical powers than other people, and she always remained young. The girl recounts that she once met her grandmother in person as a child. By then, she was over 50, but she looked very. In the top right, a guy tells her that the woman who married the king and gave birth to him recently passed away, and that his mother has also passed away due to an accident. The girl asks what she's doing now. The guy explains that she's only 13 years old and asks her not to tell him that he's also 13. Dean Nosferatu speaks to Alice. The guy says that he doesn't remember at all, even if you kill him, and explains that he doesn't recall how much exactly he gave back then. The girl asks what her grandmother's name was and whether she was interested in the story about her. The guy says that her grandmother's name was Rachel and that he would really like to meet her in person at least once and talk to her. The text block says that if the princess met her grandmother as a child, she would be 50 years old. Dean Nosferat asks if the reason for this peculiarity is known and says, unfortunately, it is not. The girl explains that her mother was no different from other people, unlike Dean Nosferat. The woman reports that the interlocutor is most likely very perceptive and explains that she also has much greater magical power than others. Dean Nosferat reports that even in the royal family, almost no one can use the Ifrit strike, and asks if this is serious. The woman explains that for the House of Marquis, her grandmother's physical condition wasn't a problem, but with the royal family, it's different. The girl explains that she's heard a lot. He says he had to work hard. The girl says that this is one of the reasons she joined the Magic Guild, to find out who exactly he is. The girl says that it's all for the sake of discovering her roots. She wants to hone her skills and be recognized by everyone as a sorcerer, to take a high position among the mages and study her origins. If possible, she asks the respected Yuki to help her. Yuki explains that this is the reason why he clings to. Yuki Grosseria accepts Iris's invitation to join the Magic Guild. Iris thanks him and asks if he would like to become her knight. Yuki is surprised, and Iris explains that royal women are allowed to choose a knight upon reaching the age of 13. Dean Nosferat says it doesn't matter that he's the Baron's bastard, and that they've already demonstrated their outstanding talents to everyone. Princess Iris informs them that to officially intercede, they must first obtain permission from their father, His Majesty the King, and explains that such an important matter cannot be decided simply with words. The girl and the boy are silent. The girl asks what ass means. The girl explains that she hasn't tried spicy food, but she likes it. Dean Nosferat says it's logical to forget it, and explains that he asked just in case, because the dish is rustic and unlikely to be eaten by a member of the royal family. Even putting aside the question of descendants, fate brought them together, perhaps for a reason. He says he wants to help her get to her roots, and therefore he will be by her side while he is in the capital. The man says he has no objections to protecting His Highness. The girl says it's unofficial for now. Dean Nosferat humbly accepts the mission of escorting a girl to the Magic Guild. The girl says she can't believe it's true and that she can't believe he actually did it. Dean Nosferat says, "Thank you very much." The girl says she'll report it to her father herself. The girl clutches the fabric of her clothes. The girl informs him that informational lectures and an induction ceremony for new members of the Magic Guild will soon be held, so she recommends arriving in the capital in about a month to avoid missing these events. The guy says he understands. Dean Nosferat reports that the Holy Land Church, the Temple of Elysium, no longer exists. The girl asks if he has any final words for her. The girl explains that the church was destroyed. The man reports that Bans and the other knights found a copy of the letter while searching his room and asks why Cahill did this. The boy reports hearing rumors of an organization that honors the ideals of the fallen Temple of Elysium. The man explains that the letter is not addressed to anyone, but it contains numerous lines praising the Temple of Elysium. The girl says it's still unknown where they managed to obtain it. The guy says that he can arrange a meeting with a specialist in this field if the topic is of such interest, and immediately says, "Let's." The girl thanks the esteemed Yuki for his precious time and says she will do as he says. The woman wishes him good night. Yuki informs her that his job will be to guard the princess during her training at the Magic Guild and if there are any specialists studying the Holy Land Church. It's reportedly terrifying to imagine what these psychopaths might do, and one must be prepared for anything. Dean Nosferat says this after he left for the capital. He tells Yuki to come in. Dean Nosferat says it brings back memories. He hasn't been in his brother's room for 3 years. There used to be a map of the entire baronial territory there, along with many books about the region, but now all he sees are Magic Guild textbooks and exam notes. The boy says he invited Dean. He says he decided to make sure he really is the reincarnation of the immortal sorcerer. The guy says he doesn't care at all. Dean Nosferat says he wants to ask about something else and confirms it with the word yes. The man asks if that's really true. Dean Nosferat reacts to the question with surprise. He says that it doesn't matter who he really is and that he doesn't intend to divulge this secret. The man asks if he will believe his words. He explains that he is stubborn and straightforward and clarifies that the man will definitely restrain himself. Dean Nosferat says that Koki never ceases to amaze him, and Koki asks why he suddenly says that. He vows that Zeros Grossaria will remain an ally no matter what, and warns that if there is any doubt in these words, then he must push the hilt and take his life. The man asks if Dean has become too straightforward. Dean explains that it is. The boy says it's a question of his conscience, and says he's having a hard time with it. The man explains that Gahale is entirely to blame for everything that happened, and that his brother has nothing to do with it, adding that these are two different things. Dean Nosferat reports that Yuki Grosseria is as straightforward and stubborn as a boar, but also surprisingly caring. Yuki Grosseria explains that he accepts the oath of Zero's Grosseria and asks if he is satisfied. The man replies that it is therefore not worth it. The guy announces that breakfast is soon and invites them to join him at the communal table in the main building. The man says he'll decline because Marta is waiting for him and will eat in the back building. Dean Nosferat nudges another guy and says that they need to eat twice a day because a growing body requires dense nutrition, and the guy replies that this is nonsense. The girl says that her brother Yuki and her brother Zeros have become friends. Dean Nosferat apologizes to the girl for forcing. He says that little brother Zeros was always stubborn and naughty, so he didn't deserve a hug. The girl grabs the guy and screams that her brother is Yuki EE. He is surprised and tells Rumia. The guy asks her not to pick on him alone and offers to. Dean Nosferat informs Yuki that she'll soon be training at the Magic Guild, and he should spoil her while he can. The girl says it's true. He announces that he will now receive free permission from his father to attend the main building, and suggests that the whole family gather at the same table for breakfast, to which there is an approving cheer. He then explains that he managed to reconcile with his family and resolve one of the major problems that had been plaguing him. Dean Nosferatu reports that he had a dream he hasn't seen in a long time. In the throne room, he is reading a book. He says that his lord. The woman tells Lyle that he still hasn't gone home. Lyle Carmine reports that yes. Dean Nosferat announces that the next chapter will take you on a journey into precious memories. Birds are flying in the sky and making cries. In the very depths of the castle is the throne room, or rather, the room where he taught lessons to the village children was jokingly called that. Dean Nosferat asks Lyle why he doesn't go home. The boy asks Melora to teach him, showing him the notes, and tells him that Seiya has already written them. Melora replies that it's too late and it's better to do it tomorrow. He explains that the boy's aspirations are commendable, but he has many grammatical and arithmetic errors. Dean Nosferat tells Lyle to look out the window and calls him Dark Mallard. Dean Nosferat then asks if Lyle heard the evening bell and what he should do. Lyle shouts that he's studying. He says that monsters don't appear here and warns him to go home before it gets completely dark, explaining that he and the adults periodically exterminate them in the area. The boy laughs and says, "Tiska, tiska, tiska." Dean Nosferat says that's enough, Melora. He says that even after 200 years of life, people remain a mystery to him, and that people cling to and smile at a monster like him. He asks why he suddenly became so eager to learn. The boy says, "Uh-huh." The girl explains that she likes smart boys and says she's completely obsessed with Remilia. Dean Nosferat says that's exactly why she said that. The girl laughs and says that if she has leadership qualities, then isn't that wonderful, and that her words about wanting to become the headman's wife have nothing to do with it? He explains that he wants to win the heart of Remilia, who is the most beautiful girl in the village. The girl asks him not to hit her and screams for someone to grab her. Dean Nosferat says going home today is out of the question. He says that in exchange, starting tomorrow, he'll have to come home 30 minutes earlier than usual. The boy cries. He tells Dick to tell his father that he asked for help with cleaning and that the teacher should give extra lessons before the others arrive. The boy responds by saying, "Malorda." The boy says he arrived early in the morning and praises him for it. Dean Nosferat says he told him to come 30 minutes in advance and asks why the hell the boy rushed in at sunrise. The top text explains that there are many types of vampires in the world, divided into 3 categories: aristocrats, warriors, and commoners. Below, it explains that aristocrats possess the greatest strength and power, warriors serve them, and commoners live in the shadows and perform menial tasks. The girl says she has decided to marry Lyle. Dean Nosferatu states that he cannot afford to be weak, or he will be destroyed. He explains that he must become stronger to protect those he cares about. He reports that the men in the village were all heartbroken and laughs. The woman explains that's why she's asking him to teach her numbness magic as a wedding gift and asks why he needs such magic. The woman says she vows to never use force on anyone except Lyle again and laughs, and Dean Nosferat asks what she intends to do with her betrothed. The woman says he is courageous, hardworking, responsible, and sincere, and Dean Nosferat says the girl asks if he said something, and he tells her not to threaten her with the magic he taught her and to stop casting the spell. Dean Nosferat says he thinks they're perfect for each other, and the girl says she knew she'd be understood. The woman says human women are scary creatures, but he doesn't seem so sweet when he's working so hard for her. He asks why she made marriage a condition if she's liked him since childhood. The woman offers to become the village headman and the best mage in the village. The man says that after the wedding, he plans to give Lyle a new direction, lots of children, and clarifies that he's not thinking about Lyle's death. The man reports that he's become afraid for Lyle. The man places the bottle on the table and says, "Here, take this." Dean Nosferat explains that it's a tincture of the herb hames, which has a powerful stimulating effect, and advises using it in moderation. The girl says she loves it, and the man replies, "Yeah, yeah." He says they both adore the Lord so much that they could say they occupy first and second place in the ranking of his admirers. The man says they plan to give him a gift in return, to which he asks what kind of gift. The man exclaims that this is nonsense. The woman asks if they know what will happen if two such people get married. Dean Nosferat says he has no idea. The girl announces that they will have a daughter who adores their lord more than anyone in the world, and will happily become his bride. He says, "Ta-da." Dean Nosferat asks why that is and shouts that it's nonsense. The woman says that they'll all die before him anyway. Dean Nosferat explains that's why he's always alone. The woman asks why he's always alone. The girl says she was afraid to imagine what would happen to her in the case of her daughter-in-law, and she wished she knew how hard it was when her parents left this world. The man remains silent. Dean Nosferat says everything is fine and asks where. The girl says she and Lyle are going to make a lot of babies. He says that he hopes that at least one will be born immortal and then will be able to become a companion for a long, long life. Dean Nosferat says he can't afford to be weak because weakness is death. He says he will try his best, but the man says he doesn't understand what kind of miracle probability this is. Dean Nosferat says the main thing is not to drive Layla into the grave with your efforts. The woman reports that she managed to find a stone of high purity and polished it herself, and also explains that it is a lapis lazuli stone, which has the property of accumulating magical power. Dean Nosferatu announces that this is a wedding gift from him and invites Ramilia to find her happiness. The woman says, "Certainly, my lord." The man at the piano repeats to himself, "My lord." Dean Nosferat says Alice is fine and in no danger. Alice remains silent. He reports that he continues to impart mystical blood and use it for purification, and that the critical condition has passed. She says there's nothing to worry about, and now, with time, the man calls her My Laura. Dean Nosferat says he's not sad. He says that he is immortal, and the girl reports that when she got sick he was always gloomy, asking why this was happening. Dean Nosferat says he can't bear to watch people close to him die young and that he feels unfair to his undying body. The girl says that's how it is. He says that the cleansing is progressing, so it should get better soon, and praises the girl. The girl replies that she'll try then. The guy asks if he'll give him a reward for his efforts. The man replies that he will. Dean Nosferat says that the girl should then make him her bride when she grows up. The girl answers, and Dean Nosferat remains silent. The girl's heart beats. He says, "Yes, yes, of course," and the girl screams and calls him her Lord Redina. Dean Nosferat reports that this is how one responds to a maiden's confession, and then laughs. The girl asks why this is so. He says he'll tell her more when he recovers. He's considering asking the girl to become his bride and spend the rest of her life with him, but decides to think about it when she's older. Dean Nosferat says he wants to know if Laura says that to everyone. Laura says Dean sometimes scares her. He says that you don't happen to think that when I become an adult, I'll forget, and orders me to stop reading the mind of the immortal mage. Dean Nosferat says that time flies differently for him and his interlocutor, and he doesn't intend to hold anyone accountable for what they just said. The man offers to make a bet, to which Dean Nosferat responds with a question about the bet. The girl says that even as an adult, she will never forget these feelings, so the girl says that Lyle is overusing the tincture of the herb hames, and then says that he is still young and will not die. Dean Nosferat says it's not right for a child to say such things and orders her to go to bed, after which he spanks the girl, who responds, "Ouch." Dean Nosferat then strokes the girl's head and explains that this happened shortly before he died in his past life, and that she then set her sights on him. "I couldn't know, but he says it." Dean Nosferat reports hearing some noise. He hears voices and tries to understand whose memories these are. The man says that he killed a dear family member, his lord, with his own hands. The guy says his lord said we'll see each other, so definitely someday. The woman says, darling, our wish. The man asks for Lyle. The woman asks for Remilia. The woman says that the hero begins it by his own will. The woman says that everything is fine and we understand. Dean Nosferat says that no matter how many minutes it takes, he will wait. The hissing sound accompanies the words that something happened again one day. Dean Nosferatu reveals that he cannot die because he is a vampire, and explains that his blood is vampire blood. The guy wakes up and says the word hello, then he jumps out of bed and is silent, hearing sounds outside the window. Dean Nosferatu says he had a dream about the distant past. He says that what happened next were not his memories at all, what happened to Lyle, Remilia, and Alice after his death, and asks who showed him these memories. Dean Nosferatu says he'll start by saying he has no idea why he was reborn, and he has no clue. The boy explains that there's no point in torturing himself with these questions, but he hopes for something. He says that he will be able to find out what happened to Lyle and the others when he goes to the capital. Dean Nosferatu reports that a month has passed since the Magic Guild exam, and he's currently dying from work. He explains that he's had to pore over the materials the princess sent him about the guild and the admission ceremony, as well as study the informational lecture booklet and the P-Duties manual. The girl tells her brother to play with her before he leaves for the capital. The text reveals that all her free time was spent on Rumia. The man says then the man laughs and says, Kia. The girl reports that a month has flown by in the blink of an eye. Dean Nosferat says he's taking a break. The girl reports that tomorrow is the day of departure for the capital. Top panel, right to left, bats fly, making kai and furk sounds. Second panel, right to left, he says it's time to say goodbye to father, brother Zeros, and Rumia, while the girl and man stand silently nearby. The man says that Her Highness wishes to make Dean Nosferat her knight, but warns him not to be too arrogant and to be respectful of those of higher rank. Dean Nosferat says he will remember this. The man reminds him that Dean Nosferat comes from a young baronial family. The man reports that during this period, many offspring from aristocratic families traveled to the capital, so he told about the young man in high society. The young man says this was a completely unnecessary concern and calls the man father. The man reminds him not to forget his manners when meeting someone. The boy says that other aristocrats now know about him, but he doesn't see anything good in it. The man tells Martha to take good care of Yuki. The girl says she never particularly liked Zeros for his harsh treatment of Mr. Yuki and that, as always, he's being rude to her. Zero says he knows this and wants to apologize, and that from now on, the whole family plans to support Yuki and asks her to believe these words. The girl explains. The woman says she doesn't have to worry about her mother, Melissa. The girl in uniform thanks her for her concern and says she can now follow Mr. Yuki with peace of mind. The girl in uniform explains that she will take care of her mother responsibly. Yuki explains that the road from. The man says it's time. Rumia says yes. Dean Nosferatu announces that he and the girl have arrived at this location. The man explains that they've been waiting for Dean for a long time, while the boy and girl stare at him silently. The guy reports hearing a sound. Come to think of it, in his past life, he was driven around with pitchforks, but since settling in the village of Feyre, he's hardly left the castle grounds. Dean Nosferat says it's the first time anyone has seen him off like this. The man says that this is how people send their families off on their journey. The man explains that it is clear. Dean Nosferat says goodbye. The man asks Yuki what he's carrying. The man explains that this is his home, and if anything happens, he can always return, addressing him as my lord. The man says he doesn't understand what my lord means and asks who Zeros is. A boy tells a man about a castle and a man with an eye patch. The man says it's their secret and asks if it's true. Dean Nosferat says it is, brother. The man and Dean Nosferat fist bump, after which Dean Nosferat says that he says, see you later, the Grossaria family, he and the girl are looking out the window and a knock is heard. The animal reports that the Cassiina Croft is amazing and can even fly during the day. Bats make ki and furk sounds. Dean Nosferat tells Gail Neal to follow him and not fight back. The girl says she never thought she'd go to the capital. The guy apologizes for dragging her along. The girl says it's okay, she's his partner, Mr. Yuki. The man says that no one could have imagined that young Master Yuki would be chosen as a knight by Her Highness the Princess herself, and explains that this is a great honor for him, and the duty of delivering him will fall on the shoulders of an ordinary servant of the Grossaria house. Dean Nosferat tells her to stop crying and asks her not to call him young master. The girl asks what happened to young Master Yuki and offers her water. The man asks Martha to stop. The image contains no text or speech. It shows a landscape with hills and a cart moving along a road. Dean Nosferat reports that the horses are drinking water. Dean Nosferat reports that they've stopped for a rest. Dean Nosferat explains that they can rest for a while. The image shows a thatched roof house and a horse-drawn carriage in the foreground. There are no text blocks or speech bubbles. Dean Nosferat announces that this is a quiet place to relax and eat. The girl explains that she's made soup and invites everyone to try it. The man says he hasn't had such delicious food in a long time and thanks them for the treat. He reports that it feels like the cart has slowed down. The girl explains that it usually shakes so much that her butt constantly hurts and asks if it feels like something happened. Dean Nosferat asks not to call her Martochka, but he calls her young master Martochka and asks what's wrong with that. He reports that the carriage ahead isn't moving at all. He explains that he doesn't even know what to do. He asks if Dick is there and asks to quickly fly over and check what happened. He says he's flying now. The bat confirms. The girl says she wants a kiss. Dean Nosferat says it's okay. Hop says it was his familiar Dick, and there's also Neil and Gale. The girl says it's clear. The girl says that Mr. Yuki has very unusual and cute friends. Yuki raises his finger as if about to say something. Dean Nosferat says he thought his interlocutor would be surprised. The girl replies that he's always been extraordinary, Mr. Yuki. The girl says she's been surprised so much since childhood that she can't take it anymore. The guy says, "Oh, sorry." The girl asks if she's recovered, and the guy is surprised she took off. In the right panel, a man reports hearing the sound of hossing. In the left panel, Dean Nosferat explains that the road is clear, but the carriage is moving slowly because there is a large procession of carriages with soldiers, and the girl asks what this large procession is. The girl says that it is true. With a click, there are 3 carriages and many soldiers. He says that it really is a large procession and asks whose carriages these are. The boy reports seeing a coat of arms with a wyvern. The girl explains that it's most likely a duke, not a marquise. The man explains that the wyvern is depicted on the coat of arms of the Duke of Slay and that it's an ancient aristocratic house, and warns that it would be improper. A guy and a girl are talking, and the man says he stopped. Dean Nosferat reports that he's told the other aristocrats about him. The man says he thinks his son is remarkable. Dean Nosferat asks what he's told the others about me. Dean Nosferat reminds Martha what his father said before they left. He reports that the carriage door ahead swung open, turning to the young gentleman. He says he has a damn bad feeling about this. He says he will meet them and asks Martha to help him tidy up his appearance, and Martha replies that she will. In the right fragment, a man reports hearing a zhigga sound when tightening a tie. In the center fragment, a man reports hearing a fashurka sound when putting on a coat. In the left fragment, a man reports hearing a shika sound when combing his hair. The girl combs her hair. Dean Nosferat puts on his jacket and says everything is fine, turning to Martha. The man explains that they are a well-coordinated married couple who have been living in perfect harmony for many years. Dean Nosferat says that they are partners, and adds, Yuki Grossaria announces that he is the second son of the baronial house of Grossaria, and offers to introduce himself. The man explains that since the carriage stopped in such a place, he presumes Yuki has some business with him. A man says it's the Duke of Slay's daughter's carriage. Another man says it's Odette Slay's. The young man informs him that Her Excellency, Lady Odetta, wishes to convey a message to the Baron's bastard and asks him to humbly accept alms, bowing his head in gratitude. Dean Nosferat says that in that case he will respectfully refuse the alms. The 2 guards are surprised and say, the guy says he has to decline at this point. The man explains that in such situations one must wait, head bowed, until the high-class person leaves and notes that they're in a real bind, people. The woman apologizes for her guard's rudeness. Dean Nosferat tells Yuki Grossaria that he stopped the carriage because he has a proposition for her. Yuki Grossaria asks if it's a proposition. Dean Nosferat confirms that yes, the proposition concerns her. The girl admires her luxurious dress and says that Rumia will be absolutely stunning. The girl announces that another year has come to an end and congratulates everyone on the holiday, wishing them more good manga in the new year. The man speaks of the knight's status and addresses the girl as Her Highness Iris Ristia. Dean Nosferat tells Iris not to cry while someone grabs her hand. The sounds of sobbing can be heard. The girl says she's dressed. The girl in red says Iris is her precious friend and explains that it's nonsense, that she's physiologically different from others. Dean Nosferat says he will definitely protect her and become a knight. The girl asks if this concerns Her Highness's knighthood, and the man confirms. The girl explains that it is known that Her Highness Iris can appoint her own knight. He reports that Her Highness told him about this personally. The girl asks what is meant by 4 candidates for this position. He repeats the word 4 with a question. The woman explains that no one will allow Her Highness to choose her position arbitrarily. The boy informs her that there are 3 other candidates besides himself, and asks Odette Slay if he understood correctly that she is one of them, noting that she has most likely become a victim of political games between influential nobles. Odette Slay says that this is absolutely true, and therefore, the knight orders. Odetta says that as a worthy member of the ducal house, she will achieve what she wants on her own, and demands that the servant immediately take back his words, asking for forgiveness. Dean Nosferat says he's a fool, and asks what she's talking about. One of the guards says to the other, "You're a fool," and the second says, "Get this fool out of my sight immediately." The girl says she's giggling. Dean Nosferat looks at her silently. The woman apologizes for having to witness this disgrace. He says he has a simple proposal for Yuki Grosseria. The girl asks Dean Nosferat to cooperate with her. The girl says that 2 other candidates have already formed an alliance and offers to collaborate. The man says that if they team up with him, their chances will be equal. The young man reports that the remaining 2 candidates have joined forces and explains that this information has been confirmed by his people. He explains that according to this information, a representative of the Marquis family and the Count's family have joined forces. Dean Nosferat says that only one person can become Her Highness's knight, and asks if this means that after defeating the other 2, there will be a final battle between them. The woman says he's quick-witted and answers correctly. The woman explains that victory will be hers, but he shouldn't worry. He informs him that, in other words, the interlocutor's baronial family will gain the patronage of the ducal house, and asks whether he will deny that this is a lucrative offer. The interlocutor asks him to think about it a little. The woman informs them that there will be a special examination in the capital to elect Her Highness's knight, and asks for their answer before it begins. Dean Nosferat says he made his decision before arriving in the capital, and then proposes a temporary cooperation pact to avoid hostility and to help each other in case of problems. The girl says she's happy and says goodbye. He tells her to wait. Dean Nosferat tells Yuki Grosseria he has a question for her. Yuki Grosseria reports that he single-handedly defeated a griffin summoned by a tutor named Kahel and asks if it's true. He says someone told him nonsense. The girl says it was his father who said it, and in Dean Nosferat's thoughts he hears the cry of a Batek, who is surprised at what he's doing. The girl explains that he didn't strike alone, but together with Her Highness and other fish. Odette Slay explains that defeating such a terrifying monster alone is a superhuman feat and calls herself a completely ordinary person. She says the guy seems like a promising partner and hopes for a successful collaboration, which the guy reciprocates. In the next scene, the guy reveals that it was. Dean Nosferat reports that this is the young mistress. The woman reports the impression Yuki Grossaria left on them. The girl explains that she's an opponent they shouldn't let their guard down with. He explains that he'll decide upon arriving in the capital, as Yuki is completely unyielding in the face of a member of the ducal house, and the woman says that the rumor that he single-handedly slew the griffin turned out to be empty. The man says no. Dean Nosferat reports that his father bribed one of Her Highness's knights who was there. He explains that, according to this knight's information, there were indeed other knights at the scene of the incident, but Yuki Grossaria defeated the griffin single-handedly. He says he's a simple man and couldn't defeat the griffin alone, but he doesn't elaborate on this valiant feat, as if he's not interested in being Her Highness's knight. The woman asks if there's an aristocrat who isn't interested in such an honor, to which the man replies. Dean Nosferat informs her that Her Highness's knight is the closest person to her, and that he will study the secret arts at the Magic Guild alongside Her Highness, likely a sorcerer of the highest rank. He explains that the prospects for the future of the trainee in the woman says that in any case, it would be unwise to be hostile to this mysterious person. The girl says that for the sake of her goal and the well-being of Her Highness Iris, the girl asks if Lord Yuki will cooperate with the lady from the ducal house. Dean Nosferat explains that by teaming up with a member of the ducal family, he can avoid problems with other aristocrats, and that this is the best way to avoid causing unnecessary problems for his father, to which the girl replies that this is a smart move. Dean Nosferat explains that being near Odetta Slay, he reports that there are dark folk further down the road and says that it looks like they will overtake the carriage. The boy says he's going to take a look and asks her to take care of Martha. The girl warns them to be careful. The man explains he sees no reason for young Master Yuki to go. The girl is surprised and asks if it's a monster alert. Dean Nosferat reports that in 18th century America, there were 2 types of wagons, mail wagons and merchant wagons. He explains that mail wagons were closed and traveled along a specific route, while merchant wagons were open and carried goods. One of the soldiers reports that he doesn't see any monsters and accuses the Baron of causing a ruckus. Another soldier demands to see the exact location of the monsters if they've been spotted. He explains that the monsters aren't visible because they're hiding in the grass and says that, right on. The woman reports that Yuki Grossaria is telling the truth. The girl explains that they, too, have detected the presence of monsters. The man says he detected it faster than his familiar. The woman says it's her tutor and asks to be introduced. Dean Nosferatu says the sorceress is holding the staff. Max explains that she's only determined there are 3 groups of monsters and can't match Dean's level of detail. Max explains that even pinpointing the enemy's position is a skill of Yuki Grossari's familiar. The guy asks what about him. He says that Yuki Grossaria is supposed to cause sabotage. The guy says that he understands. Dean Nosferat asks Odette how long it takes the average aristocrat to kill monsters. About an hour. Odette is surprised and asks what he means. Dean Nosferat explains that he simply wanted to know how things are for the average noble who owns magic. He says that for a true aristocrat to destroy the dark wolves 10 minutes will be a lot. Then he says that there are 10 minutes left. The girl says it's normal for a dupe to spend no more than 5 minutes, and the guy explains that an ordinary aristocrat spends 10 minutes and a duke 5, so he'll take somewhere in the middle and finish in 7.5 minutes. The text blocks indicate that an ordinary A. The woman says that with such a smart familiar, they'll surely be able to find a good distraction, and thanks her for understanding everything and now leaving. The man is surprised that it's she, not the familiar, who's leaving, and remarks on the speed of her movements. Dean Nosferat reports that modern aristocrats never cease to amaze, and reveals that it took 7.5 minutes to destroy the dark wolves. The man reports that the wolves have all been killed. The woman says that they got a great pelt, and the man with the knife shouts hooray and calls someone Lord. He says it's clear and feels nostalgic. The text explains that 200 years ago, the locals from the village of F. D. Nosferat says he needs to show a little bit what he can do to continue pretending to be human. He tells Dick to report the exact location of the enemy. Dick reports that there is. Several dogs are prowling and making noises on the field. Wolves walk through the grass, making rustling sounds. Dean Nosferat hides in the grass, holding a sword in one hand and extending his other hand forward, while a rustling sound is heard. A boy stands next to a fallen beast. The wolves growl and prepare to attack. The boy speaks of ancient magic and strikes Ifrit, knocking the wolves back. The woman says she can't believe the powerful magic he uses in battle. The sounds of gunshots and explosions can be heard in the background. The woman reports that the dark wolves that attacked them were wounded by Yuki Grossaria, making it much easier for them to deal with them. The woman explains that she also uses the power of the earth. 2 wolves make a sound like laughter. Dean Nosferat says he's done well too and is about to go and slay the dark wolves on the other side of the road. He explains that it's the magic of that lady from the ducal family. Then Dean Nosferat says they've started to flee and asks what. He reports that they were made to understand that they couldn't win and they ran, and that the fire attacks had gotten much worse. He says, "Get out," and horror while running. The girl says Dean Nosferat has disappointed her and asks if he's really human, accusing him of letting the enemy escape. Dean Nosferat informs them that 7.5 minutes will soon pass and orders them to follow them and call for backup. Snorting sounds. The wolves make sounds and react to something. Dean Nosferat raises his hand with a dagger. The wolves let out a loud bark and begin to run away. He reports that he's discovered something unusual and explains that the bats are also in a panic. He explains that it took him more than 10 minutes to destroy the dark wolves and offers his deepest apologies to the esteemed Odette. Dean Nosferat says he's ashamed in front of a representative of the ducal house who can easily dispose of these monsters within 5 minutes of discovering them. The girl remains silent. The guards discuss Yuki Grossaria's origins as a baron, questioning whether an alliance with someone like Lady Odette is necessary, and wondering how anyone can fight monsters. He says he deserves such words from the guards behind his back, having spent a lot of money. The girl says that if they consider her unworthy after such a failure, they can safely break off cooperation. She has no right to judge them. Dean Nosferat says this. He says yes, and the girl says that The girl says that a member of the ducal family will single-handedly destroy the entire pack of monsters within 5 minutes of detection. She asks if the other person remembers what she said. Dean Nosferat reports that a member of the ducal house will deal with the monsters within 5 minutes of engaging them, and explains that this is precisely what he meant. Dean Nosferat admits he was mistaken. The girl says that it is physically impossible for a member of the ducal house to defeat all the monsters within 5 minutes of their discovery. He reports that, surprisingly, he is a good person. The guy says he took the time to point out his mistake. The woman says she seems to have misjudged his abilities and completely didn't expect him to possess such incredible power. The woman then explains that, given his capabilities, there's no particular need for an alliance with her and declines. Dean Nosferat reports that he's realized he can't get by without the help of Mistress Odette Slay. The man responds by saying he doesn't understand why. The girl remains silent. He asks for an alliance with her, explains that he would be grateful if she taught him the common sense of a true aristocrat, and proposes that they strive together to become Her Highness's knight. The girl says she's starting to get seriously interested in the guy. The guy takes the girl's hand. Dean Nosferat says, "Q you." The girl is silent. He says that he completely forgot about the girl, who reacts with a question mark. The girl says, "What is this? What kind of creature is this?" The man says it's a fox with beautiful silver fur. The guy says that if there is no one else to rely on, then Dean Nosferat says he was bitten and says it hurts, then calls Hossein. He reports that he found a fox cub while hunting dark wolves and explains that the adults were killed by wolves. He then pets the fox cub. The girl asks if they were really attacked. The man explains that they were most likely passing by a battle between wolves and foxes, and immediately after they dealt with the foxes, the bloodthirsty wolves turned on them. The woman says he speaks as if he saw it with his own eyes, and Dean Nosferat says he was merely making a guess. The woman asks if a wild animal will bite, even though it is empty and a cub, and Dean Nosferat explains that she has already bitten it. He says she immediately apologized and promised not to bite anyone again without his command, and even drew blood. The man expresses surprise at the bite. Dean Nosferat tells her that her name is Remy. The girl asks if he really intends to take her for himself. Dean Nosferat explains that Remy will be his guard dog while he attends classes at the Magic Guild. He says it's perfectly natural for a sorcerer to have a familiar. The woman thanks him for his understanding and says they'll now head back, turning to Remy. The man confirms he understands. Dean Nosferat tells Remy to accept his condolences and explains that if the cart had passed a little earlier, her parents would have. Remy makes a, huh sound. The man on the cart says he'll introduce Remy to Martha and the bats and feed her too. The woman turns to. He says that the fox's fur was silver. The man confirms that this is true. He says that perhaps it was not a common fox, but a superior breed called Silver Bay fox. The girl says it's impossible for a Silver Bay fox to be tamed, as everyone knows this fact, and asks if they are the ones that can take human form through magical power. The man explains that many different sorcerers have tried various methods, but no one has succeeded in making a representative of this breed their familial partner. The woman explains that a tremendous amount of magical power is required to attain human form, and that it will take decades before the fox can achieve human form. The girl explains that it is an ordinary fox, albeit with silver fur. The woman reports that she also behaved calmly in public. The girl says that yes, she can see for herself how peacefully she sleeps in Yuki Grossaria's arms. Dean Nosferat reports that it is a very common fox, for sure. The woman reveals that she underestimated Yuki Grossaria. She explains that, as the Baron's bastard, he immediately jumped at the lucrative offer of an alliance, but that this was an insulting misconception. Dean Nosferat reports that the familiars were outstanding, possessing the highest fighting power and tremendous speed of thought, and that it can be said that he was a first-class fighter and sorcerer at the same time. The woman explains that this means he will be a reliable ally against the other candidates. The man says this is after he wins. The girl says that he will become the most formidable opponent. The girl says that it's therefore necessary to gather as much information about him as possible while it's still possible. The man says he can't afford to make a mistake. The woman looks at the girl. The girl is silent. The woman reports that it was done correctly. The girl says she summons an earth elemental familiar, a shadow snake. Dean Nosferatu informs her that he sent her to hide in Yuki Grossari's cart and explains that the snake will transmit the voices it hears. The man says the performance of ancient magic is superb, but the woman finds it insufficient. The girl explains that she will one day become Her Highness Princess Iris's personal knight, and that these are mere trifles to her. The boy notices that someone's familiar has snuck into the cart. The girl explains that it seems little Remy noticed it too. The man reports that he has splashed some of his blood on the edges of the cart, and if anyone comes near, he will immediately catch them. The girl says she'll go check. It's most likely Odetta. The man says to be careful. The man asks if they want anything, since they summoned him by sending a familiar. The woman confirms that she sent him to summon him, her familiar. The man laughs. The woman worries. The sound is... Dean Nosferat reports that it's surprising that members of the ducal family use familiars summoned by ancient magic for such small tasks, adding that this is the very essence of sincerity. Dean Nosferat says that this is true, that he is absolutely right. The girl says she summoned the boy to find out how big the wish he's pursuing is. The boy asks what a wish is. He explains that after he enrolls as an intern at the Magic Guild, he'll be assigned a wizard mentor. The boy says he can't remember too much anymore. The woman reports that being recognized as a full member of the guild grants the right to explore the capital of the ancient civilization of Elysium, and if a new ancient artifact is discovered, it will confirm an increase in one's noble title, and depending on the magnitude of the find, one may even be granted a new title. Dean Nosferat asks if the new house is per generation. The girl informs him that upon the bearer's death, the title and the surrounding lands will be confiscated by the crown. Dean Nosferat asks what will happen if the bearer never dies. The girl replies that she has no idea, no one has considered such a possibility. He reports that the thought of receiving a title and lands from the kingdom and living a peaceful life there flashed through his mind, but it seems he won't be able to. He explains that in his case, there's a chance he won't die at all. He explains that life, once again, consists solely of research. The girl says she can ask a strange question. She asks, Dean Nosferat says his desire knows no bounds, and asks if there's an ancient artifact somewhere that makes its owner immortal. He says that you don't need to become truly immortal, but rather some kind of miracle artifact, one that will ensure that people won't be surprised if you don't die after hundreds of years of life. The woman says that such an artifact might exist, since ancient artifacts. Dean Nosferat says his desire remains unchanged, to understand humanity, and also to confirm whether Princess Iris Restia is Alice, and to find out what happened to the village of Feyre. He says he wants to see the results of his accomplishments, to understand the results of his decisions and actions, whether they were correct, and that's all. The woman explains that she understands him, noting that he has put a lot of effort and time into mastering ancient magic, and these efforts have borne fruit her high. The girl says that the desire to find out how high one can rise on one's own is quite natural. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand what's going on and repeats the question. The girl also says she doesn't understand. He says he wants to see what heights he can reach with his magic. The woman tells him he's an extraordinary person. He explains that he now understands that he doesn't care about his position at all and that he's a worthy opponent. The boy asks why they wish to become a knight of Her Highness, the highly respected Odetta. The woman explains that she wishes to become a knight to protect Her Highness Iris. The girl says she is ready to sacrifice everything to protect Iris, and declares that that's all. Dean Nosferat speaks to Iris. Iris reacts with surprise. He explains that Iris is his childhood friend, and for certain reasons, she needs to immerse herself in the study of magic. Iris makes sounds of excitement or confusion, then falls silent and lowers her head. The girl says she wants to be there, to help and protect. Dean Nosferat says it's clear and that she's the first person she shared this with. The guy says she did it because she agreed to it and asks if she agrees. The woman reports that she sent the familiar not to summon, but to find out information about Dean Nosferat. But he turned out to be a much more outstanding magician than she expected and immediately discovered the familiar. Dean Nosferat tells her. Dean Nosferat says he's thought about summoning others to him using bats next time. The girl says she likes the idea and warns that it will only irritate her opponent. The girl explains that she wants to become Her Highness's knight at any cost. The man brings. The guy accepts the apology and explains that he's hiding his true identity and pretending to be human. The girl explains that she understands perfectly well his desire to protect those dear to him at any cost, and understands this, so Dean Nosferat says he'll trust them, Odette Slay. Odette Slay tells Yuki Grossaraya. Dean Nosferat explains that next time he needs to make his familiar more noticeable when summoning it, and says he'll do the same. Odette Slay asks if he really plans to use it. The girl says he is truly invincible, laughing. The man remains silent. The girl says she will pray for her or his knighthood to be made. Dean Nosferat says so, and squeezes the girl's hand. He reports that the capital has appeared outside the window, and at the same time names Madame Odette and Mr. Yuki Grossaria. The girl says this is the entrance to the capital of the ancient civilization, Elysium. She explains that the capital of the ancient civilization, Elysium, discovered by the Church of the Holy Land, is the capital of Nogalia. The text block states that it's interesting to see what's happening in the castle right now. Dean Nosferat taps on the carriage window and looks toward the castle. The woman says that she cannot afford to be weak because she is a queen. The girl says to Mr. Yuki, the guy says this is their dorm. The guy informs them that Odetta Slay has moved into the neighboring dorm and asks if everyone gets their own dorm among the several identical buildings around. The girl explains that she can breathe a sigh of relief as she no longer has to worry about accidentally running into some important aristocrat. The guy confirms. Yuki explains that it's surprisingly spacious inside and will have plenty of room to clean, but also says that they can only clean the rooms that will be used. The girl counters that this will be their home, so it should be clean and tidy, and asks what he's talking about. Yuki explains that it's like this. Dean Nosferat says he will prepare an assistant. The girl asks what kind of assistant. He tells Remy that he is appointing him as Martha's apprentice, and also as her bodyguard. Remy asks if he understood correctly that he has become the overlord. Dean Nosferat tells Martha to turn away, then calls out to Remy. He asks Silva Bayfox if she'd like to take human form. Silva says she doesn't know, but she feels an itch all over her body. He says he'll share his magical power with her then, and says that's excellent. He explains that mystical blood. Dean Nosferat asks how long the girl can maintain this state, and she explains that this is her first time, so no more than 2 hours. The girl explains that she has transformed, and in human form, she is not yet 10 years old. Information about the skills and characteristics of a girl named Remy, her race, appears. He explains that all Silva Bayfoxes initially possess the ability to transform into humans, and thanks to his mystical blood, several additional skills have been added. He explains that the bat's level is low, probably because he's still a child. Dean Nosferat informs him that from now on he will be giving Martha his blood every day, so she needs to practice her transformations thoroughly, and as soon as she can consistently transform into a human, she will be tasked with helping and protecting Martha. Martha asks if she can do this and is happy that she can. The woman says that Martha can. He explains that he only wanted to find an assistant. The girl says that she is very surprised and simply decided not to give in to the gentleman's provocations. The girl with 2 ponytails says that it must be little Remy and asks if he didn't think about being at least a little surprised. The girl with 2 ponytails. Dean Nosferatu announces that he is Remy and will be assisting Martha, the mentor, asking her to take care of him. Martha replies that she will certainly take care of little Remy. Martha explains that she will go warm up the bath and wash Remy, to which the girl explains that she herself. The boy puts wood in the fireplace, a crackling and popping sound is heard, and the kitten calls out to Hashin. He reports that a post-etil has arrived outside, a man in expensive clothes. The cat asks Dean Nosferat if it's Dick. Princess Iris Rish's envoy apologizes for disturbing her immediately upon her arrival in the capital. He explains that Her Highness intends to hold a meeting of candidates for her knights tomorrow at the guest palace, and humbly requests that Lord Yuki Grosseria attend the gathering. It is reported that I haven't seen the princess since the guild exam, and I wonder if I'll be able to find out anything new about Alice from her. The woman says it's an invitation from Her Highness's envoy, who recently visited. The girl replies that it's a letter from her father, which arrived before the envoy. The woman says she was in a good mood after talking to Yuki Grosseria, but this piece of paper ruined everything, and at the same time spits. The woman says the paper is intended for her daughter Odetta. Dean Nosferat informs that in order to live a free life as a sorcerer, you must fulfill the conditions he sets, otherwise he will call you back home. Hylas Slay informs him that his true duty is to live for this house, and he hopes for his father's understanding and a speedy return. The woman explains that she is aware of the conditions set by the Venerable Duke and says that he must attain the rank of C-rank sorcerer within a year, and the woman explains that to obtain rank E, one must master 3 high-level spells of ancient magic. To obtain rank D, one must defeat a monster specified by the guild, and to obtain rank C, one must completely conquer the 3rd layer of the capital of the ancient civilization of Elysium. The man informs her that if she can secure a high-ranking mentor, she will be allowed to enter Elysium under his guidance. The girl says she can somehow manage her father's conditions on her own, but right now she's more concerned about Her Highness. The girl tells Iris that she promised to always be by her side, and even if she grows old, Iris will remain young. The girl says she doesn't care about the uniform. The main thing is to protect Iris, and she herself has no particular desire to become a knight, simply following her father's will. She explains that although she doesn't plan to give up her position so easily, perhaps this is good news. The boy says that if Iris has someone she trusts, it's not. The guest palace premises are indicated. The woman apologizes to Yuki Grossaria and explains that she planned to appoint him as her knight and ask Odette to accompany her as a friend during her guild training. Odette denies Yuki any wrongdoing. The woman explains that her father forced her into the position of candidate, and if it weren't for him, Yuki Grossaria would have long ago taken the knight's position, as her interlocutors had wanted. The woman explains that the princess appointed her to the knights and that fellow Bansi, who turned out to be a real general. With angry cries about the inadmissibility of a baron's bastard becoming a knight, the princesses began to push their offspring through, while it remained to obtain approval from the king or another influential member of the royal family. But the aristocrats intervened. The text states that several candidates were chosen from the crowd, and a special examination to select a trusted knight was announced. Dean Nosferat says that the aristocrats, hungry for power and grandeur, would not have let it go so easily anyway. The woman says the matter could have been resolved more easily if she had taken action, but immediately upon arriving from the baronial estates, she came down with a high fever. The girl asks if she's okay and addresses her as Your Highness. The woman replies that yes, she's perfectly fine, she just spent the night with a fever. The girl reports that when she was already able to act, she was isolated so that she could not send a letter to the respected Yuki. The boy asks if he has gained an unnecessary advantage over the other candidates under a pretext. The girl confirms that everyone was aware that he was her chosen one. She explains that since the knight's selection will be conducted under the supervision of His Majesty, she is no longer able to insist on her will, but she still wants. Dean Nosferat says he would gladly accept the honor and thanks her for this high rank. He explains that no matter what form he takes, as long as he's close to the princess, he'll be able to achieve his goal, finding out her connection to the village of Feyre and its inhabitants. He reports that, thanks to Odetta, he was able to summon the esteemed Yuki for a conversation, and that summoning two candidates at the same time would not appear as favoring one of them. Odetta says that she also wants to thank him. Odetta explains that she is honored to be of service to Your Highness and bows. Your Highness. Dean Nosferat says they ran into each other by chance on the way to the capital, and the girl asks when they became friends. The woman explains that it was a coincidence that reminds her of their meeting. The girl asks Odette if the esteemed Yuki also saved her from the monsters. Odette says that, with your permission, she will refrain from commenting. Odette counters that she didn't mean to refrain from commenting, and the girl laughs. The girl wonders if she's really right and says, Dean Nosferat says they're good childhood friends. He then reveals that he doubts he'll ever have another chance to meet Princess Iris in such an informal setting before the exam, and explains that, however, the boy says he won't miss the opportunity and asks permission to ask a question. The girl says yes. The girl asks Lyle, Remilia, or Alice if there were any ancestors with those names. The boy repeats the name, Alice. The girl says Lyle and Remilia. Dean Nosferat says he can't understand why the girl is so surprised. The girl explains that she simply didn't expect such an answer. He says he only knows names from his grandfather's generation, and there's no one like him among them. He explains that he hasn't come up with a reason for his interest. The girl asks if it was a dream, to which another girl repeats the question. He explains that, last night, 3 birds. Dean Nosferat says anything is possible. The girl says that perhaps their meeting wasn't a coincidence, and that he was referred to her by these individuals. The girl explains that, unfortunately, there are no records of the family tree up to her grandfather's generation, and even if the individuals mentioned are her way, the girl explains that it's because of the War of the 8 Kings, isn't it? He says it happened after his death and tells her what a stupid thing they did. He also reads about the War of the 8 Kings and clarifies that it's the one with the 8 kings. The woman explains that due to the war, almost all important documents and records were lost, as were ancient artifacts, which were either lost or sealed. The girl says she's remembered and says that the Magic Guild has already decided on the exam for her knight's appointment. The girl reports that it is on the very top layer of the Elysium, in the cave where the Holy Sword is hidden. The man apologizes for interfering. A servant announces the arrival of the Marquise's son, Mr. Gilvin Kills, and a member of the Count's family, Mr. Giesel Wolfgang. The girl asks what message she should give them. She explains that the time for friendly conversation is over and orders them to be let in, promising to tell them in detail. Dean Nosferatu reports that there's only one door in the house, leading to the basement, and warns that it's dangerous. The girl says she heard strange sounds coming from the basement and wants to check it out. Then she hears the creak of a door opening. He reports that they have arrived. The guy reports that they have arrived. Gilvin Keels reveals that he is the son of Marquis Keels, and Giselle Wolfgang explains that he is the son of Count Wolfgang. The guy says these are the remaining candidates. The man says he wonders who they see here, Your Highness. Dean Nosferat states that the exam must be held on equal terms for all candidates and asks why these two were here before them. Gilvin Kills informs everyone that the exam is a waste of time and that it's obvious to everyone that only one person present is worthy of becoming a knight himself. Gilvin Kills asks Iris if that's true. The boy reports that Mr. Gilvin is being too disrespectful. Mr. Gilvin explains that he had no such thoughts. Dean Nosferat tells Giselle to be quiet and asks if the Count thinks he's his equal. He says that this clear example of the influence of social status on relationships shows how much people love such things. Then he says that something else is beyond his comprehension, the presence of this son of a dog. Another guy indignantly demands to know his place and calls Dean the filthy bastard of the upstart Baron Grissarius. Dean Nosferat says that if you're serious about becoming the princess's knight, learn a few tricks, don't disgrace yourself any further, and get out of here. The girl on the top right starts to speak but pauses. The other girl next to her remains silent. Dean Nosferat bows and thanks. He explains that he is a true Nosferatu monster and will never become human, and explains that he understands this. The man says that it seems that Dean understands perfectly well who he is. The boy says he has a very long life ahead of him, 200, maybe even 300 years or more. And during that long life, the commotion of joining a human guild will be a one-off event that will quickly become a fleeting memory of the past. The man says this because the girl says that she understands perfectly well and that she won't have to communicate with them for long. Dean Nosferat says they will soon become a fleeting memory. On the right, it says this smile is that of a being who knows how fleeting human life is. The guy reports that something strange is happening, expressing surprise and bewilderment. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand what's going on and expresses confusion. The man says he doesn't understand what's going on and asks what happened. He says that even if he has to embarrass himself in front of everyone, sooner or later it will become one of the warm memories of the past. The girl asks if he will share the details of the exam. The guy explains that he wants to hear the details, and the other girl agrees, the husband. The boy and the man ask them to calm down. The girl says she always knew the boy was a real gem, Yuki Grossaria. The woman explains that the exam itself was determined by the Magic Guild. The woman explains that this city is the entrance to the capital of the ancient magical civilization of Elysium. Dean Nosferat reports hearing of a special passage available exclusively to guild members. The girl explains that the city was originally built for the purpose of conquest by Elysium, so the guild decided to hold the exam in the ancient capital. The man shouts that Dean won't be heard. The skeleton tells her to check the integrity of the holy sword deep in the cave and explains that the first one to reach the holy sword will become his knight. The girl listens. Dean Nosferat reveals that 200 years ago, he too was killed by the so-called Holy Sword. He explains that because of such a death in his past life, he is now allergic to long swords, though he can handle short swords tolerably. Dean Nosferat calls this an abomination. The woman asks if she can ask a question, after which Odette Slay asks permission. He wonders what will happen if two candidates achieve the Holy Sword at once. The woman says that in this case there will be an additional finale, and explains that if the two manage to agree among themselves, one will become her knight, and the other will receive an equally important position. The girl thanks for the clarification. Dean Nosferat says that she is clarifying about cooperation, and explains that if they join forces and achieve the goal together, there will be no problems. The girl says that they will find out the rest of the details directly from the examiner, and the exam will be held in 3 days, so they need to prepare for that time. A man announces his return and wishes everyone good luck. A girl with long hair and a woman in a maid outfit welcome him back, addressing Mr. Yuki. Dean Nosferat asks if Remy has behaved well, and says she dressed up beautifully. Remy replies that she has. The girl reports that little Remy is an incredible girl who has already learned to fold laundry. The girl explains that it's not surprising, since she's still a child, and that she told her to go to bed if she's too sleepy, but the girl says she's sleepy, slept during the day, and still, the boy says to Remy, the master is familiar. Dean Nosferat says it's time to go to bed, ordering Remy, who yawns. Dean Nosferat says they told him to investigate the cave with the undead. The girl says he's going to have a hard time. Dean Nosferat asks what he has on his exam. He says he can't stand this nastiness. The girl says she remembers how once, when she, Dean, and Lady Rumia were going to the cemetery to visit a grave, the undead started crawling out from everywhere, although they later calmed everyone down again. The girl advises not to overload. The girl says that good honey was cheap at the capital's market today, so she baked her favorite pancakes. She explains that it's good and doesn't matter what the result is, and says she will always remain by Mr. Yuki's side. The boy silently holds his cup. Dean Nosferat says he can't believe this happened. The guy says to do the same tomorrow so he can go to the exam in a good mood. The girl says, of course. On the day of the exam, General Bands welcomes Lindell to the Magic Guild and explains that the guild's main building is located there, while the other buildings are research labs and other facilities. The boy expresses surprise. General Bands apologizes for what happened and explains that they were highly recommended by someone. The man says that even if someone else is chosen, he won't be forgotten. Dean Nosferat says this didn't sit well with the other aristocrats. The knight says he won't abandon his savior in trouble and gives his word as a knight. He says he's a good man and laughs. The knight says they've arrived and shows the entrance to the capital of the ancient magical civilization, Elysium. Demeter explains that through this door they will enter. Dean Nosferat informs them that a distorted space awaits them further on, and explains that this is the only passage leading to the capital of an ancient magical civilization. The knight recommends closing your eyes and holding on to the guard accompanying you during the descent. He reports that they descend but seem to rise, move straight but seem to be moving diagonally, and indeed, strange sensations arise. The girl says that this is an extremely unpleasant place, and the guy tells what it is like. The girl says Yuki isn't okay. and he explains that he's been flying in the sky since his past life and is used to this kind of feeling, and that he'll get used to it with time. The man explains that 200 years ago, Yuki was completely under the control of the Holy Land Church, and anyone close to him faced inevitable punishment. Dean Nosferat says the place must be unpleasant for him, but the thought that these are the ruins of a mysterious ancient civilization immediately makes his heart beat faster. He and the girl are standing nearby. The armored man announces that they are almost there and offers to take a look. He also says that his insides are hopelessly magical. Then a deep, round well with several levels is shown. Below, the armored man, the girl, and he are watching. The knight reports that the underground labyrinth was discovered 220 years ago, but has yet to be fully explored. He allows the trainees to descend only to the upper layers, warning that they cannot guarantee safety below. He explains that the cave containing the holy sword is nearby and orders them to follow. Dean Nosferat reports that Yuki Grossaria is perfectly fine and is amazed at her composure, after which he offers to help. Yuki Grossaria explains that they are currently unable to move and reveals that undead creatures have appeared in the cave, some of which include lesser wraiths and skeletons. She explains that. The girl says it's time to report after a rest. The man asks, "So this is the cave of the holy sword?" The girl explains that new trainees are taken through this lair for inspection, but they are still in ancient ruins teeming with dangerous monsters, and repeats that if they sense, the man informs them that they still risk losing their lives and asks them to remember his warning. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand how anyone could threaten a member of the Marquis's household. The girl tells Gilvan that if he's confident in his abilities, he can try wandering around the area alone. She explains that even in these corridors, monsters sometimes appear, and if you fall into the hole in the center in the middle of a battle, certain death awaits you. The man reports that no one. A voice announces that the task is to reach the holy sword, and whoever does it the fastest will win the exam. The woman says that magic is freely used and that she has everything. The man asks if there are any questions. The guy with glasses asks if it's forbidden to try to interfere with the opponents. The girl says they can't keep track of everything. The guy with glasses says that's not right. Dean Nosferat explains that if you get hurt, he'll heal you, and if you give up, he'll rescue you. But that's not just superficial, and advises you to remember that. The guy on the right says he sent several familiars into the cave, through whose eyes he'll observe the action. The girl on the left explains that she can use her familiars, but if they reach the goal first, it won't count as a victory. Dean Nosferat announces that the winner will be the one who reaches the holy sword first. The girl asks if he has any questions, to which Dean Nosferat replies that he understands. The woman explains that since you're interested, she'd like to ask something. The woman says that if it's called a holy sword, then it must be an important ancient artifact, and asks why, then, it's sealed in such a place. The man replies with surprise. Dean Nosferat says that since the opportunity presented itself, he wanted to ask. The man says he should have chosen a better question, and the boy explains that he found something to ask. The woman asks if he'd asked the wrong question. The woman explains that the holy sword stored here is completely useless. She says that such ancient artifacts do exist, and if the boy wants more details, he should research the matter himself once he becomes an official member of the guild. The boy thanks her for her answer. The woman explains that. The girl informs that she gives you 5 minutes to think over a strategy, explains that you can think it out on your own or team up with someone and do it together, and asks you to demonstrate wisdom and skill worthy of a knight of her highness. The woman asks Yuki if he brought a familiar with him, after which Yuki explains that he had no idea what Elysium was. The woman explains that it takes some time to summon her familiar, and says that she and Yuki are equal partners until they reach. Odetta says that being polite slows down the speed of information exchange. That's what she's been told. Dean Nosferat says, it's as he wishes. No, Odetta says she understands. He explains that the cave branches into 2 passages at a certain point and asks what to do next. The girl advises that it's better to take the direct route, which is overrun with undead, and the relatively safe detour. He explains that he's considering taking the direct route. The girl says she has mastered this magic, but can only use it for short periods of time. She also has the Shadow Snake and Stone Strike spells. Dean Nosferat says their enemies are skeletons and ghosts, and that should be enough. The girl speaks well and confirms. He says that if they win, he will become Iris's knight. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand. The girl says she mentioned being Iris's childhood friend and confirms it. The woman explains that Iris, due to her grandmother's heritage and other reasons, was bullied by other princesses and princes. The man says he knows about her physiology, she told him herself. The woman says Iris has already completely trusted him. He says he wants I. The girl informs that the knight's position should only be taken by the one who is truly capable of protecting her. Dean Nosferat says that an assistant position will be enough for him. The text states that she sincerely values Princess Iris, however. He explains that the knight's position is not that important to him, so he cannot simply agree to such a request, and says that they will discuss it after the victory. He says that the time has come and offers to go. The girl agrees. A woman wants everyone to express themselves fully. A man listens attentively, a guy smiles, another man watches with interest. Dean Nosferat stares ahead intently. He informs her that there's a trap in the lock that will trigger if anyone tries to open the door. The man explains that this trap is activated by a break-in attempt and can be fatal. He advises that she should be extremely careful and find another way out. The girl says they're starting the exam now. The man says they're starting the exam now. The man announces that the exam is starting. Dean Nosferat and the girl say to incarnate. The girl reports that the first thing they did was activate physical enhancement magic, and also says that this is a smart move, but the question is, who did it faster? Dean Nosferat informs Odetta that they will be leaving immediately, apologizing to her. The girl says she hasn't finished casting the spell yet and won't wait. The boy and he react silently to this. The girl expresses surprise. The girl says that this is the first time in her life a gentleman has treated her so rudely, and how dare he treat a lady with such disrespect. Dean Nosferat informs her that she is not a lady for the duration of the exam, but a partner, and that she will finish the spell on his back. The man shouts Yuki's name. He says he knows. The girl orders the dead to leave, calling them unclean. The skeletons make noises and retreat. The girl is surprised and asks if the skeletons retreated. Dean Nosferat explains that the undead cannot tolerate silver weapons, and that in fact his sword's blade is smeared with mystical blood, calling it a joke. He explains that his mystical blood has the ability to purify, so any evil spirit that comes into contact with it is purified. The girl explains that the undead don't usually react so harshly. Dean Nosferat reports that in a past life, all undead shied away from him because of his ability. He explains that witnesses have constructed a logical chain. If the undead fear him, then he commands the undead, and thus he acquired a new nickname, the Vampire Lord. He says that's how it is. He stops the skeleton and says that Odette should now hold on tight. The skeletons make sounds. One of the skeletons asks them to wait. The man explains that this is the capital of the ancient magical civilization of Elysium. The man reports that the remains of the members of the Temple of Elysium have disappeared into the depths of these chambers, while they have only explored the upper layers, and explains that it may take hundreds of years to fully explore these ruins. The boy informs them that they are in the middle of an exam and asks them to refrain from unnecessary chatter. The man apologizes for making the silent wait a little tiresome and tells the examiner, Demeter, that rumor has it that the restless spirit of a temple priest roams these layers. The girl says she knew it was pointless. The man explains that protective amulets are installed throughout the corridors, and until someone specifically summons them, any evil spirits will remain locked away. The boy asks why undead have appeared in the Holy Sword's cave, and asks if they're sure it's safe to conduct the exam in such a place. The girl says the cause is being investigated. The man explains that the person in charge of all the amulets checked them yesterday and found no problems. Dean Nosferat says he wouldn't be so sure, as these passages were a battlefield, and explains that many have lost their lives here, so he wouldn't be surprised if the restless souls of the dead appeared. He asks what this fog is. The man says that it looks like we're in for a test too. The girl reports ghosts in the passage and asks what happened to the protective amulets they checked just yesterday. The man explains that higher undead might have appeared, capable of neutralizing the amulet's effects, and explains that ghosts have no physical form and cannot be defeated with ordinary weapons. The husband. The man claims to have an unusual weapon. The girl casts a spell and commands the evil spirits to leave, using the Thorns of the Shadow Realm spell. The man strikes with an axe. The girl reports that a rite of repose was performed here immediately after the end of the War of the Eight Kings, and asks why they have appeared now. The man says everything is happening slowly and names the people. Then there are hissing sounds and a drawn-out, ooh. The girl says that their master is the seventh priest and asks them to hurry. Then she says that there is not much time left. The woman asks if this is the seventh priest. The man says he doesn't like the lack of fleshy sensation when striking a blow while fighting ghosts and asks Demeter if the candidates are all right. The woman says she'll check through the familiar's eyes. The woman reports that Yuki Grossaria and Odette Slay are successfully approaching their destination. She says they've almost reached the Holy Sword while completely avoiding combat with the undead and asks how this is possible. The man explains that it happened so quickly. The woman says that the speed at which he activates ancient magic is also abnormal, and it's hard to believe that a mere trainee possesses such immense power. The man says there's no need to be surprised, as anything can be expected from that boy, adding that he's tired of being surprised. The girl says that she personally prefers the second team's choice, and that it's better than recklessness, but then stops and asks what it is. The man asks what happened to the second team and explains that they chose to bypass the undead. Dean Nosferat says they're at odds with each other and asks why. The man tells her his familiar was killed. The girl explains she wouldn't make such a foolish mistake because her familiar is magically enhanced and wouldn't easily fall victim to a mere skeleton. The man asks. The guy says that this is agility for a vile bastard and asks what kind of barren and insolent, arrogant man he is. Dean Nosferat says no one informed him that there was such a person in the baronial family and calls their actions unthinkable as they slipped right between skeletons and ghosts. The man says that sooner or later they will fall into the hands of the undead, and that will be their end. He explains why the plan to eliminate Yuki Grossaria by having him shoot him in the back with magic from the shadows was rejected. The man asks if this is the plan proposed by Dean's father. The girl says he would have a much better chance of winning. The boy explains that Yuki Grossaria won't be able to continue and will be disqualified, leaving Odetta Slay as his only opponent. Dean Nosferat says his goal is to become the princess's knight and bring glory to his noble house. He asks if anyone else is asking him to commit such a vile act. Dean Nosferat explains that forcing him to commit a vile act and then abandoning him would tarnish his name and betray his faith. Gil explains that the Wolfgang family is a line of necromancers, sorcerers who specialize in manipulating the dead. He says that in the current situation, Gil is of great use and has nothing to be ashamed of. He asks, the guy explains that he uses his ancient magic as you wish. The boy explains that a father he knows taught him ancient magic that's perfect for this situation, and according to him, it's magic of the highest order, which must be used specifically within the confines of Elysium. The man explains that the battle is an information war that begins already at the preparation stage, and that by bribing people into serving. The top right indicates that there are several creatures capable of controlling the undead, including vampires and liches, as well as sorcerers. The bottom left indicates that the firstborn of this family, Gil, stood out for his talent for necromancy, and his choice as a companion can be called. Dean Nosferat says that Gazelle can be relied upon, and says that he will make him his right hand when he becomes a minister or vizier. He says that you need to bow to his will and defeat his enemies. Then he asks you to calm down and listen to his words. Dean Nosferat reports that Gil succeeded. Gil asks if he succeeded. Gil makes a hand gesture and a skeleton appears. He says that now they can stop Yuki Grossaria and Odette Slay, and the man says that victory is in their hands and starts waving his hand. He screams, not understanding what is happening, when the man suddenly kicks him. It is reported who disturbed them. Dean Nosferat reports that someone has reopened the door to the world of the living before them. The man says he's trying to figure out who this person is. Dean Nosferat repeats the question, who is he? Priest Loglul announces that he is the seventh priest of the Temple of Elysium. He makes a loud sound, followed by a powerful explosion of energy around them. The sound of impact is accompanied by the sound of liquid falling. The skeletons make cracking and crunching sounds. Dean Nosferat speaks to the Temple of Elysium and reports that the ghost of a Temple of Elysium member has been wandering the top layer. The guy says that Gil's magic called him here. Dean Nosferat reports that then it's not a simple ghost, but a phantom, a poltergeist, or even a lich. The man responds by saying, "Eh?" and making a heart sound. He says where the ancient artifact is. The guy tells him exactly where the artifact is. He explains that it's in the name of the great artifact. The guy is silent, then grabs him by the throat. The guy falls to the ground with a thud. The guy says they've dedicated their lives to finding something new. The girl explains they need to get something into their hands. The guy says this is the Holy Sword Cave. The man and girl run. The guy says that this is the finish line, right? And Dean Nosferat says that it is, and asks if something bothers him. He asks if this is a holy sword. The girl reports that one of the priests was afraid of the holy sword's power and imprisoned it in stone. Dean Nosferat says this is the Holy Sword's cave, and he imagined it a little differently. The top right corner states that no one has been able to draw the sword or see the blade since then, meaning it's an extremely dangerous ancient artifact. The girl explains that even high-ranking sorcerers left it like that and asks why they care, adding that the important thing is below. The girl says that if you think about it, there is nothing to worry about. She just ran and did nothing else. The girl says the main thing is that the exam is over and asks if Miss Demeter can see them. Dean Nosferat reports that the girl's familiar must be somewhere nearby. Dean Nosferat looks toward the cave entrance. Dean Nosferat looks ahead in surprise. Rustling sounds can be heard from the depths of the cave. The guy says it looks like their opponents have arrived. The girl says they're already with Yuki, and the man yells, "Odette, stop." The girl calls Yuki by name. The guy asks who it is and notices the ominous magical force emanating from it. The woman says that Gil Wolfgang has magical powers and asks where he got them from. The man explains that it's not a ghost but a phantom or a poltergeist and says it seems someone has possessed Gil. Dean Nosferat reports that they are. He reports that they have answered the call of an ancient power and have returned to this world, calling himself the seventh priest of the Temple of Elysium. The girl says he is a priest of the Temple of Elysium and wonders if he would use necromancy in such a place. Dean Nosferat says death, accompanied by the sounds of bangs. He says he didn't expect to withstand our attack. The man from the shadows says, ho. Dean Nosferat says that the cursed dead should not bother the living. He reports that a priest of the Church of the Holy Land also tried to summon one using ancient magic, but was unsuccessful. It is reported that the priests of the Church of the Holy Land were killed within the capital of the ancient civilization, and it would not be surprising if their souls were left wandering within these halls. The man says that the question arises whether this is a coincidence or by some order, and explains that it is not clear, however, why he summoned such a dangerous soul. Dean Nosferat says that, in any case, the members of the Church of the Holy Land who drove him to death in his past life are getting to him. He reports that one of these scoundrels is in front of me. He tells them not to approach him. The man asks if Yuki Grosseria and Odetta Slay are okay, and the woman orders the general to eliminate the surrounding undead. Dean Nosferat says he'll stop the possessed ghost and warns the ghost not to approach his charges. Then Dean Nosferat says, "That's nice," after which the ghost makes a sound. The girl tells him the name of the technique, Thorns of the Shadow Realm. He says it's stupid. The girl says she doesn't understand what's happening. Dean Nosferat reports that the magic of this era has fallen so low, become slow, and is no good. He explains that only they, the chosen ones of the Temple of Elysium, are worthy of wielding power. The boy strikes, creating a vortex of energy. The man says he's in pain, and the girl screams. He notices what's happening. Then a powerful explosion occurs, devastating the surrounding area. The man and girl are surprised and ask what he's going to do with the trainees. Dean Nosferatu explains that they care nothing for the living. Their only desire is to recover the stolen ancient artifact. He explains that, in the name of the greater purpose of their Temple of Elysium, they are guiding humanity toward new challenges. He says, "Shut up." Shadow says he didn't expect it when he started dancing. Dean Nosferatu asks if damage from a silver weapon is ill-fated if he's facing a great seventh son. Dean Nosferatu explains that it's pointless. The boy says the word purification and performs an action accompanied by a sound. The man lets out a scream. He says he's pathetic and the seventh priest and asks how his interlocutor is. The guy is silent, then says he's a devourer and asks who he is. Dean Nosferatu screams at what people are doing. The man in the shadows says that first they branded others monsters and oppressed them, and now they themselves have degenerated. The guy with glasses asks what he's talking about. He screams, "Shut up," and orders him to finally disappear, a relic of the past. Then a dark figure calls him an insolent brat and tries to grab him. He notices the attack and dodges. Many sounds of blows are heard. Dean Nosferatu says, "Tieska." Then Yuki says he's fine and orders him to be on guard. The man laughs and says Yuki got it and shouldn't get cocky, then says the word purification. Yuki makes a sound, then exhales sharply. The boy announces that he saved Gizel and orders Odetta to strike the enemy. Odetta understands and uses the Earth Power spell, attacking the enemy. The dark figure becomes angry and calls them damned brats. The enemy is stunned by the attack and lets out a cry of surprise. Dean Nosferatu reports that disembodied ghosts are taking over bodies to gain the magical powers of the living. Dean Nosferatu makes a sound like zzz. He says that, having lost Gizel, he has nothing left to feed on. Shadow explains that he existed for 200 years as a ghost and has degenerated into this state. Shadow wonders how someone so young could have gained such power. Dean Nosferatu says he can't bring himself to talk about New Heights since they started a war and lost it, and in the end, people like him have fallen to the state of pathetic ghosts and are taking over the bodies of innocent children. He says he feels sorry for those who lost their lives because of. The voice tells them that by regaining the Holy Sword and overcoming their sins, they will finally be able to ascend and gain a new life. The girl says the sacred sword is sealed here to destroy unholy creatures. She asks what the sword brings, new life. The boy says he can't believe an evil ghost would covet such an artifact, and asks if the sacred sword contains some other secret. The guy says he's curious himself, and suggests checking it out. He then kicks the wall, causing a loud thud and a dark hole to appear, from which a cry of surprise emanates. The girl says that it can't be pulled out and explains that it's sealed, and no high-ranking sorcerer can free it. The man holds a knife and cuts something. Dean Nosferat reports that he can't believe this happened. Light says, "Welcome back, my lord." He holds a sword that is becoming corroded. He says it is an erosion hack. Dean Nosferat says it's clear. The boy says it's the holy sword that killed him. The girl says he pulled out the holy sword. The man utters an unintelligible word. Dean Nosferat reports that he has learned a lot of interesting things through the hack, but first he needs to finish the job. He says he's not a snake. The man says, "Wake up." He jumps and says, "Holy sword, Linkar." Dean Nosferat says the sword is light and reports that 20 years ago, Lyle's hand shook when he pointed the blade at him. The man says everyone portrayed Lyle as a hero and doubts that the people from the Holy Land Church dared to kill him. The girl asks what happened to Lyle after that and whether he had a falling out with Romelia and Alice because of her. He asks for a symbol. The shadow reports that even Mizia, so Gagja Dug, will find new life for them and pressure on the warriors. The guy asks at the end if the interlocutor knows Lyle from the village of Feyre, and the dark figure says that he doesn't know. Dean Nosferat says he hasn't lied, hurt, or killed anyone and that no one has given such orders. He then declares he has no further business with his interlocutor and orders him to disappear, after which he strikes. Dean Nosferat explains that the holy sword Linkar has indeed been sealed. He reports that there was another owner besides him, but then denies it. The girl yells at Yuyuki and asks what he did and how he could pull out the holy sword like that. Yuyuki remains silent and inserts the sword back into the stone, saying that he thought he would be scolded if they found out he used the sword without permission, but that doesn't mean he'll be immediately. Dean Nosferat says it's their little secret and asks not to reveal it. The man makes ticking sounds. The girl stands nearby and listens. He says it's a secret and asks not to tell, while embarrassedly saying, Dean Nosferat speaks pompously and thanks him. The girl says she understands and will stop revealing her partner's secrets. The man asks the trio if they are all right and inquires about the ghost priest. The girl replies that they are fine. GL Wolfgang tells the story. He states that he's interested in why he was able to summon a priest from the Church of the Holy Land, but this will be revealed in the guild's further investigation. The guy reports that he learned about two abilities of the holy sword Linkar through hacking. He explains that one of them is to destroy the evil soul, and the other is to grant the effect of reincarnation to the righteous soul. But the reincarnation ability has already been used up, the guy explains. The guy says he killed a priest from the Church of the Holy Land, but he was the one who translated a monster like him. The guy explains that the system is somehow flawed. Dean Nosferat reveals that he was reborn due to the Holy Sword's ability. Dean Nosferat explains that this ability is called erosion hacking and adds that there is another ability. The first time, he says he was in a hurry and didn't notice the sword retained its owner's history. In the list of the Holy Sword's owners, Linkar, he notes that he successfully used the reincarnation effect 200 years ago. It is reported that the temporary wielder, Alice Carmine, who was used 109 years ago, was successfully reincarnated in the same era as the Lord. Several months ago, in a village on the baronial estate of Grossaria, a girl asks how a woman is feeling. The woman says she feels fine, thanks Marta for her concern, and says that even her cough has disappeared lately. The girl explains that the woman is constantly becoming overwhelmed, causing her to worry. The woman says she feels better with each visit from Mr. Yuki, and the other woman says she never doubted it. The girl says he's doing something suspicious and leaving, and the woman explains that it's been 5 years since Marta started working at the Baron's mansion and asks. The girl informs him that Mr. Yuki is not the heir, so he will soon enroll in an academy and leave home. She explains that there is no guarantee he will be able to take his servants with him, so he should consider finding a new job or finding a lover and getting married. The girl says that there is no need to worry about her, and the other girl says that Mr. Yuki is an amazing and extraordinary person and probably has a corresponding future ahead of him. The girl says that she will be able to follow him consistently. Dean Nosferat reports that the protective amulets are damaged and knew about it. He says it's an unexpected turn of events. The girl explains that the text of her speech is missing from the image. The man announces something by raising his thumb. Yuki Grossaria announces that he is to become Iris's knight, as thanks to him they were able to pass the exam first and defeat the ghost priest. Yuki Grossaria explains that in his righteous anger towards the dead priest, he completely forgot that they had arrived in. Dean Nosferat informs her that she promised to keep the fact that he pulled out the holy sword a secret, and she'll have to accept it. Dean Nosferat asks if she can still become Odette. The woman tells him not to underestimate her pride and that she will never take away his honor. He reports that based on the history of the sword's use, the holy sword Linkar, his blood and the blood of someone close in nature remained on its blade, and this was 109 years ago. Dean Nosferat says he's unsure if Alice knew about the Linkar's abilities, but with its help she was reborn in the same era as him and died in exactly the same way. He says he has no idea what happened after his death, but the children, that's what he calls them, are now living somewhere. He says that he will definitely find his interlocutor, and says that he will see this. Dean Nosferat asks for a moment and says he'd like to inquire about the undead that attacked them, as well as deal with the Church of the Holy Land that occasionally pops up. Gilvin Kills sits for a moment, then starts and asks what he wants. He explains that the plan with Mr. Giselle was to unleash the undead to hinder their team's progress in the exam, and asks if he understood correctly. The man replies that he did. The boy explains that they weren't planning to summon the ghost of the temple priest, Alicia. Dean Nosferat says that he not only defeated the priest's ghost, but even saved Giselle. The boy admits complete defeat and apologizes for all the insults, naming Yuki Grosseria. The man says no one cares and expresses bewilderment. The boy explains that it's best to check with the acquaintance who taught Giselle magic. Dean Nosferat speaks for a moment. The boy asks if he means to tell you that there are fanatics of the Temple of Elysium surrounding the houses of Marquis Keels and Count Wolfgang. Dean Nosferat replies that he doesn't know. The girl says that Yuki is absolutely right, Gilvin Keels. Dean. He says that if Yuki hadn't exorcised the priest's ghost, Giselle Wolfgang might still be under the possession of that undead creature, and asks if the other person doesn't understand the magnitude of the incident. The woman asks about Giselle being possessed. The girl says it's necessary to find the culprit and bring him to justice. The boy says it doesn't matter whether representatives of the Marquis or Count's houses are involved. What's needed now is a lead. Dean Nosferat says they should also return to the surface and report the incident to Her Highness, hiding nothing. The man says his interlocutor is right. The boy remains silent. The guy says that he is leaving the cleanup of the incident with the search for the criminal to the Magic Guild, since something else is more important to him now, and says that it is clear. A search for the reincarnated Alice is reported, and the man says he's already been informed. The girl explains that the esteemed Yuki was the first to complete the exam. The girl reports that she is also aware of the ghost incident and that a brilliant job was done addressing Odetta and the esteemed Yuki. Yuki denies this, addressing the girl as His Majesty. The girl says she couldn't do anything and that it's entirely thanks to Yuki. Yuki says it would have taken him longer without the girl's help and that it was thanks to her, Odette, that they were able to save Giel. The girl exclaims that it was she who said it. The girl explains that if the boy hadn't driven the ghost from Gisel's body, she wouldn't have been able to attack him with magic, and reminds him that they were equal partners throughout the exam, so he deserves as much praise as she does. Dean Nosferat says he's forgotten that. The girl says he's such a stubborn person, and he says she's not giving in to him. The girl coughs. The girl says she'll look into it. They become very close friends. The girl explains that the esteemed Yuki will become her knight after a ceremony in which his father will personally appoint him. The woman says the most important thing is that Yuki has now become Her Majesty's knight and asks for forgiveness. Yuki says he asks for forgiveness. The girl reports that this time he has received the most important report that the respected Yuki has pulled out the holy sword. Dean Nosferatu reveals that he plans to draw the sword again in their presence so that they can decide what to do with it. He says there will likely be discontent among the aristocracy if they learn that the Baron's bastard has acquired an ancient artifact. The girl says she wouldn't like to make this fact public. The girl explains that it's fine, they'll keep it a secret, and explains that. Dean Nosferat says that's what you're commanding. The girl says Yuki is a remarkable person. Dean Nosferat remarks that she resembles Alice, even though she's 2 years older. He explains that there are several ways to check whether the princess is Alice's reincarnation, and the first is blood. He explains that after his reincarnation, he, like in his past life, possessed his mystical blood, and in this case, it is quite possible that Alice's reincarnation retained some of it. Dean Nosferat says he can't directly ask Princess Iris to show him her blood. He explains that if Iris is Alice reincarnated, then her blood likely contains his mystic blood. Dean Nosferat explains that the second option is to let the princess touch him. It's reported that since Alice was reborn through the sword's power, it'll be enough to break its erosions upon touching her to understand. It's said that there are still options based on her behavior or knowledge, but she needs to be closely monitored. Dean Nosferat says that if she had a memory, she would certainly have reacted somehow at that moment, and explains that last night 3 persons came to him in a dream and told him to protect Highness Iris like the apple of his eye. The man notices that it is not Alice who emerges. He says he shouldn't stare at Her Highness's face so intently, you ignoramus. The man apologizes and says he was just lost in his own thoughts. The woman explains, it's okay, they've only recently arrived in the capital and probably haven't had time to get used to it yet, but she's sure they'll get used to it quickly. The girl laughs, but the guy is silent. Dean Nosferat reports that Her Highness is overjoyed that Yuki has become her knight. The girl whispers that Yuki should at least respond to the words properly. Yuki explains that Yuki Grossaria takes a knight's oath to serve faithfully and truly at her side. He says thank you very much, and the girl shakes his hand. The girl says she remembers him telling her in a dream that he was ordered to protect her. He asks if that really happened. The woman explains that, well, that'll do. He says yes. The woman says that it happened and confirms that it definitely happened. The woman reports that, if she remembers correctly, individuals named Lyle and Remilia appeared in her dream, and is surprised that Dean Nosferat remembered everything. Dean Nosferat remains silent. The woman says the conversation was memorable. The girl says that those people were very dear to him and asks Yuki if that's true. Yuki watches silently. The man says they might be right. The girl explains that his fiancée wasn't among them by any chance and asks, for example. Dean Nosferat says, tell me. He says, absolutely not. The girl asks if that's true. He explains that he never even had a girlfriend, let alone a fiancée. The girl says that it was probably a dear person to whom Dean Nosferat had a soft spot. Dean Nosferat remains silent and slightly embarrassed. He tells Odette that Yuki. Odette says that he doesn't understand what Her Highness wants to achieve. He explains that Iris is, after all, Alice's reincarnation, and right now she's trying to figure out if he has a dear person from. The girl informs him that he will become Her Highness's personal knight and explains that this means that he must cherish her more than anyone in the world, and Iris tries to figure out whether he can do this or not. Dean Nosferat tells Odetta that she's a genius and everything is clear. Then Dean Nosferat explains that, of course, the most important person to him right now is Your Highness Iris, and even if he had fiancés or lovers, they wouldn't compare to her in importance. Odetta agrees. The guy says he's ready to let go of the past, and the girl says she's ready to serve solely for his benefit. The girl reports that so. Dean Nosferatu announces that he's laughing. The girl asks what that means. The guy closes the door and says, The girl stops him and asks him to stay for a while so she can have some fun with Her Majesty alone, like a close childhood friend. The guy replies, The girl says it's been a while since they've had to communicate like this and suggests calling her simply Iris, to which the other girl replies, I. The girl reports that she recently went to bed with a high fever, and Dean Nosferat confirms this. Since then, the girl says she began having strange dreams in which she learned to read and write from a great person who had lived for a long time in a huge old castle in one of the villages in the outback of Devon. The woman says that, but the woman tells her that if Dean isn't stopped, he could cause harm. He explains that he won't let that happen and is ready to protect her. The boy says it's clear. The girl explains that a normal dream is too specific, an immortal, a church in the Holy Land, my lord. The girl explains that the village's guardian angel, my lord, looks a lot like Yuki and asks if she understood correctly, adding that, simply put, the girl says that in her dream she was called Lyle and Remilia, and it occurred to her that it might not just be a dream, but a memory from a past life. The man replies that no. The woman explains that it's a diseased love sickness. The girl responds by saying she can't believe it because the dreams are so vivid and detailed, like an alternate reality. The man explains that Iris fell in love with Yuki at first sight, and to give these feelings a reason, her brain displays these dreams. The woman says the man has no evidence to support his claims. The girl replies that he does. The woman says that when the villagers sent her away in a dream, they told her that if she were to be reunited with their lord in the future, she must find this coat of arms. The man says the whole village will do everything possible to help the lord in the future. The girl says she'll definitely drop by with the lord one day. The girl explains that if they find something with his coat of arms in reality, it will serve as proof. The second girl listens. Dean Nosferat says, we can take a closer look, Iris. The man asks what. The girl says that she is familiar with this coat of arms and, as a friend, she will immediately arrange a meeting with its owner. The guy asks how much longer he has to hang around here. Dean Nosferat tells Yuki that he's here, Yuki, and Odette announces that she's here. Yuki asks Odette if she was going to show him a good place, to which she replies that she'll take him to the Grail Trading Company today. Thank you, of course, for volunteering to show us the city, but the man says that they forgot themselves in this company, and the man says that the girl just got out of the provinces. Isn't that right, Yuki? The girl says that she will convey the importance of having connections with large trading companies in the capital, especially for a member of the Magic Guild, who, while diving into the ruins, can at any moment find a valuable item and will have someone to sell or pawn. Dean Nosferat doubts it's so easy to find something valuable during the dives. The girl reports that this was the story of the man who drew the holy sword during his first dive. She explains that no one could have drawn it, and if you can't use it, you haven't found it. The girl explains that she's all ready. He says he wouldn't be surprised if his interlocutor's family rises one rung higher in the aristocratic hierarchy, and with increasing rank, they might need connections with influential merchants. Dina Nosferatu, the interlocutor, reports that she decided to take him there in this case. Dean Nosferatu reports that he has left the Holy Sword Linkar hanging around in the Holy Sword Cave for now. After discussing the possible developments with Princess Iris, they decided to replace the sword with a fake one at the first opportunity, or, at a suitable opportunity, publicly announce that they have managed to remove the seal from it. The guy says he never doubted Odette could be relied upon. Odette says she doesn't understand what's going on. Dean Nosferatu advises that a village aristocrat is unlikely to understand such subtleties, and his advice is very helpful. He's glad he was lucky enough to meet Odetta. Odetta hesitates, then yells at Dean not to embarrass her. The girl says it's a special carriage used by members of the royal family for secret trips into the city and asks to see it. The man replies that it is the same. The girl asks if it really is, expressing surprise. The man explains that, then how does she know about its existence? The girl says that the ducal house is close to the royal one, so she says that's more important. The girl says she can't believe her eyes, and that it's Her Highness Princess Iris, and the man explains that it's an incredible coincidence. The boy says it's suspicious, and asks if it's a coincidence. The man thanks Bunce for his service, and Bunce asks Her Highness to come later. The man warns them to be careful, assuring them that they are safe with Sir Yuki and young Miss Slay around. Odette apologizes for the wait and offers to escort Yuki to the trading company. Yuki asks if Odette minds her wandering around the city like this. The girl says that she can be addressed more informally, and the guy says that he doesn't understand. Iris says it might attract attention to call her Your Highness in public and asks to be called Iris. Iris says she can be called Iris. Dean Nosferatu says fine and suggests calling her Ali. Iris says yes, my lord. He says he can't understand why the girl doesn't want to go to church and explains that there are many interesting things to do there. The girl says she doesn't like church and prefers to stay home. The woman explains that church is a place where she can find peace and support. Dean Nosferatu apologizes to Iris. Iris says it's nothing and suggests they go. Iris informs him that they've arrived at the capital's most famous company, Grail. Dean Nosferatu is amazed by the size of the building and says it's even larger than their baronial mansion. The woman explains that this trading company has branches throughout the kingdom, so you can deposit money at any one branch and pick it up at a completely different one. She also says they have the largest financial turnover with a huge selection of goods, and Grail even invests in other trading companies. The girl says she's heard a lot, but this is the first time she's seen it with her own eyes. Dean Nosferatu explains that this isn't just a thing in her country. Similar things happen in other countries, and that any kingdom is easier to destroy than the Grail Company, so vast and influential is it. The woman explains that the royal family rarely made deals with the Grail, and no young princess ever visited the company's branch in person. She then explains that this is why the coat of arms was unfamiliar to Iris. Iris makes a sound of surprise. Dean Nosferatu says that the shape of this castle is not by chance similar to the one he had in his past life, or it was just his imagination. He then tells Odetta says her name is Odetta. She is the Duke of Slay's daughter, and she has an appointment with the head of the company. The man says they are aware of the visit and asks them to proceed. Dean Nosferatu reports that they've already arranged a meeting with the boss, and asks why they needed it if they were just going to look around. Odetta Slay explains that she herself suggested discussing the important matter with a high-ranking company official. Odetta Slay apologizes to Dean Nosferatu and says he was interested in the company's coat of arms and asks if she is Mrs. Iris. Iris says she asked Odette to arrange a meeting with someone knowledgeable about the coat of arms' origins. The man asks for a moment's wait, as the company's head will be arriving soon. Dean Nosferatu says he's not worried, as he didn't mention Iris's name, and asks if such service impresses the ducal house's prestige. The woman explains that their family has had a long-standing business relationship with the Grail. He reports that here too the relief of the coat of arms, the castle, and the bat remind us of him, of the times of Dean Nosferatu. The girl apologizes for dragging Yuki into all this and explains that she really wanted to make sure what she saw in the dream was true. Yuki asks what it was about and whether it was a dream. The girl says that if she comes here with them, she must understand. The woman laughs. The woman greets her. Rowelia explains that she is the head of the Grail Company and apologizes for the wait, expressing her joy at seeing Odette Slay again. Odetta asks if they recognize her. Rowelia explains that she is honored to see Princess Iris Ristia in person among the company. The girl says that she is glad to welcome the esteemed member of the Baron Grissari family into their company and reports that she has heard about the exploits of Georg Grissari. Dean Nosferat reports that in a conflict with the Eastern foreigners, he slew 3 military leaders at once and always wanted to see such a worthy figure with his own eyes at least once. Dean Nosferat says it's surprising that the priest is aware of his military accomplishments and notes. The girl reports that, as far as she knows, the company has preserved all the records that took place before the War of the Eight Kings. The woman listens. The girl says that, unfortunately, she can't say everything, but the most important things are passed down through generations from one company leader to the next. The girl explains that in such a case, one should listen, after which one can safely ridicule the child as absurd, but the girl says she can't go on like this any longer and asks him to stop. Dean Nosferat informs Alice Carmine that if she succeeds in reuniting with my lord, she must find and visit a place with a bat crest and a castle where they will receive a blessing. Dean Nosferat asks if this was in the girl's dreams. The girl says the man who was her father in her dreams is Lyle Carmine, along with many other villagers. He gives the names Lyle Carmine, the father, Alice Carmine, and my lord. The man makes the sound, ah. The woman says she knew it was her. The boy reports that they were told in a dream what a blessing is. The girl explains that it's a dowry earned by the entire village, passed down from generation to generation, prepared for her special day. The man says he prepared the dowry in case the girl finds his lord in the future. Ding N. Dean Nosferat says he doesn't understand what everyone was thinking. A girl in a wedding dress explains that they're talking about the dowry Alice will be given when she marries. The woman explains that the village of Feyre was a small settlement in the remote outback 200 years ago, and the girl says that of course he says this with confidence, and the other girl is surprised and asks if it is true. The woman explains that the Grail Company was created for this purpose. The woman explains that, according to the stories passed down, the Grail Company was born somewhere deep in the mountains. The founder created the coat of arms to remind them of their roots and depicted the 2 most important attributes. The woman reports that there was a legend in the founder's village. The man says the word legend with a questioning intonation. The man with the straw hat says that no matter how much time passes, the woman explains that they will always remain their lord's people. The man confirms this with a smile, and the man standing next to him listens. The woman asks to follow her if they want to know more details. Dean Nosferat hears rustling. The girl says yes and grabs Dean Nosferat's hand. The man asks Mrs. Odette Slay to wait here and enjoy her hospitality, while the girl with question marks above her head remains silent. The man says he'll explain everything later. Footsteps are heard on the stairs. The door opens. A woman inserts a key into the lock and turns it. The door opens. A woman with a lantern comes out with a girl and a boy. A round object and a pen are on the table. A creaking sound is heard. Dean Nosferat says he could leave his signature here. The girl asks what it is. He and the girl are discussing an ancient artifact that has been secretly passed down through generations to the head of the company, and Dean reveals that it's most likely the original. The girl is surprised, and Dean explains that even the Magic Guild only has copies, and he can share her surprise. Dean Nosferat reports that if this is truly the original, it is of very high value, and is generally interested in how the guys from Feyre Village got it. The woman explains that he doesn't possess any special powers and is only able to accurately compare recorded handwriting and magical power with the signature left on it. The man explains that these are the instructions being conveyed. The woman asks for the man's signature, to which he asks if it's his own. Dean Nosferat says that before him is your true signature and true magical power. He says he understands and presses the pen against the surface. He writes on the surface. The girl expresses surprise. The man and woman watch Dean Nosferatu. The woman says it's a complete coincidence. The girl cries and says that the respected Oki is her lord. The guy remarks that it's strange why the girl is crying. The girl explains that everyone has been waiting for this moment for 200 long years since the company's founding. The woman explains that the founder's descendants traditionally take over the company's leadership position from generation to generation and asks for forgiveness. The woman explains that in their family, certain words have been passed down to each new generation since ancient times. Dean Nosferat says that no matter how much time passes, they will always remain the people of their lord, who saved them from a deadly disease and sacrificed his life for their well-being. Rodalia Cuffy solemnly swears allegiance and allows herself to be honored to tell the tale of what happened after her lord and Alice Carmine left on their time travel journey. The woman asks them to wait. Dean Nosferat says that too many shocking facts have surfaced and asks to be given time to process the information in his head. The man makes a tieski sound. The head of the Grail Trading Company, Rodelia Kufi, reveals that she is a descendant of the villagers of Feyre, and that Princess Iris is the reincarnation of Alice. The villagers have been preparing for their reunion with Alice for hundreds of years. The guy reports that his head is spinning, but first of all, Dean Nosferat says it really is her, Alice. Alice replies that yes, she is his lady. The guy says he wonders if Alice was in pain. The girl says, eh? Dean Nosferat says that to be reborn, one must pierce one's body with a holy sword, and that he's been thinking about it. The man asks if it hurt at that moment. The girl explains that it probably did. The girl says it probably hurt. He says it's understandable. Dean Nosferat says this pain was incomparably smaller than the other. Then the girl says she considers it a heartache when she learned of her lord's death. The woman smiles and laughs, and Dean Nosferat remains silent, wondering why she's smiling so joyfully. Gates Cuffey reveals that, with his last name, he's a descendant of the village jeweler, Gates Cuffey. He says he hasn't forgotten his family. The girl admires Dean's memory and calls him her ancestor. Dean Nosferat says the guy was skilled in calculations and passed this knowledge on to his descendants, which allowed him to build a huge trading company. The man says it's incredible. He reports that he was a strong and quick-witted child. The man explains that he thought of him as a smart and obedient son and that it's nice to see the fruits of his efforts. The guy says he'd like to see Rodelia's accomplishments with his own eyes and praise her personally. Rodelia says he can praise her instead of Gates. The girl asks the guy not to worry and wishes him good health. The guy asks if he can stroke her head. The girl replies, that of course. Dean Nosferat pats a girl on the head and says she's a cutie, and the girl says she's a good boy for saving Gates's company. He says that Noah is as good as Lyle and everything, and asks him not to be a wimp. He explains that Gates was a smart but very shy boy, and tells him that this was what Gates liked most. He reports that Dean Nosferat says he'll return to the main topic, and asks Iris if she remembers what happened after his death. Iris says that for her, or rather for Alice, those were the very last memories she had. The man asks Rodelia if she'll continue to talk about the events after Alice used. He says the conversation will likely drag on, so he offers to sit down too. The girl says fine. The girl sits on Dean Nosferatu's lap and calls him affectionately. Dean Nosferat reports that he thinks the girl chose the wrong place, and the girl asks for forgiveness. The girl says it feels strange and completely unintentional. The guy asks if it's really the influence of Alice's memories that's taking hold. The girl explains it. Dean Nosferat says it's no wonder she loved sitting on his lap. The guy says her body moves on its own and adds, He says he doesn't mind and offers to sit on his lap or in his arms. The girl replies that she'll sit separately this time. The woman says that Miss Rodelia is familiar with their history from tales told by her ancestors, and Rodelia confirms that she knows them but can only describe them in. The boy says everything is fine, but asks Iris to tell him what happened after his death. Iris says, fine, my lord. The girl reports that after the death of her lord, she took to her bed. The woman reports that after hearing that her father killed her lord with his own hands, she stopped eating completely, and that it wasn't a side effect of the death-mark disease. The boy screams, asking what she's doing, and the girl apologizes and says the boy's anger is justified. The girl says she thought they were dead for good and was planning to follow them, but didn't know then that her lord had undergone the process of reincarnation. The man explains that he knew perfectly well that his father was innocent and that he had no power to protect the village from the Holy Land Church. The woman reports that her body was unresponsive, as if her soul had already died, but her body continued to function, and she spent days in this state without them. She says the situation changed when her father was appointed a brave hero by the Church of the Holy Land. The man reports that he was given a holy sword as a reward for defeating his lord. The boy reports that after this, his father and mother, Lyle and Remilia, began studying the holy sword. The girl looks at the boy holding the sword. The woman lies on the bed. The man says he said, see you then. Dean Nosferat tells Alice that she is his lord. The man explains that his lord has never lied to them. The girl listens. The woman says that if her father said we'll see each other, then there's a way to make it happen. She asks Alice if she could help with their research. The voice says that then, perhaps, one day it will be possible to see their lord again. The girl says she understands. Dean Nosferat says he understands too. The girl is shaking and says she needs help. The girl says that this is the height of commercialism, isn't it? And the man explains that he was finally able to take the first step forward. Manga reports that, following her lord's teachings, she ate little by little, chewing well and slowly. Oatmeal says she does. The man explains that as soon as his body recovered, he immediately began helping his parents with their research. Dean Nosferat reports that, thanks to Milord, blood similar to mystic blood flowed through his veins, which greatly aided their research. The man explains something to the girl, pointing to something. The man reports that his parents successfully infiltrated the Holy Land Church to search for other ways to meet his lord again and learn more about the Holy Sword. They eventually managed to obtain the information they needed and uncover the secret of the Holy Sword. According to records, the holy sword possessed. The man and woman report that her father and mother approached them and asked what the woman would do to reunite with their lord. The woman replies that she would do anything. The woman says she can't believe he actually did it. The man says he did it for her and now wants her to be happy. After that, they allowed the use of the holy sword, or rather, they had no choice, because they had already seen the state the girl was in until she found new hope. The girl reports that her little sister was born safely. The man explains that the girl was worried about her and asks, "Isn't that right, my lord?" The man reports that the second wave of the death-marked disease epidemic had just begun and his younger sister had contracted it, so his reincarnation was urgently postponed. The man and woman talk about mystical blood, anicap, and purification. The younger sister was named Mia. The girl says she will do it later. The girl says that she used the holy sword and was safely reincarnated in this era. Now she sits in front of Dean Nosferatu, calling him her lord. Dean Nosferat reports that it's now clear what happened in the year since his death, but adds that the woman explains that when her parents and Mr. Gates told her to look for the bat crest, she had absolutely no idea what it meant, but now, finally, everything falls into place and turns to. The woman reports that her parents conveyed messages to the Lord, and if relayed verbatim, it would be as follows. The man says he was traumatized by his parent, and now he must take responsibility and care for his daughter as his bride, because this stubborn daughter will marry no one but him. Dean. The girl says that's all she can say. She says this is her last word, addressing the esteemed lord. The boy reacts questioningly. Iris reveals that, as Iris, she perceives herself as Alice and is a little confused. The girl says, "Let me express my sincere feelings." The girl says she won't see me again. The girl says she'll never see me again. The girl says it hurts. The girl says it's sad. The girl says that she wants to see him again and meet him again. The boy says they need to reunite. The girl explains this while holding the baby. The remaining frames show the hands of the adult and the child reaching out to each other. The woman says she's happy. The man and woman say they'll always be there for her and support her. The man says, "My lord." The voice reports that something happened again one day. The sound of falling water drops is heard. The boy looks forward. The girl cries and says she missed him very much. The girl says she really missed Dean Nosferatu. Dean Nosferatu informs him that he is Yuki's esteemed lord. Yuki tells Alice that she is his lord. The girl says he's a real idiot. The woman tells him that Lee died, leaving her alone, and calls him a nasty guy. The girl says that. The girl says she missed Dean Nosferatu, and Dean Nosferatu says he's happy to see him again. The girl says "my lord," addressing the guy who is sitting on the floor and holding her in his arms, and another girl is sitting opposite them. A woman and a man support another man who has his head down. The man says that his father is a devil and his lord is a devil. Dean Nosferat tells Ali Iris not to cry and reminds her that she's a princess now. Alice asks him to leave her alone and says that she is Alice now, and that's all, crying loudly. He says that Rodelia will laugh at her. The girl says it's nothing of the sort. The woman explains that she herself is shedding tears and sobbing like a child. The man describes how it happens. The man reports that Rodelia heard proof of the truth of the story about her ancestor, which she had been told since childhood, and it moved her to tears. The girl asks to continue the story, passed down for generations, and apologizes in advance for any gaps due to the story's transmission. Dean Nosferat reports that after Alice Carmine's departure, the villagers of Faerie split into two groups. Dean Nosferat asks if they really split up and if it was because of disagreements. The woman explains that, according to the reports, the villagers were a very close-knit people and simply split up. The girl says the group is accumulating assets for the reincarnation of my lord and Alice. The man confirms this. Dean Nosferat reports that this is a group dedicated to infiltrating the Church of the Holy Land and destroying it from within. The woman explains that her parents called these groups traitors and infiltrators. Dean Nosferat says it works and asks if he's serious. He reports that he did not create the Gale Trading Company alone, but through joint efforts with the residents of the village of Feyre, who had a talent for trading. The woman says they could have been taken care of so that when they met the reincarnated Milord and Alice, Lyle explains that he, along with Familia and other messengers, infiltrated the depths of the Church of the Holy Land and, feigning complete obedience, rose to the ranks. It is reported that the ancient artifact in front of them also came to the speaker's ancestors from their hands. Dean Nosferat says he has a question. The girl asks Dean Nosferat. He says that luck plays a significant role in merchant affairs, and if you manage to take it by the horns, you can quite easily achieve success, and also explains that he can still understand the fact that Gale and a group of merchants created a company. Dean Nosferat says that it won't be that easy with the spies, and the girl says that he's absolutely right. He says that there are more than just fools in the church, and he doubts that it was so easy for them to penetrate into its depths. The girl says she's laughing. Then the girl silently looks forward. The girl apologizes. Dean Nosferat asks him not to laugh, and the girl with long hair asks if he said something wrong. The girl with short hair says she's glad her lord is exactly as described in the legends and asks, "Isn't that right, your highness?" He says yes. The girl says that her lord doesn't understand his improbability at all. He explains that she's already on her knees and asks when she managed to. A girl reports that her lord saved the village of Fair from the death mart disease. A man talks about a mask with a filter made from medicinal plants, ventilation, and hand washing. The woman reports that since they settled in the village, not a single villager has died of hunger, and the lord's achievements do not end there. A girl and a boy stand next to each other. The man explains that sick children were healed through purification, which also reduced infant mortality to a minimum. The man bends over the sick child, while two adults stand nearby and pray. Dean Nosferat reports that, thanks to the fact that he and his familiars eliminated all the dangerous monsters in the area, the villagers were in no danger. A man and woman from the patrol squad say they'll likely attack more often now. The residents of the village of Farah have received a stable and safe life. Children play in the field, adults do housework and socialize, and some relax in the house. Dean Nosferat reports that they could die of old age surrounded by family, passing on their knowledge to the next generation. He informs and asks what is so incredible about this. The girl whispers to him, calling him Lord. The girl says that even now such villages are almost impossible to find. The man is surprised and says that seriously. The girl reports that, according to legend, the Lord shared all his knowledge, including the results of his magical research, farming techniques with hunting, and helpful tips for eliminating monsters. Dean Nosferat says that knowledge cannot be considered fully mastered until it can be taught to others. The girl reports that the literacy rate of the village residents was 100%. Moreover, the literacy rate of the capital's population at that time did not exceed 30%. Dean Nosferat reports that such a people continued to study the high-class knowledge of the immortal sorcerer for 150 years, and, as a result, the man announces that two true geniuses have been born, Remelia and Lyle. The girl listens. Dean Nosferat says he can't believe the girl next to him is his sister. The girl reveals that she really is his sister. The woman explains that the village of Farah has grown to include a vast number of people far more distinguished than those in the Holy Land Church, and explains that her parents stood out even among all these distinguished people, before going on to say what would happen if ancient magic fell into the hands of such parents. And Dean Nosferat reports that if such geniuses were given access to complete knowledge of ancient magic and ancient artifacts, it's scary to even imagine what would happen. He explains that he can't believe his father and mother would miss such an opportunity, adding that the death of Milord opened a unique window for them. He asks if there are any mentions in the fairy tales of the results of Lyle and his group of emissaries infiltrating the church. The woman replies that, alas, no, and reports that contact with the group of emissaries was lost with the start of the war. He explains, "It is reported that the Elysium Temple in Lyle did not see a threat. For the priest of the organization, he was a hero who defeated the evil vampire lord Nosferatu, so they gave him a holy sword and gladly accepted him into their ranks." The woman reports that Lyle and Remelia plunged the knife of betrayal into the back of such a defenseless enemy. The man and woman look at each other. Dean Nosferat reports that the Church of the Holy Land never had a chance, and says that Lyle and Remelia are too reckless. He suggests that they may indeed have been one of the reasons for the church's downfall, and explains that Alice abandoned them for reincarnation, asking the question. The guy says he can't take it anymore and wants to leave. The woman says that she paid with her life for a peaceful resolution of the conflict, and they devalued this act, and adds that this is all she can tell. The woman says she'd like to tell her more about the trading company's origins, but can't detain Princess Iris any longer. The man confirms this. The woman is surprised, asking if he actually has a bat familiar. The man tells Rodelia he's leaving her one of his familiars and introduces. The woman says that if you need money or help with any inconveniences in your daily life, you should contact them immediately. Dean Nosferat says he will keep this in mind. He speaks to Iris and also calls her by name, then addresses her, calling her Your Highness. Iris confirms. He reports on public opinion, human rules, and the position of each. The girl says she can keep only her familiar, asking if the man is Your Highness. She says she'll make sure there aren't any problems. The man replies, of course. Dean Nosferatu informs him that he will emerge alone later and only asks for the location of his room, Your Highness. The girl addresses Dean Nosferatu with respect and calls him Respected Yuki. She squeezes Dean Nosferatu's hand. The guy tells Alice about his promise and asks if the girl remembers him. The guy makes a promise, asks the girl if she's talking about it. The girl says, yes, that's exactly what she's talking about. Dean Nosferat says that this is exactly what Alice was talking about when she was suffering from the deathmark disease. The girl confirms that it is exactly that. He says that when Alice mumbled something in her fever, he only nodded in agreement to calm her down. Alice says that she thinks he's deliberately avoiding specific words. He begins to say that Alice explains that he said he would make her his bride. The girl makes a sound of relief or relaxation. Dean Nosferat says the girl isn't grown up yet, and the girl says they're both 13 years old. He says that the past 200 years are not enough and asks what about Princess Iris's feelings, if Alice might be enough. Princess Iris says that he calls her Princess Iris. The girl reports that Alice has already fallen in love with the esteemed Yuki, who saved her life twice. The girl tells Yuki that she would like the Lord to marry both Alice and Iris. Dean Nosferatus reveals that he had planned to protect Alice's descendant for life, should one be discovered, but now it turns out he's Alice's reincarnation. The girl silently covers her mouth, blushes, and sweats. He says that since he wants to protect her, it would be easier to keep her close as his wife. The girl says it's that simple, and he proposes marriage. The girl says he's being too blunt and calls Yuki respectable, noting that they couldn't have come up with a more romantic way to ask for his hand in marriage, though it's nice. Yuki reveals that for 150 years he's been changing diapers for children in Feyre village, including the girl's grandparents. Dean Nosferat explains that he and Alice have only just been reunited, that he is now a 13-year-old boy, and there is no guarantee that tender feelings for her will not develop within him. Dean Nosferat explains that there is plenty of time, and that they will not rush things, as is the custom of the royal family. The woman informs that Her Highness Iris will only be able to marry at the age of 15, and furthermore, all members of the royal family, including even the children of concubines, can only marry members of the royal families of other countries or aristocrats of their kingdom with a title no lower than Marquise. The man. The girl says that if they wish, their trading company is ready to put all its efforts into organizing the lover's escape. The girl says she'll stop this as a last resort. Dean Nosferat says they'll still continue working for the Magic Guild, and if they find new ancient artifacts in the depths of Elysium, his title will automatically rise. The girl asks, really? In the top left, a man, Brother Zero, and Rumia report that it's unknown what will happen to their father, and are surprised they ran away together. In the top right, a young man and woman explain that if it turns out they fled the country with the princess, the Grossaria household won't get off easy. Dean Nosferatu reports that he will find everyone, Lyle and Vermilia, as well as ancient artifacts and the descendants of Mia's second child. He informs her that if all else fails, it will be enough to stage an accident and disappear. He explains that there is nothing unnatural about a princess traveling accompanied by her knight, and on one such journey, they will both fall victim to a dangerous monster, which is terrifying. The woman says she can count on the support of the Grail Company. The girl says she understands and addresses the man as Lord. The guy says they've been chatting for too long and hopes Odette isn't waiting there. The girl and the woman listen. The woman says there's no need to worry. They've done everything they can to help her pass the time and are treating her to the finest sweets. The woman explains that Odette absolutely adores all kinds of sweets. The man says, that's impressive. They've got everything sorted out. Dean Nosferat speaks well. The girl reports that she was successfully reunited with Alice's reincarnation and found the descendants of the villagers of Feyre, and the other girl says that when she listened to these two's story, she didn't even know what to think. Now all that's left is to follow in Lyle's footsteps with Vermilia and collect the artifacts. The man says that we need to see with our own eyes what his crybaby Lyle did to the church. Both Dean Nosferatu and the guardian angel of the village of Feyre are reported to be. The woman says she apologizes to Odetta for the long wait. Dean Nosferat says it took a surprisingly long time. A pancake with berries, a teapot with cups, and a pie are served. The girl says she was actually made to wait. The woman explains that the Grail Company has invited the capital's best pastry chef, but she can't eat all the sweets on her own and is therefore overdue for guests. Dean Nosferat apologizes and explains the situation. The man offers tea, the woman accepts, and Dean Nosferat explains that he wanted to. The girl asks what happened to Iris's dream and says, the voice says that it turned out to be prophetic. Another voice asks Dean Nosferat reveals that in a past life, he was the guardian angel of a certain village in the outback, and Her Highness Iris was one of the village's inhabitants. Dean Nosferat then explains that they had many different experiences in their lives, and they were both reincarnated in this era. The girl speaks to Asfi. Asfi informs her that keeping their past a secret from Odetta is impossible. Asfi explains that Odetta is distraught. The girl reports that Iris already knows what she dreamed about and is well acquainted with the Grail emblem. The girl says that if they remain silent now, it will inevitably lead to unnecessary problems in the future. The man and woman listen to her. Dean Nosferat reports that he also doesn't want to lie to Odette. The woman says that Lord Yuki is her lord. He explains that he learned the truth about Iris thanks to her, and if Odette hadn't led them here through the crest, he would never have met Rodelia. He also says that he wouldn't have learned the truth about reincarnation. The girl says she doesn't understand what's going on and asks him to wait. Then she asks him to wait again. Dean Nosferat tells Iris it's true and calls Odette. Dean Nosferat tells Odette this. The girl reports that Mr. Yuki turned out to be her lord and says that it is true. The girl says that she is following my lord here, and Dean Nosferat expresses bewilderment. The woman screams in surprise, and the man says he doesn't really care about the uniform as long as he stays close to her. The woman screams again in surprise, and the girl explains that she now plans to marry Mr. Yuki in the future. Dean Nosferat says reincarnation is true and Iris is so happy. Iris says they're back at it. He says it's a natural reaction. No one in their right mind would believe such nonsense as reincarnation, and that it would be difficult for them to prove anything. The girl says she wouldn't be surprised if Odetta thinks he and Iris are playing a joke on her. The girl says she understands. Dean Nosferat says he understands and asks the girl if she understands. The girl says she didn't really understand anything but pretended to. The woman says that reincarnation and guardian angels don't mean much to her. Iris says something else is more important to her, what her precious friend wants. Iris explains that she wants to marry Yuki, and that's all she needs to know. Yuki says, Odette. Dean Nosferat says, Odetta is an amazing person. Odetta explains that her family is accustomed to looking at things within their means and calls herself a realist, like the rest of the Slay household. The girl says that she agrees with Iris marrying Yuki, but warns that it won't be easy. Dean Nosferat explains that the king will never give his daughter to just anyone, only to a royal person from another country or an aristocrat no lower than a marquis of his own, so he plans to raise his status. He informs that in addition to the Holy Sword, he needs to obtain 2 more artifacts that are not. He reports that he intends to explore it thoroughly at the first opportunity. Dean Nosferat reports that in parallel with the execution of the assigned work of the Magic Guild, there is most likely an urgent need for the help of others. The woman explains that she wants Odetta to turn a blind eye to their forays and asks for permission to secretly conduct additional research during their dives with Mr. Yuki into the capital of the ancient civilization. Odetta trembles, and the woman promises she won't cause any problems. The woman is indignant at being offered a carefree life. The guy says they can't help but cause trouble and asks if the girl seriously thinks he'll agree. The girl says they're not a problem and asks him to let her help them quickly. Dean Nosferat says that if he can't win, he'll die. The girl says that if he dies, she'll die too. He says that he wants to see the answers to the questions with his own eyes, asks if it will be possible to find ancient artifacts, inquires whether the interlocutors have memories from a past life, and whether Yuki is actually some kind of guardian angel. The girl asks not to leave her aside and says that she cannot miss such an intriguing undertaking. Dean Nosferat thanks Odetta and tells her that he relies on her. Odetta reciprocates. The woman tells Yuki that he would be better off establishing a new home than raising his family's title. Dean Nosferat asks if this is true. The girl explains that the family will find it incredibly creepy and confusing to interact with him, given that he's raising the house's status solely for the sake of marrying a certain woman. She asks Odette to listen to her. The man and 3 others look terrified. The woman says that she doesn't mind becoming Mr. Koki's concubine, and the small image of the girl says that the man is only complicating things with his statements and asks to remain silent for now. The girl says that one must start from scratch and strive for the title of Marquis and explains that it will be much easier to find the 4 artifacts. The man listens. Dean Nosferat says he'll consider this option carefully. The woman says she won't, of course, reveal anything she heard here to anyone and thanks Odette. Dean Nosferat speaks with the 2 women, and a group of people bow to them. The old man informs that if the secret walks outside the palace are revealed, problems may arise in the future, and at the same time asks to hurry, since the high-ranking person has already greatly exceeded the planned time. The woman apologizes for the trouble she's caused and calls him Bans. The man explains there's no need to apologize, as this trouble is his favorite part of the job, and asks him to get down to business. The woman addresses the man, calling him Lord, and tells him to turn. The man looks at the woman. The girl asks if her lord will disappear again. The girl tells him not to disappear again and not to tell her anything. Dean Nosferat says he didn't tell her anything. He says he won't disappear anywhere. The woman says she believes them. A man and a woman are walking down the street, and the woman says she's never seen Iris with that expression before. The man laughs. The guy asks if he can ask Odette something. Odette asks what it is. Dean Nosferat explains that she's a fragile princess on the outside, but a strong woman on the inside. He explains that she knows what's most important to her and isn't afraid to take risks to achieve it. The girl explains that this makes her want to support her. He says that she hasn't changed at all. Dean Nosferat says that he didn't say anything funny. The girl laughs and explains that she's not laughing at his words, but at herself. The man reports that the girl found herself almost ready to believe his stories about her past life. The inscription says that this is the royal family's mansion. The inscriptions explain that this is the Western Palace, the residence of the concubine's children, and Iris's room. The girl lies on the bed and looks frightened. D. Nosferat reports that Master Yuki has turned out to be Milord. He and Milord Alice talk to each other. The girl says he's her lord, and he calls her Milord Alice. The man explains that Iris is his beloved, and the boy says that Lord Yuki. The girl says she doesn't understand what to do or how to communicate with him now, while she fidgets and huffs. She explains that she didn't say anything strange to him. The girl says she doesn't understand why he would hate her. The girl says that, to be honest, she hasn't yet fully accepted Alice Carmine's memories and that there are blank spots in them, but still. The girl says that when Mr. Yuki saved her from a black bear in the baronial lands, she was overcome by an irresistible desire to see him by her side, so without hesitation she declared that she would make him her knight, and then she, Iris, fell in love with Mr. Yuki. The woman states that having any memories doesn't matter, and talks about Iris, Alice, and the gentleman she calls her lord. The girl says poof 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 and makes a QQ sound. The bat makes a Q sound. The girl reports hearing a knock and sees the bat hanging upside down by the window. The girl says it's the same. The girl asks if it's Mr. Yuki's familiar, and he says yes. The man is surprised that it's speaking and asks if it understands him. The familiar explains that it's strange, because only the familiar should hear their voice. The girl says that perhaps, having regained her memories from her past life, she's become a little closer to Mr. Yuki in nature. The man replies that it is understandable. Iris says it's nice to meet you and gives her name. Neil says he's a girl. Iris says it's nice to meet you again and adds that she feels sick. Neil asks what Iris prefers to read and suggests words and a message on parchment. Iris asks if both are possible. The girl says she wants to accept everything that's draining Lord Yuki of this body and suggests starting with a parchment with the same content. The bat reports that Niall has been appointed as the princess's liaison and bodyguard, and the boy explains that a familiar was also supposed to be sent to Miss Rodelia. Dean Nosferatu says it's something like how he figured it out and laughs. Miss Neal explains that they can simply use it in front of him, the reason being that Mr. Yuki just joined the Magic Guild and probably wants her to lend her knowledge to support him. The woman says that if she had wings like those, she could fly to Mr. Yuki at any moment. The man says he'll think about it, and the woman must choose her words. The girl is surprised and asks if he should convey these words to her. The man asks her to wait, as he wants to choose his words more carefully. The woman reveals that through Miss Neal, she can convey her words to Lord Yuki. In other words, this is her secret love affair with the Lord. The woman is shocked to realize that her words will reach Lord Yuki, and Dean Nosferat, in Iris's eyes, says that these words could be anything. He says he will certainly deliver Miss Neal's words. Miss Neal says it is accepted. The girl announces that she will be sleeping alone tonight. The girl notices something moving under the blanket. The girl smiles, looking out the window. The maid asks the girl, Your Highness, if she's feverish, to which the girl replies that she's fine and thanks him. Meanwhile, Dean Nosferat announces that he has a message from Lady Iris, versions 1 through 12, and offers to choose which one to read, then expresses disappointment. The woman says that she is immensely grateful to fate for the opportunity to reunite with her lord, and is ready to serve him body and soul until death do them part. He gives the word here. Dean Nosferat reports that there are 11 more versions of this message, then says to promote one of the kept men, after which he tells what Alice, or rather Her Highness Iris, was thinking about. The girl apologizes and says the knighting ceremony is in a few days, and only after that will she be able to cheat. The guy says she also said she'll teach her ancient magic. Dean Nosferat says it's clear and asks her to tell her he understands, then orders her to hurry up and get back to the princess. The man agrees and adds, Come on, and more. He reports that he has imbued another character with more mystical blood than others, so his strength and endurance should increase significantly. The girl says that Alice needs to be protected with this power. Dean Nosferat tells Iris no and asks if that's okay. Iris says it's an order. The sounds of birds in flight can be heard against the backdrop of a castle at night under a full moon. Dean Nosferat reports that it appears Niall has successfully entered the palace. He confirms this with a, then a step is shown. He explains that it's not for nothing that the city is called the capital, because even at night, many people can be seen on the well-lit streets. He explains that the royal palace is especially noteworthy, completely illuminated by magical light and under strict guard. Then he adds, the boy explains that it's a signaling field made of magical power, and he only noticed it after a closer look. He assumes that upon contact, a signal will immediately be sent to the responsible sorcerer. The boy explains that she let it slip that only children of concubines live there, and the bat advises that in that case, another familiar should be prepared to protect Iris and an escape route should an emergency arise. The man asks if they intend to escape. The bats say that if they intend to, they'll go with them, and Dean Nosferat says that's a last resort. The bats then ask if they'll be collecting many ancient artifacts, to which Dean Nosferat explains that 2 will be enough for now and that he hasn't given up yet. The girl says she'll stop aging sooner or later, and the man explains that they both have troubled pasts. The man explains that it wouldn't be a good idea to remain in human society for long, so once they get married, the best option would be to disappear without a trace. Dean Nosferat says that he is sure Odette will not be happy with such a plan, and at the same time asks if Madame Odette is a good person. Bat asks Dean Nosferatu if he would like to become immortal, and clarifies what immortality means. He denies he has any idea what it is. He explains that a person is good enough to want to see her join the ranks of the immortals alongside Iris. Bat. Dean Nosferat says he, too, previously researched magic capable of making a person immortal, and speculates about the existence of ancient magic or artifacts with such abilities. He explains that there is a holy sword that reincarnated him and Alice, and that this could be used too. He says he thought that if there were more immortals, he wouldn't stand out so much, and he wouldn't have to watch his family members die before him. He says he's having some amazing thoughts, but then explains that these are just his naive fantasies. The guy says that the patrol is over for today and thanks everyone for their participation. The man says that it's good. Dean Nosferat jumps from the roof and announces that the front door is locked, so they'll have to enter through the second floor. He then notices that the lights are still on in the windows and says he told Marta and Remia not to wait for him and to go to bed. The man asks if that's right. The girl turns her head from side to side. The girl walks, making stomping sounds. Dean Nosferat says, "What's happening to Odetta?" Odetta screams. He says, "Oh." The girl tells Yuki. The girl says, "Drr." Dean Nosferat says he snuck up silently out of habit and asks for forgiveness. The girl says it's not nice to scare people and asks what kind of habits these are. A guy says he was out for a night walk, and the girl asks where he was and warns him that it's dangerous to walk the streets at night. The guy explains that he hasn't been out at night, and the girl says that's when she's calm. The girl thinks something's wrong. The guy says it's better if the girl tells him what she's doing here at this hour. The girl says she definitely got a letter from the Magic Guild. The girl says it's not just 1, but 2 at once. Dean Nosferat says he thinks Yuki should have come too, and asks if there were 2 at once. He then reports from the sorceress Demeter about the incident of the undead priest's attack, specifically about the ancient magic that Giselle Wolfgang used at the time. The girl explains. The guy expresses bewilderment. The girl informs her that it is another princess of the same age. The woman explains that, along with Her Highness Iris, another member of the royal family will appoint her own knight. Dean Nosferat says it's the 4th princess, Her Highness Salvia. Dean Nosferat says it's happening like this, suddenly. The girl explains that she is the queen's legitimate child and 4th in line to the throne, being the same age as Her Highness Iris. She also has the right to appoint a knight. The woman denies this has anything to do with her and Iris. Dean Nosferat says it's just a rumor, but Her Highness Salvia said she wanted to appoint her knight immediately after learning that Her Highness Iris had chosen Dean. The girl asks what she means by that. Dean Nosferat explains that she seemed to have mentioned. He says that he is smart, and the man asks if this is really Princess Salvia herself. Dean Nosferat says it's that one. The girl explains it's that one. The woman reports that, in addition, Highness Salvia plans to organize a magic competition between the appointed knights. The man explains that this Salvia is one of those who despises Iris and believes that, as a member of the ducal house, Odette cannot utter such a thing out loud. Dean Nosferat says he smells like big trouble. The woman says she has to agree. He says he'd like to discuss it with the girl in more detail, and she explains that she came here with that intention in mind. She also says that she doesn't want to wake her family, so unfortunately she can't offer them any tea. The man says it's okay. The man calls the girl Remy, the husband. Dean Nosferat asks if Remy and Martha have already gone to bed and says he's making tea. The girl apologizes for being late, says she wants to be with the master and that it's okay. Dean Nosferat explains that the dog only says Q, Q, but he's confused. The woman apologizes for being so late. He says they're having a hard time getting along. The man responds affirmatively. The girl apologizes for disturbing him late at night, and the boy says she should have gone to bed long ago. The maid offers tea and explains she didn't mean to be rude to Mr. Yuki. The girl says Remy wants to learn the job as soon as possible. Dean Nosferat says little Remy can already take human form and calls her a smart girl. The girl says the tea leaves are good and the aroma is soothing. The man says he bought this tea at the market. The girl asks if that's right. The girl says this tea is tastier than the one they serve at her place and asks which store exactly they bought it from. The twin-tailed girl is surprised and says, "Huh." The woman reports that at the stall on the westernmost side of the market, she used the cheapest tea and, on the advice of Mr. Yuki, added luteolia leaves in a ratio of 8:2, which is suitable for nighttime use as it has a calming effect. The girl says she'll try it later and thanks him. Dean Nosferat says something along those lines and drinks tea. He reveals that he developed this special blend of tea in a past life for children who had trouble sleeping, and that Martha brews it every time he pops up in the night. Dean Nosferat explains that this is some kind of her peculiar message to him to go to bed when he has finished his business. The maid informs that with your permission, they will leave them and wish to have a fruitful conversation. The girl says that they went. The woman asks Yuki if he's read the letters. Yuki says he glanced at them while Martha was helping him change. The man explains that, to summarize, it seems that Giselle Wolfgang summoned the ghost priest unintentionally. The girl says that his goal was to delay them, and also explains that he only manipulated the undead and blocked the passage, nothing more. Dean Nosferat reports that someone tricked Giselle Wolfgang and taught him ancient magic to summon a necromancer priest. The man explains that Giselle's plan failed. The woman confirms this. The girl reports that Wolfgang said he thought he'd been taught ancient magic that allowed him to link his mind to the undead. She explains that by linking their minds to the undead, they are able to control them like their own limbs, and says that it seems necromancers actually use such magic. Dean Nosferat says this magic allowed him to manipulate weak undead, which is why Giselle didn't notice the trap hidden within it. He explains that the ancient magic he was taught included elements of a priest summoning spell, and this hidden element worked, exerting. He says he's curious about the purpose of the shady guy who taught him such magic. The girl says she has no idea, just as the current location of the person who taught Giselle this ancient magic is unknown. Dean Nosferat reports that the guards broke into the suspect's house but didn't find him, and only the criminal's name was revealed. He then asks what his name is. Dorothea Samuels reveals that she is a wandering sorceress who does not belong to a magic guild. The girl reports that letters from a tutor named Kahel Megan were found in the house. Dean Nosferat is surprised. The girl explains that, according to the royal decree, she is already wanted and her capture shouldn't take long. Dean Nosferat says that means this. He says he hopes so, and reports that even after his reincarnation, the bastard from the Church of the Holy Land will not leave him alone. He explains that in his new life, he has set his sights on a calm and peaceful life, pretending to be human. The man asks, what's wrong with Gilvin? The boy reports that Marquis Kielsay plans to cover up all his sins by increasing the donations to the Magic Guild, adding that being an aristocrat can be quite troublesome at times. Dean Nosferat says the problem with the second letter is clear. The girl explains that the letter states that she is being. Princess Salvia despises Iris and doesn't even hide the fact that she considers her enemy, reports the girl Odette. The guy says that she really is asking for a fight. The woman says she doesn't mean to disrespect a member of the royal family, but admits the man is right. The man explains that Her Highness Salvia is a direct descendant of the royal line, quite mature and level-headed, skilled in magic, and popular with the opposite sex. Dean Nosferat says he knew Alice was his. The man explains that her parents were the most talented children in the entire history of Feyre. The girl agrees. The boy asks if Iris is truly superior to her in everything. The girl explains that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, which is why Alice was good at both studies and magic from childhood, and she would never miss even the smallest details of my lord's teachings. The girl explains that if the owner of such an outstanding talent receives a comprehensive royal education, no one will. The woman reports that Her Highness Salvia simply could not come to terms with the thought of her concubine's daughter being defeated. The young man explains that his high position prevents him from openly confronting her, which is why he treated Iris with disdain. The young woman says that, as the Duke's daughter, she will refrain from commenting. Dean Nosferat says what Iris's best friend means. The girl says she doesn't even want to stutter. The girl says she can't defeat Iris on her own. She asks if she really decided to pit the knights against each other. Dean Nosferat says that this royal palace is a very troublesome place and he really doesn't want to leave his child there, and also suggests that perhaps he should think about running away with her somewhere right now. The girl asks if he's really joking, to which Dean Nosferat replies that he couldn't be more accurate. I will only take rash actions when I am convinced that it will not affect my family in any way. The Bat reports that Niall has departed with the princess's message and is immediately returning to defend her mistress. Dean Nosferat and the girl ask if Niall has departed. The Bat explains that Niall seemed to be in a hurry and therefore left her words unsaid and asks them to listen. The woman says she is asking the Lord for forgiveness. The girl says that she herself did not notice how it was decided that the knight of Salvia's elder sister would fight them, and explains that the duel has already been approved by the king and she is powerless to stop it. The girl asks him to come up with some excuse to skip the duel, and then she'll come up with something herself. The guy stands silently, listening. The girl says she's used to this and asks not to worry. The Bat announces that that's all. The girl asks Yuki what this Mr. Bat is saying. Yuki remains silent. Dean Nosferat says that if they want a magical battle, they'll get one. The girl reports what Mr. Bat said. The guy explains that, to put it simply, she wants him not to show up at the duel and says that such things. The girl asks if she can ask him about something. She also wants to know if Iris is confident in the guy's victory or vice versa. The guy says he doesn't think she doubts his victory. Dean Nosferat says he's most likely afraid he'll act recklessly. The girl asks why then the order was given to skip this duel. He says that in his past life, he died for the villagers, and it's quite possible that Iris has psychological trauma from this. The man says that she worries about him too much. The woman says that in a past life they were a guardian angel and a villager, correct, and explains that the guy's making the villager worry even though he's supposed to be a guardian angel. Dean Nosferat says he wants to know more. The girl says she'll save it for later and wants to enjoy this story when she finally believes in their past life, and the guy says he wouldn't say it's a particularly interesting story. The girl asks how he'll handle the duel and more precisely what's required of her. The girl explains that with a big "oh." Dean Nosferat says that this is all so sudden and orders him to stop. He states that these are his sincere feelings. Dean Nosferat then explains that if all aristocrats were like Odetta, then the Church of the Holy Land would not be able to plot. The guy laughs and says Iris has found herself a wonderful friend and hopes they will maintain a good relationship in the future. The girl responds by saying he's suddenly become like a father. The guy asks the girl if she will pass on a message from him to Iris. Dean Nosferat says he's enlisted Odetta's help, so there's no need to worry about the duel, and asks if he'll pass this on to her. The man says it sounds more convincing coming from Dean than from his own. The girl says that trusting him won't solve all her problems. He says that in exchange, he'll teach her how to effectively use magical power and explains that trust won't help her practice ancient magic. Dean Nosferat says the girl used one only once during the exam. The girl responds with a question. The girl reports that there wasn't enough magical power to use it again, and he explains that he puts almost all his power into one use. Dean Nosferat says he'll teach her a little more skill with magical power, which will allow her to use it 3 additional times. The girl says she really wanted to, but is surprised that it only took 3 times. The girl is silent, then says okay. The woman says that sounds interesting, so she agrees and shakes Dean Nosferat's hand, who thanks her. Dean Nosferat explains that he will certainly help if his power is needed, and the woman asks if that is true. Dean Nosferat replies that of course, and asks how. The girl says thank you and says that she will take your word for it. A few days later, a forest near the capital. A man and a girl are in the forest. Odette laughs and says, haha, then coughs. Dean Nosferat reports that Iris, through Neil, told them she's been banned from leaving the castle for a while, and says Odette is doing quite well. He explains that these are measures to prevent unnecessary information from leaking from Iris's lips before the knighting ceremony. He explains that the name of Princess Salvia's knight was never discovered. The woman says she's very sorry she couldn't help, and Dean Nosferat says he tried to find out through the Rodelia, but even the Grail Company couldn't get any new information. The girl says that in exchange, she has prepared personal armor for the initiation ceremony and asks him to wear it at his finest hour. He thanks her for her concern, but wonders if she is really his mother. Dean Nosferat reports that over the past few days, Dick has established a network of bats, which has allowed him to establish stable communication with them and strengthen the security of the Western Palace. It is reported that time flew by in this way, and the day of the ceremony arrived. The man announces that Baron Grossaria's second son, Yuki Grossaria, has arrived. Dean Nosferat walks across the carpet. Dean Nosferat says the carpet is soft and pleasant to the touch, probably very expensive. He says that in the castle of his past life, they had to lay down a cheap carpet because the children would immediately get it dirty. The men notice that it's some kind of... The man with the mustache reports that Grossarius's household was no rustic and asks how they managed to acquire such magnificent equipment. The man with the beard says this. Dean Nosferat states that there is nothing in this world that can stop him. He explains that his power surpasses anything that exists. The woman says she tried to make her outfit for the ceremony worthy of a legendary milord. The girl reports that the armor's design is based on the majestic image of the former milord, and the chest is engraved with a relief of bat wings. She also says that the black cloak he wore in his past life was used as the attire, the inside of which is made of. Dean Nosferat says that she clearly overdid it, then he will definitely thank her and complain. The man reports that Baron Grossaria's second son, Yuki Grossaria, has arrived at the other man's behest. He says he is extremely grateful for the honor of being chosen as a knight by Her Highness Princess Iris Ristia. The girl reports that the king cannot make a decision. The king explains that he cannot choose between two contenders. The girl on the right explains that both are worthy of the crown. Dean Nosferat says, and then says that it is the king, Iris's father. He reports that Iris looks worthy of the title of princess. And on the other side is the so-called Princess Salvia, right? And it's not hard for her with such sheds on her head. The king says that he is glad to see Yuki Grossaria and asks to wait a little. Yuki replies that there is. The man announces that Marquis Kills' eldest son, Alec Kills, has arrived. The girl and woman say that Alec Kills is for Marquis Kills' household. The man explains that, in other words, he is for Gilvin Kills. The sound of footsteps is heard. Dean Nosferat reports that the Marquis Keels' eldest son, Alec Keels, has arrived at their request. Dean Nosferat walks up the stairs. The man states that he is extremely grateful for being chosen as a knight by Her Highness Princess Salvia Ristia, and that it is a great honor for him. He then solemnly vows not to disgrace the glorious name of the great magic guild that has honored him with the title of Sorcerer of the Rank. The king says, and Dean Nosferat says he's a C-rank sorcerer. He reports that his younger brother has been causing trouble and explains that it turns out to be the same rank as their examiner back then. Dean Nosferat announces that as an apology, he will personally demonstrate what a true sorcerer means, and at the same time clear the name of their house, tarnished by the shame of his wayward brother. The sound of a rapidly rotating wheel conveys forward motion. The woman reports that she was completely surprised that a C-rank sorcerer would appear on stage. The man reports the sound of horses' hooves on the pavement. The woman says that she didn't expect it to take so long to identify Her Highness Salvia's knight, and now the audience is probably over, so she won't be able to share the information she's obtained with Yuki. Alec Kills reports that at a young age he has already made several important achievements and made a significant contribution to the activities of the Magic Guild, while also making significant progress in exploring the halls of the ancient capital. He explains that with such a busy schedule, he should not be able to fulfill his duties as a knight to the princess. Dean Nosferatus recounts how Marquis Gilvin's second son attempted to interfere with him during the Magic Guild exam with a Yuki and failed miserably, after which he used necromancy to summon a ghostly priest to attack the examiner and a bystander. He explains. The woman reveals that in exchange for the right to make Alec her knight, she promised to secure the support of the entire house of Marcus Kills, thus securing a C-rank sorcerer to crush Iris's knight. The girl calls her a mischievous one. The woman informs the young lady that they have arrived at their destination. Odetta Slay announces that she is the second daughter of Duke Slay and has been personally invited by Princess Iris to observe today's magical duel, ordering her to be brought to Her Highness immediately. The Magic Guild's spell-testing ground, or amphitheater known as the Colosseum. The woman says it's very uncomfortable to run in this dress. The man explains that a magical duel isn't about killing and wounding, but about fair sparring within established rules. The woman informs that only 5 people are allowed in the room at a time, explaining that this is due to safety regulations. The man explains that violating this rule could have serious consequences. The boy says he heard about a duel to restore the Kills of family's reputation. The man explains he's heard about the guild's achievements. The boy says it's a magical battle between sorcerers, and the man says he's curious as a member of a magic guild. The girl explains. The girl says that it looks like it hasn't started yet. The arena is almost empty, with only a few people seated in the stands. The woman says she can't afford to relax because she needs to be prepared for any eventuality. The man explains that this is the right thing to do and says they must be prepared for any situation. The woman clasps the man's hands in his lap. The woman apologizes to Iris for being late. Iris explains that she was waiting for Odette. The girl remains silent, then looks down in embarrassment. The girl thanks everyone for coming to watch her knight's magical duel and says she would be grateful if they would join her in cheering on Yuki Grosaria from the stands. The woman says it's a great honor for her. The girl says the door opens with a button. The woman explains that the door opens with a button. The girl says there's no need to worry and asks not to disturb her. The man leaves and the girl closes the door. The girl yells at Odata, asking what she should do, and explains that the respected Yuki is here. Odata says she asked him not to participate in this and not to show up here, and asks why. The girl explains that she specifically asked him to do so. The girl says she thinks it's because he's angry. The girl says, huh? The girl says she's told everything. The woman asks Iris if she told Lucy about Salvia's highness. The girl reports that she broke her 10th birthday present, blabbed about Rachel's grandmother's unusual physiology to the other princes and princesses, and also revealed that someone had been opening a lot of letters from time to time. The girl asks why they did that. The guy asks if the girl eats everything. The girl says that it is her own fault and that she shouldn't have talked about Sister Salvia, and then explains that he always answers any question with everything is fine and don't worry. Dean Nosferat reports that when Yuki asked who answered his question about Salvia, the answer was that everything was fine, just normal. When he asked if he could definitely skip the duel, the answer was, don't worry, I can handle it myself. The woman says that after such an attack, everything is fine. Even she would start to worry, and Yuki even more so. The girl explains that her lord is constantly reckless and is willing to do anything for the sake of his family. She says that if the lord finds out someone is bullying her, he will definitely. Dean Nosferat explains that his lord foresaw all his worries. The girl explains that the lord fully understood his concerns and still chose to fight the duel for him. Dean Nosferat says that's understandable. The woman says that a long and thorny path awaits her. The girl asks if she's ready for something, then the girl says that now everything is clear. The girl says that for him, she's still just a fragile little child who needs care, and asks what the other man thinks. The girl explains that it won't be easy to awaken romantic feelings in such a man, adding that it's very difficult. The girl says she doesn't understand why she's been treated this way. The woman says there's no need to worry about Yuki's reckless actions. The girl asks if this is true. Dean Nosferat says they've thought everything through together and taken measures, and explains that the power isn't for prying eyes. The girl wants to use the mystical blood. The two announce that preparations for the magical duel are complete. He stands at the bars, staff in hand. The girl explains that he holds one of the measures Yuki designed specifically for himself. The woman asks how they managed to construct a special weapon for the Lord in such a short time, and whether the Grail Company helped. She asks to be allowed to manufacture the weapon and promises to complete it on time. The man explains that they did it as quickly as possible for Yuki's sake. Dean Nosferatu announces that he has no intention of giving up. He says he's not going to give up, even if it costs him his life. The guy explains that he's not going to back down either and is ready to fight to the end. The woman says that the C-rank sorcerer is strong and asks if the respected Yuki can handle it. The girl asks if he will survive. The girl explains that the respected Yuki is being treated. The girl says there's no need to worry and explains that they have one more measure. The girl sits down next to the other girl on the throne. The woman says that her lord, the respected Yuki, will certainly win. The girl says that's fine and will try. The girl explains that she will never forgive Sister Salvia, but if he is suddenly hurt, it is reported that this is the trainee of the Magic Guild, Yuki Grosseria. It is reported that this is a C-rank wizard of the Magic Guild, Anicaps. A man announces the start of a magical duel. The man explains that the next chapter will be released in May. The girl says that he is no match for an outstanding C-rank sorcerer. The girl tells Anicaps that she hopes he will teach him a good lesson and put him in his place. Upper right, a man announces that the Magic Guild trainee is Yuki Grossaria. The man explains that the Magic Guild's C-rank wizard is Anicaps. In the center, a man explains that this hair accessory is a replica of an ancient artifact. Dean Nosferat explains that the jewelry will protect against magical attacks, but will gradually deteriorate with each blocked attack. The man explains that the first person whose jewelry completely breaks will be declared the loser. The man explains that, in addition, if they use high-level magic, they will be declared losers, or if their opponent takes away their jewelry. The man explains that, during the duel, any attempts to communicate with anyone outside the arena are also prohibited. He says he thought he would fight, consulting. Dean Nosferat announces that before the duel begins, he wishes to issue a warning. Dean Nosferat explains that he has received special instructions from Her Highness Salvia to demonstrate the difference in strength. He says he is obliged to inflict a crushing defeat and orders them to be prepared to be injured. He reveals that he agreed to a magical duel to see how obsessed Princess Salvia is with her hatred of Iris, and notes that a sorcerer of the rank of The woman says that she also owes the man money because of the incident with her younger brother, and explains that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have done such stupid things and brought shame on the Keel family. Dean Nosferat asks if they're talking about Princess Iris's night selection exam, and says Gilvin has already admitted his guilt and apologized to them. The woman explains that she's not talking about that, but about Gilvin losing to Dean and then daring to lower his head. The woman reports that Her Highness Salvia has graciously provided the opportunity to erase the shame. The man explains that the fact that another man is a knight of Her Highness Iris and accompanies her on errands for the Magic Guild is in itself a disgrace to their family. The man asks if Kay understands. Dean Nosferat says he's fed up with these aristocrats. The man says he'll fight at full strength to avoid disgracing his older comrade. The woman explains that Iris lived for 13 years in a similar situation. The girl says, "We can try." The man announces that the first attack is Dean Nosferatu's and challenges him to show what he's made of. The man orders everyone to prepare for battle and announces the start of the battle. The girl says she's laughing. The woman stands nearby. Dean Nosferat announces he's beginning a series of Ifrit attacks. The man says it's low-level ancient magic. The man begins the spell. A boy says the word Rosto. A man screams, making sounds like ooh and ay, ah. A girl screams in fear. The sound of the fall is accompanied by the words bang, bang, bang. Two women look on in amazement. Below are waves and a man standing in the arena. The boy explains that if the decoration hits him, it should break completely. But he explains that while he was learning the subtle control of magical power from Odetta, he realized how to amplify the power of spells, and thus Nihilus strengthened Ifrit's attack. Dean Nosferat reports that the enemy has erected an anti-magic barrier. The girl is breathing heavily. He reports that not a single projectile hit, and it's not for nothing that they call him a C-rank sorcerer. The girl calls Mr. Alec kills. The girl calls him the Baron's pathetic bastard. He asks if he can have some more. Dean Nosferatu reports that he understands how to speed up the spell's activation and asks, drawing a sign with his staff and fingertips simultaneously. The girl says she'll demonstrate the power of a C-rank sorcerer. He says that they will probably teach you this in the Magic Guild, but he has no desire to learn from arrogant guys like this. The girl announces that the Crimson Star projectiles are ready. She summons the magical projectiles, which begin to spin and emit energy around her. The guy says that the intern will never be able to block magic of such power and suggests throwing away the jewelry and surrendering immediately. The girl says that will be the end of it. Dean Nosferatu reports that it is so. He draws his sword. He reports that in this case, he will also check the work of his staffs first. Dean Nosferat reports that the staffs are just the right weight and the balance is good. The boy declares that he won't give in because he doesn't want to dishonor his mistress. The man shouts that if he does, it's the end for the boy, and asks the judge to prepare for healing magic. The girl listens. A man reports destroying all of Yuki Grisaria's barriers with Crimson Star projectiles. Dean Nosferat threw his staffs. The man is surprised by the staff throwing. It announces the activation of an anti-magic barrier, followed by a collision with magical fire and a protective shield. Dean Nosferat says he cast the spell remotely and expresses surprise. The girl reports that the barrier created by the staff withstood the fire magic. The man asks what's going on and explains that Crimson Star projectiles are advanced magic. He says to return the staffs. He throws the staffs, which fly through the air. The man is surprised and asks what kind of trainee is capable of such a thing. Dean Nosferat reports that the trainee is perfectly capable and the experiment was a success. He asks what's going on with these staves and if they're also copies of the ancient artifact. The man tries to speak, but his hand is shaking. The guy says these are just ordinary staves, tested by experts before the duel. He says this with a tense expression on his face. Dean Nosferat reports that he hasn't broken any rules and explains that the staffs are just ordinary metal sticks. He reports that these are the most ordinary wands, in the core of which a hole is made, into which he poured his mystical blood. Dean Nosferat explains that they have two tricks. The first is an empty space filled with mystical blood, and the second is a special area at the grip where he can draw signs with blood. He explains that each has its own area, so he can draw one sign on each. Dean Nos W. He explains that with the help of mystical blood, he can freely manipulate the staffs and activate the ancient magic of the symbols drawn on them whenever he wants, and reveals that this instrument was indeed created especially for him. The girl says the staff flew and created a barrier and asks what that was. The woman says she's never heard of such magic and expresses surprise. The girl takes a breath. Dean Nosferat says it's an ancient middle-class magic called object manipulation. The man says it's true, Ode. The woman says it's impossible. The girl explains it can't be true. Dean Nosferat reports that this is indeed the case. Your Highness, object manipulation is an ancient magic that allows one to use objects as extensions of one's limbs using magical power, which is why Yuki was able to create a barrier at such a distance. Princess Iris is surprised and says it's incredibly. They say this is ancient magic, the most ordinary ancient magic. The man recalls seeing a C-rank sorcerer manipulating his staff like limbs and confirms this. The man reports that a trainee equal in power to Sir Alec is coming out, and the sounds of Dean Nosferat thanks the girls and says that thanks to them he was able to pull the wool over their eyes. He explains that it was worthwhile to learn from Odetta beforehand how ordinary sorcerers fight, and explains that in this case, he and Iris will begin to explain in a loud voice, and then with the help of mystical blood. Iris explains that such actions on their part are part of the plan, and thus, Dean Nosferat announces he's adding another one. The man looks confused. Dean Nosferat launches several blades. The man curses and asks what kind of staffs those are. The man screams, "What the hell is that?" He launches several fireballs. The man screams, demanding to know who he is, as the projectiles explode around him. Dean Nosferat says his magic isn't working and announces he's been given a chance to teach his interlocutor a lesson. He says he's just an ordinary knight guarding his little princess and is willing to do anything to improve his child's living conditions. He then activates the magical power in his hand. Dean Nosferatu announces that he is now Iris's knight and must win gracefully and honorably, so he will take the jewelry. He then activates a double physical enhancement. The man talks about summoning fire spirits and activating ancient magic, commanding his familiars to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The boy reports that the summoning magic Brother Zero's used in the forest significantly outnumbers the spirits. He orders the staffs to return to him. At that moment, the staffs disappear with a distinctive sound. Dean Nosferat announces that he is using an anti-magic barrier, after which the sounds of collisions and explosions are heard, accompanied by screams. He says he is tired and breathing heavily. Dean Nosferat says he can't take it anymore and says he's going to die. He reports that C-rank sorcerers are full of surprises. He jumps and dodges attacks. The girl and woman express surprise. The girl with the cards looks ahead intently. The woman tells Alex Kills to stop immediately, explaining that the power of the spell he is preparing far exceeds the protective abilities of the hair ornament, and asks him to refrain from using it. The guy says that this magical duel is a confrontation between knights, their fighting skills, intelligence, and ability to protect their princess, and asks not to disgrace the knight's honor. Dean Nosferat tells the judge to shut up and says he must defeat him for the sake of the family's honor. Dean Nosferat explains that this magic is similar to when Tutor Kahahal summoned a griffin and asks if he intends to summon a powerful familiar. The man asks, "For?" He reports that a village bastard will never understand the full weight of the honor of a high aristocrat. Dean Nosferat tells you to answer his call of the firebird. Dean Nosferat summons the firebird, which appears as a flaming creature. The guy screams and the firebird makes shrill sounds. The guy with the staff laughs. Dean Nosferat explains that it's an accident and not uncommon for sorcerers to mistakenly cross the line in the heat of the moment. He says this magical duel has a time limit. The man says that Her Highness Salvia will decide the rest. He explains that there's no need to focus on winning and to stall for a draw. Dean Nosferat says the other person doesn't understand anything. He clutches his staff. The girl informs him that after Her Highness Salvia acknowledged Dean Nosferatu and made him her knight, ending a duel in a draw with some trainee is unacceptable. He says it's unforgivable and attacks with fire. The girl is surprised. Dean Nosferat says not to worry and that he won't kill. The guy reports that the staffs have melted. He says that he will lose his title as a C-rank sorcerer and the guy will get slightly injured and calls it an equal exchange. Dean Nosferat refuses such a trade, stating that he no longer wishes to make the little princess suffer. He then activates the barrier. The man notes that the barrier may have been triggered by the high temperature and explains that if the barrier activates 2 more times, it will be his defeat. He reports that all preparations are complete. The girl explains that she doesn't plan to lose or get hurt in this magical duel. Dean Nosferat informs her that he's already caused her to burst into tears once before, and he's not going to let that happen again. He explains that his staffs have another hidden function. He reports that they can be used as a conduit for the penetration of his mystical blood into the target. Dean Nosferat reports that what just happened, albeit in an unplanned manner, is a fact. Dean Nosferat says it's time to catch up and cast the spell Erosion, Hacking. He reports a gunshot and the sound of puffing. The man says he doesn't understand what it is. The boy orders the familiar to attack Yuki Grosseria immediately and asks why it isn't obeying. The boy explains that the firebird must be directed. Dean Nosferat screams, demanding that the Firebird return and attack Yuki, while simultaneously expressing confusion and annoyance at its flight in the other direction. A bird on fire flies down. A girl sits on a throne with her eyes closed. A close-up of the bird's head is shown on fire. The girl says, "As." The girl leans back sharply. The guy makes a wave, accompanying it with a wave of his hand, after which a loud crash is heard. The guy presses his finger. Then there's a powerful explosion. The man screams, "Your Highness Princess, how could this happen?" The man continues screaming. Dean Nosferat says, "Grab." The man says, surprised, "Ah." Dean Nosferat says he has the man's jewelry, which signifies his victory. He says he is coughing. Dean Nosferat announces that the magical duel is over and the winner is Yuki Grosseria. A murmur and cheers are heard from the crowd. He says, "Why? Why? The guy reports that a voice came from the decoration and asks if it is another magical artifact. The girl demands that Alec Keels immediately beat the knight Iris to a pulp and explains that he cannot carry out such a simple order, asking why he sent his vile familiar to her. She orders him to immediately attack and mercilessly maim her sister's knight, declaring, the voice tells him that this insolent little brat dared to join the magic guild before him, and how dare she deceive him by claiming she was more talented than a pure-blooded child, calling her a damned mudblood. Dean Nosferatu, Princess Salvia speaking. He says that insulting his mistress is also unacceptable, and as a knight on her guard, he cannot turn a blind eye to such an act. The girl reports that this is why. Dean Nosferat says that if you dare interfere with his family, you'll have to deal with him personally. The man says he hopes you understand. He then explains that he's using an erosion break spell, which overloads the magical circuit. The girl notices the cracks with a questioning expression. He says that with such evidence, they would have quickly disqualified him. Now everything is in order. He says that Her Highness Salvia fell from her seat. He screams, "Ya, ya, ya, and wah." Dean Nosferat says he is. He says that he doesn't understand what he did and asks why his Firebird attacked Her Highness Salvia. Dean Nosferat explains that there was no point in using ancient magic they couldn't fully control. The man explains that they probably lost control due to a lack of magical power. The man says that means he couldn't. He says that after such a monumental defeat, there is no longer a place for him in the Magic Guild. The man says that he has disgraced himself even more than his brother and calls it a disgrace. Dean Nosferat says that Alec Kielsey has most likely survived and asks to call a doctor quickly, and also reports that he really squeezed all his magical power out of himself to the limit. The girl screams and tries to fight the man off. The girl says it's impossible. The guy looks up. The girl reacts sharply to something, her eyes widening. The guy asks the girl if she's hurt and inquires if Her Highness is okay. The girl says they're going in order. Dean Nosferat says he thinks this warning will be enough. The man reports that a real event has occurred. The man reports that the trainee defeated a C-rank sorcerer, but it was more likely Alec Keels's self-destruction as he used a forbidden spell and expended all his magic power, meaning he was so deeply cornered by Yuki Grossaria. The man explains where her superiority came from. The Nosferat reports that he has fulfilled his duty as a knight. Iris speaks to the esteemed Yuki. The man asks, "What kind of unbecoming behavior is this for a princess, Your Highness Iris?" He says his mistress isn't listening, and the girl says she asked him not to be reckless and is crying. The woman explains that she called other people away. Dean Nosferat says thank you. He says it's her own fault, and she should have told him straight away that she was being bullied, and if she had, she would have done something reckless. Iris says that this is just behavior and explains that her lord knows how hard it is to watch this from the sidelines. Dean Nosferat says he never does anything beyond his capabilities and easily leaps beyond any limits of his experiences. The man says he can't do anything about it. The girl says, no. The girl is silent. Dean Nosferat claps his hands and starts fixing his hair. The girl coughs. The girl congratulates Yuki Grosari on his victory, and Yuki Grosari explains that he doesn't understand why she suddenly started acting like a princess. He informs her that in order to properly reward her for such outstanding services, he invites her to his chambers. He asks if this is his room. The girl explains that, indeed, having demonstrated such tremendous power, he will certainly become the object of universal attention for some period of time. The girl says no one would dare bother someone who receives such an invitation personally from a member of the royal family. Dean Nosferat says that's incredible and asks, "But really?" The girl says she also wants to spend at least a little time alone with the Lord. The boy makes a sound of agreement. Dean Nosferat says so be it. The girl rejoices and says, "Hooray, my lord."